Hi everyone, welcome to tonight's video on Paranormal M. Thanks for being here. Before we begin, please give the video a like if you enjoy the stories, and if you've had any strange or unexplained experiences, you can send them to me. The first story tonight takes place at a summer camp called Camp Anokijig, where a young counselor had a night in one cabin that stayed with him for years. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's start with this one. I hope you have a calm night and get some good sleep. Hey there. I'm just lying here wide awake tonight and thought I'd share this one strange experience I had years ago. Something that still makes me pause whenever I think about it. It happened when I was around 15, so maybe about 6 or 7 years back now. That was the summer I finally got to be a counselor at the summer camp I'd been going to practically every year of my childhood. The place is called Camp Anokijig, out in Plymouth, Wisconsin, if you ever want to look it up. Now, you might expect that a camp as big and old as Anokijig would be bursting with its own ghost stories and creepy legends, right? But oddly enough, from what I saw, that wasn't really the case. Sure, around the campfire, ghost stories were a staple, but none of them really had to do with the camp itself, except for one story that everyone seemed to accept without question among the staff. Thunderbird Cabin 2 was haunted. Let me explain a bit about the camp's layout because it's important to the story. The camp is split into a boys' side and a girls' side, and within those are sections with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, and, yes, Thunderbird. The counselors would rotate through different sections during the summer. That particular week, I was assigned to Thunderbird, and my co-counselor, I'll call him Keegan, was with me to watch over the infamous Cabin 2. The stories about that cabin were all over the place. Some talked about shadowy figures outside the windows. Some whispered about goat men roaming the woods. Others mentioned scratching sounds late at night. Honestly, the stories were so wild and exaggerated that I didn't really believe any of them. I figured it was just campfire lore that stuck. Someone made up Thunderbird 2 is haunted, and it sort of became a running joke. I'm still pretty skeptical about ghosts and the paranormal, but what I experienced that night? Well, no rational explanation really fits, and it left me genuinely unsettled. So, here's how it went down. That week, my job was to watch the youngest boys, about 6 to 8 years old. We like to have them in bed early because, let's face it, little kids can be a handful when they're restless. That night, everything was going smoothly. Keegan and I got them all settled down and asleep quicker than usual. Once they were out, we'd usually stay up a bit, chatting or watching videos. That night, we were both sitting on Keegan's bunk, sharing a set of earbuds and streaming some YouTube videos. The cabins in Thunderbird are simple. Rectangular wooden structures raised off the ground. Inside, bunk beds lined the walls, fitting in about 20 to 30 campers plus 2 counselors. The windows were small and set high up, letting in just a little moonlight that cast soft, pale shadows across the cabin at night. So, picture this. The cabin is dead silent. You can almost hear the crackling whispers of the dying campfire outside, and the quiet, natural soundtrack of the Midwest forest at night, the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl. Then, out of nowhere, something breaks the silence. It starts with one kid. You hear the unmistakable rustling of a sleeping bag being shaken. It's not a gentle wiggle either. It sounds like that kid is thrashing, flailing inside their bunk. The sleeping bag crinkles loudly. The metal frame squeaks under the strain, and there's this dull thumping sound as their body bounces against the mattress. Keegan and I instantly yank out the earbuds, freeze, and just glance at each other with this "what the hell" expression. At first, I honestly worried maybe the kid was having a seizure, and then it happens again. But this time, it's on the other side of the cabin. Same rustling, same bouncing noise. Seconds after the first camper started shaking, a second one joins in, then a third, then a fourth. Within 7 or 8 seconds, every single kid in that cabin is frantically thrashing in their sleeping bags. The whole cabin vibrates with the sound of rustling fabric and creaking bed springs. In the pale moonlight, you can see their bodies moving, bouncing around. Keegan and I are just frozen, wide-eyed and terrified. We wear the exact same look, the kind of fear that makes your heart pound so loud you're sure the others can hear it, even though the kids seem unaware of what's happening. Neither of us has a clue what to do. We just sit there, paralyzed, as this bizarre collective flailing continues all around us. Then, just like someone flicked a switch, it all stops. After about 15 or 20 seconds of this chaos, every camper goes perfectly still, as if they just fell into the deepest sleep imaginable. Keegan and I don't move either, too terrified to even whisper. We sit in silence, eyes darting nervously around the cabin, heartbeats hammering in our ears. We don't know whether to run or check on the kids. Minutes stretch on, thick with tension. The eerie quiet presses in on us. Then, without a word, we both silently agree. It's time to get out of there. We leap from the bunk and sprint out the door into the clearing. The night air feels heavy and cold against our faces. Only our senior counselor is there by the fire, scrolling through his phone, looking calm and unaware of what just went down. He's surprised to see us bolt out like that. Panicked, we try to explain what happened, but he brushes it off, though he does agree to check on the kids. Of course, when he goes in, everything is normal. Quiet, peaceful campers, no sign of any disturbance. Reluctantly, we return to the cabin and climb back into our bunks, still jittery and on edge. I lie awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something else to happen. But eventually, exhaustion wins, and I drift off to sleep. Morning comes, and none of the kids remember a thing. They all say they fell asleep just like any other night, and that strange shaking never happens again. I'm a skeptic by nature, someone who trusts science and reason above all else. I want to believe it was some kind of prank or coordinated joke, but honestly, I just can't see a bunch of 6 to 8-year-olds pulling off something so perfectly timed and then pretending it never happened. If anyone has ever experienced anything similar or has any ideas about what could cause something like that, I'm all ears. Because that night, it was hands down the most baffling, creepy, and frankly terrifying moment I've ever lived through. Hey there. I want to share with you some stories, my stories, about living in an ancient part of Dublin, a city steeped in history, bloodshed, and mystery. I grew up in a neighborhood where the past feels alive beneath every cobblestone and corner, where the echoes of those who walked before us still seem to linger in the night air. My family has lived here for generations, deep-rooted in old Irish bloodlines, and I think that connection matters in these tales. The street where I grew up is now paved with tarmac, but it used to be cobblestone, and many of my neighbors have told me they've heard the unmistakable clip-clop of horse hooves on those stones during the dead of night. If you've ever heard horses on cobbles, you know the sound is hauntingly unique, almost like a whisper from the past creeping in. One story that's been passed down through my family is about my great-grandfather. He lived at the top of a narrow laneway, a steep hill just about 100 feet long, right beside my home, in what we call tenement housing. One early morning, long before dawn after finishing work, he felt something behind him, a low, guttural growl. When he turned around, there was a large black dog with eyes glowing a fierce red, sitting at the bottom of the lane. Now, that laneway might be narrow, but it felt like it stretched into a shadowy abyss at that moment. My great-grandfather ran to the door facing down the lane and quickly climbed up to his room several floors above where his wife and children, including my grandfather, were. From his window, he saw the dog sitting about 20 feet away from the tenement's door, just staring up at him. In Irish folklore, such a black dog with red eyes is never a good omen. It's the kind of thing that sends chills down your spine even decades later. Then there's my oldest aunt's encounter from the early 80s. After a night out, walking home through the city, she saw a figure perched atop a towering old wall, around 20 feet high. It was a woman dressed in white, combing her hair with quiet, unnatural sobs. The cries weren't just sad, they were otherworldly, a sound that seemed to pierce through the night's stillness. She's convinced it was the Banshee, the legendary spirit known to forewarn families of death. Even my uncle, who's from abroad and notoriously pragmatic, once swore he spotted one of the little people, a leprechaun, sitting beside a bush out in the countryside. He was too grounded to dismiss it, and that's saying something. Now, I want to tell you about my own experiences, some of which my family only realized were special because of what happened to my little sister. When my mom was expecting her, she was hit by a car, and doctors weren't sure if she would survive. Against all odds, she did, but with some health challenges. When we were kids, me and my 3 siblings, we shared one bedroom, and one night, when we were about 7 or 8, I woke up to hear her talking in the pitch-black room. I was on the top bunk and leaned over groggily, asking what she was doing. She was sitting on a chair, speaking excitedly to our grandfather, who had passed away years earlier. That moment was when we all began to realize she was different, special in ways none of us could explain. There's another night I'll never forget. I was about 12, and my little brother maybe 8 or 9. We were alone in our ground floor bedroom, having stayed up late playing games while our parents thought we were asleep. Our window faced that same huge slate wall my aunt had seen the Banshee on decades before. Suddenly, we heard a sound that I will never be able to fully describe. Not like any urban fox or wildcat fight I've heard before, but something unnatural. A cry that was both guttural and high-pitched, like a cat being torn apart right outside our window. We froze in terror. My curious little brother wanted to look outside, but I stopped him, remembering our father's warning about the Banshee. He asked me quietly what it could be, hoping for a logical answer, but I only whispered back about the woman with long black hair covering her face, dressed in white, combing her hair and crying. A spirit who, if looked upon or spoken to, brings death or grave misfortune to your family. The sound lasted what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, then slowly faded into the distance. We crawled into bed beside each other, both certain we had heard the Banshee's wail that night. Fast forward to a few months ago, a recent experience that truly compelled me to write all this down. I was traveling across Ireland with a friend, a long workday that stretched into 24 hours due to a van with a faulty fuel injector. It was exhausting, and as we headed home along the coast of County Clare at 1:30 a.m., my friend, who's from Eastern Europe and a bit pragmatic, kept nodding off behind the wheel. I had no license and couldn't take over, but I kept shaking him awake, fighting off sleep myself. Then, about 2 hours from Dublin, I saw her. A figure glowing white like a bright mist shaped like a person, standing right in the middle of the road maybe 20 meters ahead. The rest of the motorway was clear, but this figure was there, unmistakable. I know it wasn't just exhaustion because I saw nothing else like it before or after. As we got closer, sleep finally overwhelmed me, and despite knowing I would die if I gave in, I closed my eyes and drifted off. In my dream, the road diverted just behind her onto a slipway. Suddenly, I heard my friend's voice, loud and clear, asking if I was awake. I jolted awake to find him fast asleep, the van veering toward the divider. I grabbed the wheel, steered us back, and shook him awake just in time to avoid a fatal crash. I never told him about the figure. Only my girlfriend knows. I truly believe I was protected that night, by the Banshee or some guardian spirit, maybe even my mother watching over me. There are other moments too, like waking as a child to see a floating skull glowing in my dark room, not close enough to be threatening, but shining brightly through the night. Or the time I was 13, sleeping at my grandmother's house with the window open, when I woke to a voice calling me, a presence slipping through the window that whispered for me to sleep with it. Years later, I read about incubus and succubus spirits, and I still wonder if that's what I experienced. After my mother passed, there was a time I hated life and myself deeply. One day, overwhelmed, I stabbed my thigh with a pencil. At that moment, a heavy book fell off my shelf without any draft or open window to explain it. I believe it was my mother's way of telling me she's still here, watching over me. Since then, I felt a guardian spirit always by my side. And there's a story from a close friend, an Irish traveler, whose people carry ancient Gaelic bloodlines and traditions. In their culture, arranged marriages are common, and breaking these agreements can bring serious consequences. Once, a marriage was called off because the bride was found to be with a man from another clan. The oldest women from both clans met, and the groom's grandmother warned of a curse. The bride's family would bear no children, and none of their kin would, as punishment. The bride's family dismissed it at first. Years passed, and many women in the bride's family suffered heartbreaking miscarriages. The woman herself married the man she loved, but tragically lost her child during childbirth. After a decade of no births, the clan sought out a medicine woman from another group, who revealed a curse. A dark spirit of a black horse was attached to their bloodline, barring children from being born unless the original clan lifted it. The elder women met again, and after much pleading, the curse was broken. The bride finally gave birth to a healthy child, the first in 10 long years. My friend doesn't believe in ghosts or spirits, but knows these curses are real, and this is just one example. Finally, a story about my brother when he was 16. He had a girlfriend from our neighborhood whom our family didn't trust, a bad influence, we thought, especially during a vulnerable time after my grandmother's passing. One night, to keep an aunt company, they stayed in my grandmother's house. The girlfriend woke up to see a dark shadow standing over her, peering into her face. She was not spiritual or superstitious and was terrified. She woke my brother, and they left immediately, never returning. They broke up soon after. That shadow was never seen again, and I always feel calm in that house, as if my grandmother's love still lingers there. I've even slept there alone, in her old bed, without fear or disturbance. These stories are part of my life, woven into the fabric of Dublin town's ancient streets and my family's history. I share them now, hoping they might bring comfort or understanding to someone else walking through their own shadows. Thanks for listening. Hey, I want to share something really strange that happened to me a while back. Something that stuck with me and, honestly, still gives me chills when I think about it. It's not your everyday story, but I swear I'm telling the truth. I even forgot about the whole thing for years until a random chat with my girlfriend brought it all rushing back. Since then, I've been digging into paranormal stuff, and I read that experiences like this often happen to younger folks or people going through emotional stress. Maybe that's why it happened to me. I know some might call me crazy or mock me, but I know what I saw, and I'd love to hear if anyone else has had something similar happen. So, here's the story. About 2 months ago, my sister and I were looking after our mom's co-workers' 2 corgis. We were house and dog sitting for them while they were away. My sister had been there all week by herself, and nothing weird had happened during that time. She felt completely safe, just like any normal week. I came home from school to stay the last 2 nights with her. On that final night, I was sitting downstairs doing my homework alone around midnight. The house was quiet, except for the soft ticking of the clock and the occasional muffled snore from one of the dogs. Once I finished, I went upstairs to bed, and the 2 corgis followed me up. By the time we all settled into bed, me, my sister, and the dogs, it was about 1 a.m., and we decided to call it a night. Barely a minute after I closed my eyes, suddenly the dogs bolted downstairs, barking like mad. Their barks echoed through the quiet house, sharp and frantic. My sister and I froze, listening hard for any noise that might explain what set them off. But there was nothing. No creak, no whisper, not even the wind outside. I remembered that I'd accidentally left my car keys on the driver's seat, so my mind jumped to the idea that maybe someone was trying to steal my car. My sister urged me to get up and grab the keys, but I was too focused on listening for any other sounds downstairs or outside. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, the dogs stopped barking. It was strange. Dogs usually don't just stop unless something or someone makes them. My sister didn't think much of it, but I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. We stayed still, holding our breath, trying to catch any hint of movement. My sister softly called to one of the dogs, and she came running back up the wooden stairs and flopped down right by the open bedroom door. The other dog started to follow, but kept pausing every few steps, almost like it was hesitant. Then, as it neared the last 8 steps, we heard something that made our blood run cold. Footsteps. But not just any footsteps. They sounded like someone was trying to mask their movement, blending their steps with the dogs. Before I could even process that, my sister slammed the door shut. We were terrified, convinced there was someone in the house with us. The footsteps stopped right at the top of the stairs, just outside our door. And then, silence. For a few seconds, nothing. Then, out of the quiet, came 3 distinct knocks. 3 sharp knocks, just like someone tapping on a front door with their knuckles. The sound was so clear and deliberate it shook us. We screamed, probably louder than we ever have before. It wasn't funny at the time, but thinking back, it's a mix of scary and absurd. My sister quickly called the police. While she was on the phone, the sensor light above the garage suddenly switched on. That sealed it for us. We were sure there was an intruder. The police arrived about 10 minutes later, and we were so shaken up that it took a lot of convincing for us to let them inside the house. They did a thorough check. Every room, the yard, the garage. They told us the house was locked up like a fortress and found no sign of anyone having broken in or anything missing. Nothing. We decided to leave and go back to our own home because we just couldn't shake the fear. The next morning, the homeowners checked their Ring camera footage. The only visitors? 2 neighborhood cats wandering the driveway. There was no way the dogs could have heard the cats and reacted so wildly, and there's absolutely no way a corgi could make 3 such crisp knocks on a door. Corgis don't have tails to thump or jump in a way that sounds like knuckles knocking. And the footsteps on the stairs? That's what's the most baffling. The homeowners have lived there for about 15 years and swear nothing like this has ever happened before. They think it was just the dogs reacting to something mundane. But my sister and I, we know what we heard, what we felt. There's something about those 3 knocks that still haunts me. What could they have meant? Has anyone ever experienced something like this? I'm really curious to hear your thoughts or stories about similar encounters. Because whatever it wasn't the dogs, and it sure wasn't any normal visitor. Hey there. I want to share with you something that happened to me recently. Something that's still giving me chills. I'm going to walk you through it, step by step, as I felt it all unfold. First, some background. I'm 21 years old and living in a house that, well, isn't exactly empty in the way most houses are. You see, we've got a presence here, a woman's spirit. It's not just me saying that, neighbors have seen her too. She's actually the grandmother of my mom's boyfriend, who's in his late 50s, and he's told us he's felt her presence as well. My mom and I have both caught glimpses of shadows moving between rooms. So yeah, the house is already a bit lively. Now, picture this. It's about 4 in the morning. The whole neighborhood is deep in sleep. Everything quiet except for the occasional sigh of the night breeze. I had just gotten out of the shower, feeling the warm water still lingering on my skin, and I walk into my room. Everyone is asleep, the family, the neighbors, completely silent. I head to my bed, ready to crash. But then, out of nowhere, I hear a woman's laugh. Not faint, not distant. It's right there, as if she's sitting right on my bed, just in front of me. I froze. My heart started to race a little, but I told myself, okay, it's probably nothing to worry about. She's not malicious, just protective over Mom's boyfriend, I think. I flicked the lights on and laid down, trying to act like this wasn't happening, trying to push it out of my mind and get some sleep. But sleep didn't come. An hour passed, and still wide awake, the room silent except for the occasional sound of the house settling. Then Mom's boyfriend wakes up and turns the TV on. That low hum of the TV is comforting, but my mind is still buzzing. I decide to talk to him about the laugh I heard. He tells me, just pray, it'll pass. I nod, but deep down I know that hasn't worked for me before. While we're talking, I notice something odd, a faint flicker of light from the balcony outside. The weird part? That light fixture hasn't worked for years. I mean, it's been dead. No bulb, no power. My stomach knots up a bit, but I keep talking, explaining to him some of the other strange things I've experienced as a kid. The light flickers again. This time, it's harder to ignore. My skin prickles. Fear starts creeping in. I glance at Mom's boyfriend, hoping he's not just chalking this up to my imagination. Then, just moments later, the light flickers a third time. That's when I tell him, look, the light just flickered again, and decide to retreat back to my room. As I walk in, an icy chill spreads over me, like the cold has seeped into my bones. My heart pounds. Every hair on my body stands on end. The room feels heavy, like the air itself is pressing down. I sit on my bed, trembling, feeling fear and dread wash over me. 30 minutes later, the chills still haven't left. I can't turn the lights off. I'm too scared to be alone in the dark. I lay there, wide awake, the silence broken only by the soft hum of the ceiling fan and my shallow breaths. And that's where I am now, still unsettled, trying to make sense of it all. If you've ever felt like the walls around you are hiding secrets, or heard a laugh when no one should be there, you might understand a bit of what I'm feeling. I want to tell this as clearly as I can, because even now, thinking back on it, I still get that cold, heavy feeling in my chest. My best friend Marin and I both have our own spiritual practices. They are not exactly the same, but they sit somewhere close to paganism, nature worship, that kind of thing. So for the solstice, we decided to go out just before dusk and spend some quiet time in the woods. Nothing dramatic, nothing foolish, just a peaceful little ritual, or at least that was the plan. There was a crossroads in the forest, and we decided to split up there so we could each have some time alone. The moment we separated, everything shifted. I know that sounds vague, but it really did feel like the air changed. I started seeing animals coming away from the direction I was walking. Not just one or two, pairs of them. 2 frogs, 2 crows, 2 hares, 2 pale moths flickering low over the path. It was strange enough that I noticed it, but not so strange that I panicked right away. Eventually, I came to a lake. Later, I found out Marin had gone the opposite direction and somehow ended up at that same lake at almost the same time. We could not see each other though. It was like the place had swallowed the sound and space between us. As soon as I sat down, mosquitoes covered me. I do not mean a normal summer swarm. I mean dozens of them all over me at once, biting through every moment I stayed there. Today I am absolutely covered in bites. It was so sudden and so intense that it felt unreal, like the lake itself had rejected me. I got up and left, but then something even stranger happened. Marin had moved away from the lake too, and they saw me walking back down a different path toward it, almost like I was being pulled there. They told me not to go. They said they had this horrible feeling that I needed to stay away from the water, so I turned back. That was when I saw the man. He came from the direction of the lake. He was completely covered in clothing, head to toe. A dark hood pulled so low I could not see his face, loose trousers, or maybe some kind of long skirt, and not a single bit of skin showing. He did not react to me at all. Not to my footsteps, not to my cane squeaking on the path. Nothing. It was like I was not there. I left that area and sat near where I had last found Marin, but the mosquitoes came back again, and the dread hit me so hard that I texted them asking if we could leave. They answered right away and said yes, and that they had just seen me, so they would come find me. But they had not seen me. Not really. We both started trying to find each other in the woods. We agreed to turn on our torches so we could spot one another. At one point, I thought I saw Marin standing ahead of me, partly hidden by a tree. I was so relieved for half a second. Then I got closer and realized it was just a lamppost, tucked behind the trunk in a way that made it look human. I was too scared to keep walking, so I stayed there until Marin found me. Then we got out as fast as we could. The entire walk home, I felt something behind us, tall, man-shaped, not exactly following, but looming, watching. The second we got inside, we salted the entryway and said very clearly that we did not want anything to do with whatever had been out there. Unfortunately, we then thought it might be a good idea to read tarot and ask what had happened. The moment Marin started reading, several things fell off the wall directly toward them. That was enough. We apologized out loud and decided to leave the spirits alone for the rest of the night. From Marin's side, the feeling had been just as bad. Around the lake, they felt the strongest sense of dread and unwelcome they had ever felt. They saw animals too, including a fox, all moving like they were escaping from something. And we live in the UK, so it is not like there are big predators in those woods that would explain that kind of panic. Marin left a small offering near the lake, but as soon as they walked away, the dread became 10 times worse. They said it felt like leaving the offering had been a serious mistake. At one point, Marin reached a split in the path. One path led out, and the other stayed deeper in the trees. That night, the second path had a clear view of the sky and sunset. But when we went back the next day, that same path was completely covered overhead by branches. No open sky at all. Their partner also pointed out later that the sun had been setting in a completely different direction from where Marin thought they had seen it. After that, Marin stayed out in the field beside the woods and warned me not to go back in. Then they saw what they thought was me walking down one of the paths. A moment later, my message came through asking if we could leave. So they went toward where they thought they had seen me, but I was not there. We went back the next day because we needed to know if we had just scared ourselves. But honestly, going back made it worse. We walked around the whole lake and could not find the place where I had sat when the mosquitoes swarmed me. We could see where it should have been, but there was no opening there, no little bank, no place to sit. Just tall grass and reeds, completely closed off. It was like that part of the lake had never existed. I still do not know what happened. I do not know if we walked into the wrong place at the wrong time, or if we disturbed something, or if something simply did not want us there. But I know what I felt. And whatever was at that lake, I do not want to meet it again. I've never really believed in ghosts or anything paranormal. And honestly, even after everything I'm about to tell you, I still don't. I keep feeling like there has to be some normal, scientific explanation for it. Maybe I just don't know enough to understand what happened. This was a few years ago, around 2020 or 2021, when my family and I were living in a small apartment. It wasn't a creepy place or anything. It was just a regular apartment. But for about 4 days, strange things kept happening one after another, and then everything just stopped. The first thing was with our cat. He was usually the laziest little creature alive. He could lie in the same spot for hours without moving or making a sound. But one day, he suddenly sat there staring straight into the empty bathroom. Then he started meowing really loudly. Not just a normal meow either. It sounded urgent, almost scared. He kept doing it for about a minute, and then he ran into my mother's room and hid under her bed for the rest of the day. Now, I know cats do weird things. Anyone who has had a cat knows they sometimes act like they're seeing something invisible. So by itself, I wouldn't have thought much of it. But because of what happened next, it stuck with me. The next day, my uncle, who smoked at the time, went out onto the balcony for a cigarette. He always closed the balcony door behind him so the smoke wouldn't get inside. I was sitting in the living room when he came back in a few minutes later looking confused. He asked me if I had opened the balcony door. I told him I hadn't touched it. He said he was completely sure he had closed it, but when he turned around, the door was wide open. Again, maybe he just forgot. That's the easiest explanation. He wasn't usually forgetful, but people forget things. It happens. So I tried not to make it into anything bigger. Then the next morning, I woke up early for school. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and went back toward my bedroom. That's when I saw my bedroom doorknob move on its own. It turned quickly, in this sharp, unnatural way. Then the door slowly opened. That one still bothers me, because I can't really explain it. I used to hang clothes on the back of the door, so my best guess is that maybe something heavy slipped and pulled the handle down at the exact moment I was standing there. But even that doesn't make perfect sense to me. If something was heavy enough to move the metal handle, I feel like it should have fallen in a way I would have noticed. And if it was blocking or pulling the door, why would the door open so smoothly? The windows were closed too, so it wasn't wind. I'm sure there's an explanation somewhere, but I still don't know what it is. Later that same day, when I came home from school, my grandmother told me the stove had lit by itself. I didn't see it happen, so I'm only going by what she told me. With that stove, you normally had to turn on the gas and then hold a match near it to light it. I don't know much about stoves, so maybe there was a leak, or maybe something was wrong with the burner. I can't say for sure. And then came the last thing. The next night, my mother and I stayed up late. I think it was around 3 in the morning. We were sitting on the couch in the living room, talking quietly and making little jokes because we didn't want to wake my grandmother or my uncle. Then, while we were talking, we both heard another voice. It sounded like someone right in front of us whispered something, almost like they were commenting on our conversation. We couldn't make out the words clearly, but it felt connected to what we had just been saying. To me, it sounded like a child whispering. My mother says it sounded more like a grown woman. That's the part I have the hardest time explaining. We were being quiet. The apartment walls were pretty thick, so I don't think it was the neighbors. And the sound didn't seem like it came from another room or outside. It sounded like it was right there in front of us. I know I didn't imagine it, because my mother heard it too. She still remembers it. After that, everything went back to normal. No more weird sounds, no more doors moving, no more strange things with the cat or the stove. Just a few days of odd events, and then nothing. I still don't think it was supernatural. I really don't. But I do think something happened that I don't understand yet. And honestly, I'd just like to know what the explanation could be. So, let me ask you something first. Have you ever heard of a time slip? I don't mean a dream or memory playing tricks on you. I mean one of those strange moments where, for a few seconds or maybe a few minutes, the world around you seems to open a side door into another time. This happened in 2005, sometime around late June. And if you know Bengal summers, you know they don't play around. The air was thick, the heat was sitting on everyone's shoulders, and most tourists with any sense were staying far away from sightseeing. But Mr. K wasn't most tourists. He was a banker, a serious family man, and he had this quiet love for photography. Nothing dramatic, nothing flashy. He just liked capturing old places, old walls, old corners that looked like they still had stories breathing inside them. That day, he was visiting Hazarduari Palace with his wife and a few friends. Hazarduari means the Palace of 1,000 Doors. It stands in Murshidabad, about 220 kilometers from Kolkata, and it's one of those places where history doesn't feel buried. It feels awake. The palace was built in the 1800s for the Nawab of Bengal, with British engineers involved in its design. By 2005, of course, it was already a protected monument, with proper visiting hours and museum rules. The group had hired a guide, and by around mid-afternoon, the palace was almost empty. The heat had scared away most visitors, so their footsteps echoed more than they should have. At one point, Mr. K stopped to take photographs of a corridor and some old architectural details. He told the guide and the others to go ahead. "I'll catch up in a minute," he said. And they did. Their voices drifted away, becoming softer and softer until the palace felt completely still. That was when he heard it. Footsteps. Not ordinary footsteps. Heavy ones. Slow, firm, and sharp against the floor, like leather boots. Now, he knew he was alone in that section, or at least, he thought he was. So naturally, he followed the sound. As he moved closer, he heard voices too. Men speaking. Low conversation. Not loud, not theatrical, just steady and real. Then he reached a hallway, and what he saw there made him stop. There were people gathered inside, dressed in clothes that looked like they belonged to the 1800s. A few British officers were in uniform. Some Indian men wore rich, flowing garments, the kind you'd associate with nobility or court officials. There was a throne-like chair, and on it sat a man while the British officers spoke to him. Mr. K's first thought was simple. It must be a film shoot. That made sense to him. Historical places are often used for movies or television. Maybe some crew had permission. Maybe he had wandered near a closed section by accident. But here's the strange thing. There were no cameras, no lights, no cables, no crew members whispering into walkie-talkies. No one seemed to notice him at all. Still, he didn't panic. He just backed away and went to find his group. When he finally met them downstairs, he told them what he had seen. Some laughed. A few thought the heat had gotten to him. The guide looked more serious and said something like, "You may have seen the palace spirits." But Mr. K didn't accept that easily. He later checked with the administration, and they confirmed there was no film shoot, no documentary, no serial being made there that day. And the part he kept repeating was this: those people did not look ghostly. They weren't pale, transparent, floating, or eerie in that usual storybook way. They looked alive, solid, real, flesh and blood. So what was it? A trick of the heat? A well-told story? A glimpse of the past caught in the walls of Hazarduari Palace? Or was Mr. K standing, just for a moment, in the wrong century? I'll leave that for you to decide. I'm 43 now, but when I was 17, I went through something that still feels difficult to explain, without sounding like I'm reaching for words in the dark. I hadn't slept properly in nearly 10 days. I was barely eating. I remember finding old lunch rolls and half-wrapped snacks stuffed into the pockets of my school blazer because I'd carried them around and forgotten they existed. My body was running on fumes, and my mind felt like a radio stuck between stations. I stopped going to classes even though I was still putting on the uniform. I'd sit there and look at the board, and the words might as well have been carved symbols from another world. Conversations didn't make sense either. People would talk, and I could hear the sounds, but I couldn't hold the meaning. So instead of being at school, I wandered around side streets, smoking one cigarette after another, feeling thin and unreal. Then one night, everything got worse. I was lying in bed, wide awake again, exhausted beyond words, but unable to cross over into sleep. It felt like torture. Not dramatic torture, real torture. The kind where your own mind becomes the locked room. I started hearing this awful brass music, like trumpets and trombones playing that cruel little tune from an old quiz show when someone gets the answer wrong. It sounded like failure itself had learned an instrument. My alarm clock glowed red beside me, and the numbers seemed to twist and wheel around instead of staying still. I remember thinking with absolute certainty that this was what hell must feel like. So I prayed. I didn't even know who I was praying to. God, the universe, anything listening. I just wanted sleep. I wanted mercy. I wanted 1 hour where my brain would stop clawing at itself. And then I felt something. I don't want to call it a voice exactly, because it wasn't like hearing someone standing in the room. It felt more like my own thoughts parted, and something else stepped into the gap. Like my mind had made room for a conversation I hadn't agreed to have. At the time, I believed it was important. I believed all the fear and isolation had brought me to some kind of test, something that would decide the shape of my whole life. This presence offered me knowledge. That's the best way I can put it. It promised I would understand things other people didn't. I would see into the past and the future. I would have access to old wisdom, hidden answers, all the questions I had ever carried. But there was a condition. Someday, when I was called upon, I would have to obey completely. And I said yes. Not because I wanted power. Not really. I was desperate. I would have agreed to almost anything if I thought it would let me sleep. But the moment I agreed, it laughed. That laugh still lives somewhere in me. It was huge and hollow, like it came from the bottom of a cavern. It felt humiliating, cruel, like I had been tricked. The brass music kept playing, and then the presence was gone. I never heard from it again. A couple of weeks later, my family got me to a psychiatrist. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and put on medication. Eventually, I slept. Little by little, the episode faded, but it left behind depression, shame, and side effects that made me feel like I'd traded one kind of suffering for another. The hardest part was realizing I couldn't fully trust my own mind. That broke something in me. I took time away from school, and during that period, I started using harder drugs because I wanted relief from myself. That became its own trap, and I've been fighting addiction ever since. Lately, I've come too close to not wanting to be here anymore. More than once, I tried to disappear through overdoses, and somehow, I survived. The last time, my mother drove me to the hospital in a panic. I can still see her face. That memory hurts more than I know how to say. But something has shifted in me now. I want to live. Not perfectly, not magically, but honestly. I want to stay alive for my family, and maybe, eventually, for myself too. But I feel like I need help that goes deeper than just willpower. For years, I believed that presence from my teenage years was the devil. Recently, I knew someone who was involved in occult beliefs, and when I told her the story, she said, "That wasn't the devil, that was someone else." I never got the chance to ask what she meant, and the words stayed with me. So I keep wondering, did I make some kind of pact with a dark force when I was young and unwell? Would reaching out to that presence help me heal, or would it pull me further under? In recovery, People talk about needing a higher power. Is that what I'm searching for? Or am I still trying to make meaning out of an illness that nearly destroyed me? Do I need spiritual cleansing? Do I need to make peace with whatever I encountered? Or do I need to accept that my mind was very sick, very frightened, and trying to survive the only way it knew how? I don't know the answer. I only know that I'm still here. And for the first time in a long time, I think I want that to mean something. I must have been about 5 years old when this happened, but I still remember the feeling of that morning so clearly. I was visiting my grandfather's farm in rural Nicaragua. His land sat high on a green hill, with thick trees all around and a narrow stream running far below. The whole place felt alive. You could hear birds, insects, water moving over stones, and the wind brushing through the leaves. That morning, my grandfather and a couple of my uncles were working in the vegetable field, gathering food to bring home later. I was nearby, just a little distance away, picking small fruit from a tree and keeping myself busy. At first, everything felt peaceful. Then, something hit the tree. It was a hard, sharp sound against the trunk. I remember stopping for a second, but I didn't think much of it. I was a child, so I figured maybe a branch had fallen or some fruit had dropped from higher up. A few minutes passed. Then, it happened again. This time, I looked down and saw a smooth river stone lying near the tree. That confused me right away. The stream was all the way at the bottom of the hill. Those stones belonged down there, not up beside me. And when I looked around, there was nobody nearby. That was when the whole feeling of the place changed. One moment, I was just a little girl picking fruit. The next, I felt like something was watching me. I remember the hair on my arms rising. I looked toward the vegetable rows, then toward the trees, trying to see who was there. But I couldn't see anyone. Then I heard laughter. Not loud laughter, more like small, hidden laughter. After that, I heard what sounded like whispering or mumbling coming from the fields. I couldn't understand the words, but I knew I was hearing voices. Then another stone came flying out from that direction. It hit the ground close to the base of the tree, much too close to me. That was enough. I started crying. My grandfather heard me and came running. I tried to explain through tears what had happened, and what I remember most is that he didn't laugh at me. He didn't tell me I was imagining things. He didn't go searching for neighborhood children or accuse anyone of playing a trick. He just called my uncles over and said, we were leaving. Just like that, the harvesting stopped. They gathered the things they had already picked up the stones too, and we all went back home much earlier than planned. When we got there, my grandmother was surprised to see us return so soon. After they told her what happened, she seemed to understand immediately. She said, it was the duendes. Growing up, I learned that duendes were part of the stories people told in that region. Small, hidden beings, living in forests, farms, hills, and lonely places. Some people said they laughed from places you couldn't see. Some said they threw stones. Some said they were drawn to children and tried to lure them away. My grandmother looked at me and asked, did you see them? And honestly, no. I don't remember seeing anything, but I remember the stones. I remember the laughter. I remember those voices coming from an empty field. And I remember the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. Even now, I don't know what really happened on that hillside. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was my imagination turning fear into something bigger. Or maybe The old stories were trying to warn us about something people had been encountering for generations. All I know is that after that day, I became fascinated by duendes, gnomes, and all the hidden little beings people say live close to nature. And sometimes, I wonder if that fascination started because, for one strange moment when I was 5 years old, something hidden noticed me first. I'll be honest with you. This feels so far outside anything I would normally talk about that I almost didn't want to say it out loud. I'm nervous it's going to make me sound ridiculous, but I need to tell someone because I'm scared and I don't really know what else to do. My husband and I have lived in this house for about 7 years now. Nothing strange ever happened here before. Nothing I couldn't explain anyway. For the past 9 months or so, I've been sleeping in the spare room because my husband snores so loudly that I just can't get decent sleep beside him anymore. It wasn't a dramatic thing. We're fine. I just needed rest. Then, about a month ago, I had this awful dream. And calling it a dream almost feels too small. It felt like something was trying to pull me out of my own body. Not just wake me up, not just scare me, but actually drag out whatever part of me makes me myself. I remember fighting so hard to stay where I was, like I was clinging to my own skin. When I finally woke up, I was shaking, but I told myself it was just a nightmare. The next night, it started. I woke up to the feeling of something crawling on top of the blanket, starting near my feet and moving fast toward my face. It felt small, maybe the size and weight of a young cat, with little feet pressing into the covers. Every time it happened, I'd panic and throw the blankets off, and every time, there was nothing there. I looked it up and found something called hypnopompic hallucinations, where your mind can still be half dreaming as you wake up. That made me feel better for a little while. I could handle that. A brain glitch is scary, but at least it has a name. But then one night, I was sleeping on my stomach, and something heavy pressed down on the middle of my back. I heard the mattress shift under the weight. I couldn't move. I couldn't yell. I just lay there frozen, waiting for it to stop. This past weekend, my husband was away visiting family, so I decided to sleep in our bedroom again because our bed is much more comfortable than the one in the spare room. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the door between our bedroom hallway and the utility room rattling hard. Not a little creak, not the house settling. It was shaking. I still tried to tell myself it was part of that same sleep thing. I kept repeating that to myself because, honestly, the alternative felt worse. But last night changed everything. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't even sleepy. I was sitting up in bed reading, just before midnight, wide awake. I don't drink. I don't use drugs. I hadn't even taken anything for a headache. And then, the utility room door started shaking again. I heard it. I saw it. I was fully awake. When my husband got home today, I asked him if he had ever noticed anything strange with that door. I expected him to laugh or tell me it was probably the air conditioner kicking on. Instead, he got quiet and said he wasn't sure what was causing it, but for the last few weeks, the door has been opening by itself in the middle of the night. That scared me more than anything, because now it doesn't feel like it's just in my head, or if I'm losing my mind, apparently my husband is coming along for the ride. I'm Christian, and I do believe there is good and evil in this world, but I've never gone looking for anything like this. I've never wanted to experience anything paranormal. I'm not interested in inviting anything in. I just want it to stop. We're putting cameras up near the utility room tonight to see if there's any normal explanation. A draft, loose hinges, pressure in the house, anything. I would honestly love for this to be boring. But right now, I'm afraid to go to sleep. I don't know whether I should take something to help me sleep, or whether that would make me feel even more vulnerable. I don't know if anyone else has ever felt something crawling over their covers, or heard a door shake when they were wide awake. I just know I'm scared, and I'm trying very hard to stay calm while also admitting that something is happening in this house, and I don't understand it. This happened when I was about 15, right near the tail end of summer, when the nights were still warm but starting to feel a little emptier. My friend Charlie was staying over at my house that weekend because my parents were away visiting family. Back then, I was completely obsessed with anything paranormal. Ghost stories, haunted places, weird noises in the dark, all of it. Charlie was the same way, so naturally, when we were left alone in the house, we decided we were going to go hunting for proof that something was out there. At some point that night, we downloaded one of those ghost detector apps. I think it was called something like Spirit Signal or Ghost Radar. It claimed it could pick up energy around you and translate it into words. Now, obviously, I know it was probably nonsense. But when you're 15, sitting in a quiet house at night with your equally curious friend, that kind of thing feels incredibly convincing. We messed around with it inside for a while, asking dumb questions and waiting for creepy words to pop up on the screen. Eventually, though, we decided the house wasn't scary enough, so we took it outside. Behind my house, a little ways past the yard, there was a patch of woods. Not a huge forest or anything, just enough trees and brush to feel dark and closed off once the sun went down. Over the years, my family had buried a few pets out there. One of them was my childhood golden retriever, Sydney. I said to Charlie, half joking, "We should see if we can talk to Sydney." At the time, we both laughed. Looking back now, I really wish we had just stayed inside. We walked across the yard and stopped near the edge of the trees. The air was still, and the only sounds were crickets and the occasional rustle somewhere far off in the brush. I remember holding my phone out in front of us, watching the screen glow in the dark. Then I called out, "Sydney, if you're here, give us a sign." Nothing happened. We waited for a moment, then tried again. Still nothing. For a few minutes we just stood there, two kids whispering into the woods like my old dog was somehow going to answer back. Finally, I said we should try one more time. So I took a breath and said, "Sydney, if you're here, give us a sign." And right after I said it, something slammed into the ground deep in the woods. I don't mean a branch fell. I mean something hit the earth hard enough that I felt it through my shoes. Before either of us could react, branches started snapping. Not just one or two. It sounded like a whole section of the woods was being torn through. Something was moving in our direction, and it was moving fast. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember deciding to run. One second we were standing there, and the next we were sprinting across the yard, like our bodies had made the decision before our brains could catch up. Charlie got to the door first, and I remember him fumbling with the lock while I kept expecting something to come crashing out of the dark behind us. When the door finally opened, we shoved our way inside, slammed it shut, and locked it. Then we just stood there in the house, breathing hard, listening. Neither of us wanted to say much. Neither of us wanted to look out the window. And neither of us even considered going back outside. At the time, we tried to explain it away. Maybe it was a person in the woods. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe some big animal had been startled and ran toward us by accident. But I've been around woods plenty of times. I know what deer sound like. I know what dogs sound like. I know what people sound like when they're moving through the brush. What we heard that night didn't feel like any of those things. Maybe there is some normal explanation for it. Maybe something fell, and the rest was just panic making everything seem worse. But all I know is this: something hit the ground hard enough for us to feel it, and whatever came tearing through those trees sounded like it was coming straight for us. Even now, Charlie and I still talk about it sometimes, and neither one of us has ever been able to explain what was in those woods that night. Please don't dismiss me when I tell you this. I know how it sounds, but I was in a good mental state, and I'd taken Molly before and after this without anything even close to this happening. This wasn't some story I made up. It happened to me, and it stayed with me. Last year, I was living and working as an intern at a small coastal research station on an island, way out in a quiet rural area. The whole place sat right by the ocean. There was a boat dock, a stretch of mangrove forest, and a wooden boardwalk that cut through the trees and led down to the beach. One night, I took Molly. At first, everything was fine. Honestly, the high itself was good. Nothing felt wrong or scary. Later, as I was coming down, I sat on a piece of driftwood near the beach with my headphones on, just listening to music and looking out at the water. Then, slowly, as I got more sober, strange things started showing up. At first, it was small things. I'd see something glowing far out over the sea. Then I started noticing beetles, these thick, heavy-looking beetles, passing near me. That was strange because I'd never really seen beetles like that by the beach there, but I tried not to make anything of it. Then it started happening more often. I'd see something, blink, and it would be gone. I'd turn my head, look back, and nothing would be there. I saw shapes out in the water. I saw eyes in the mangroves, staring from the dark. I saw glowing eyes in the sea that felt like they were getting closer and closer. Then I saw an old woman sitting right next to me on the log. She looked so real. Not vague, not dreamlike. Real. She was maybe a foot away from me. That was the moment something inside me said, "Leave." So I got up and started walking back to the dorms. It was about a 7-minute walk through the boardwalk. I was terrified, but I made a decision not to react to anything. I didn't want to panic. I didn't want to give anything a reason to come closer. Usually, people at the lab walked that boardwalk at night without lights. It was sort of a tradition there, letting the moonlight guide you. And that night, the moon was full. But as I walked, shadowy human shapes kept appearing in front of me. They weren't running at me. They weren't touching me. They were just there, looking at me. They didn't have faces. No eyes. Just these half-transparent silhouettes. And every time they appeared and vanished, they felt closer. There were glowing eyes in the mangrove trees too, watching from both sides of the path. That's when I turned on the flashlight on my phone. I didn't want to walk through those shapes. I kept my eyes locked on the light and refused to look into the dark anymore. Eventually, I made it back to the buildings, and once I was near the lab again, I felt calmer. Safer. I knew I wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, so I decided to talk with a couple of friends and act normal. I didn't want to seem like I was losing it. We sat near the boat dock where there was some light, and I looked out over the water while I talked. That's when it got worse. I started seeing things coming from the sea. Not sea creatures, more like ghosts, ghouls, monsters. They stayed far away at first, but they were there. I saw something decayed and four-legged crawling over rocks. I saw what looked like a rotting horse with a rider on it rising up into the sky. I kept seeing beetles too, again and again. Then the vision started appearing closer. I saw a pale, ghostly hand resting over mine, or over my friend's hand. I saw a white, mask-like face covering my friend's face, so I couldn't see her eyes or her mouth moving while she talked. Things kept appearing right in front of me, or just off to the side. where I could still sense them in the corner of my eye. I didn't react. I just kept talking, but I was aware of everything. The strangest part was that it felt tied to the sea. The closer I was to the water, the more intense it became. When I was indoors in bright rooms, I didn't see anything. But if there was a shadow, under a bed or in a dark corner, I'd see eyes, hands, beetles, or something moving there. This went on for maybe 2 or 3 hours before I finally managed to sleep. When I've talked to other people who've taken Molly, they've told me they've had bad trips before. But nobody has described ghosts and ghouls like that. When I tried asking AI about it, it just said it was temporary psychosis from the Molly. Maybe that's what people want to call it. But deep down, it didn't feel random to me. It felt connected to that ocean and that forest. I still think about the old woman who appeared beside me. Part of me wonders if she was my grandmother, someone I never got to meet, warning me to leave. Or maybe she was just another spirit there. I don't know. What I do know is that I felt, in my soul, that if I hadn't left the beach when I did, something might have happened. That beach was isolated, far from people, and those things felt like they were moving toward me from the sea and the mangroves. At the dock, they were still there, but they didn't really approach the same way. They appeared nearby, covered faces, touched hands, tried to get some kind of reaction from me. But the truly terrifying things stayed far out at sea. This happened months ago, back in September, and it genuinely traumatized me. Since then, I've been afraid of the dark in a way I wasn't before. I haven't experienced anything like it again, and honestly, I'm too scared of the occult to go digging for answers. I feel like if you go looking for certain things, those things might look back and find you. So I'm okay not knowing. I just wanted to finally say it out loud, because I've been keeping it to myself for a long time. And yes, I stopped taking Molly after that. Hey there, I want to share with you a story about a place that's been both a landmark and a source of mystery in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Capital City Theater. Now, back in 2006, a guy named Dan Murphy became a police officer there, working as a protective service officer. Basically, he was responsible for the physical security of county facilities, and his very first post was right inside this historic theater. This place had been standing tall since the early 1900s, a real cornerstone of the city's culture and history. When Dan showed up for his first day, he met his partner, Morgan Matthews. Morgan was the kind of guy who seemed all business, very serious, no nonsense, definitely not the type to joke around much. The first thing Morgan did was take him to the theater's control room on the first floor. Imagine a small room filled with monitors showing camera feeds from all over the theater. But the cameras were pretty old, and they only worked well if there was plenty of light. And since the theater's lights were almost always off at night, the cameras were basically useless after dark. Morgan then led Dan down to the basement, and man, the size of that basement was staggering. It stretched out beneath the theater like a shadowy labyrinth. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, and Dan felt a chill creep up his spine just standing there. The silence was so heavy, and the shadows seemed to dance just beyond the edges of his vision. Honestly, it freaked him out so much that when they finished the basement tour, he practically sprinted out of there. After that, they toured the second and third floors, each filled with old rooms and echoes of performances past. Once the tour wrapped up, Morgan explained the inspection rounds they had to do twice daily, once before dawn and again after dusk. Their job was to walk through every room, making sure the doors were locked and the lights turned off. After finishing the rounds, they'd head back to the control room and spend the rest of their shift there. Dan was hopeful that he'd get to know Morgan better during those nights, but Morgan kept conversations short and seemed disinterested in chatting. It was like he wanted to keep to himself, and Dan respected that, but it made the nights feel a little lonelier. Now, the first strange thing happened on Dan's third night, when he went on the inspection rounds alone. After checking most of the rooms, he came to the rehearsal room on the third floor. This room was odd. It had no door, just an open entrance. As he peeked inside to make sure no one was there, he suddenly heard a door slam shut somewhere across the hallway. His heart jumped. He grabbed his pistol, thinking maybe there was an intruder. He radioed Morgan, asking him to check the third-floor cameras. Morgan did, but the feeds showed nothing. Still, the concern in Dan's voice was enough for Morgan to come up and check things out himself. As Dan stood near the door that had slammed, he noticed the hinge was hydraulic, meaning it should close slowly and quietly on its own, not slam shut. The more he thought about it, the more unnerved he became. Morgan arrived, and together they searched the bathroom behind that door. Not a single soul was inside. They figured maybe someone had run out and slammed the door on their way, so they started checking the other areas, guns drawn. As they made their way down the stairs, Dan suddenly noticed something strange. The lights were on in a room on the second floor, and doors that he'd closed earlier were wide open. This didn't make sense. They were positive they'd locked everything up tightly. They checked the entire theater 3 times over, but no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no sounds, nothing. It was as if the place was playing tricks on them. A few days later, Morgan found himself alone during his shift. While sitting in the control room, he suddenly heard faint whispers drifting from the hallway behind him. Memories of the earlier weirdness flooded back. He grabbed his pistol and cautiously stepped toward the sound, the whispers retreating just out of reach with every careful step. His heart pounded as he followed the whispers down to the basement stairs, where the voices stopped, replaced by a soft cough echoing from below. Convinced there was someone down there, Morgan descended with his gun raised, checking every dark corner of the vast basement. But just like before, the shadows held no one. Then, as he turned back toward the stairs, he noticed a thin wisp of smoke slipping out from beneath a door next to him. Panic surged through him. He threw open the door and flipped on the lights, but inside was nothing unusual. No fire, no smoke source. The scent of smoke faded as quickly as it had come. He searched every basement room again and again, but the mystery remained. One evening, Dan arrived early for his shift and overheard a conversation between some theater employees about ghosts haunting the place. Intrigued, he talked with a man named Carl, an accountant who worked late nights up on the third floor. Carl shared his own chilling experience from his last shift. Carl was alone, diligently working when he heard the elevator start up. Looking out from his cabin window, he saw it descend to the basement and return empty. He thought maybe maintenance was underway and went back to work. But then the elevator alarm sounded again, and this time, the doors didn't close all the way, as if someone was blocking them. Curious, Carl stepped inside. The doors shut on their own, and the elevator began its descent. When it reached the basement, he stepped out and called out, "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered him. Nervous, he hurried back to his cabin. Then, a loud banging erupted from the hallway. Peeking out, Carl saw something that froze him solid. All the drawers of a file cabinet at the end of the hall were pulled out, then slammed shut one after another, as if an invisible hand was at work. Terrified, Carl fled the theater, leaving his belongings behind. As these strange events piled up, Dan decided to bring a friend for a tour, hoping to get a fresh perspective. Morgan agreed, and Dan invited his buddy Greg. The next day, the 3 explored the theater, starting in the grand auditorium, then moving to the basement. As they walked down the basement hallway, Dan noticed a door slightly ajar on their left. Immediately, Dan and Morgan drew their pistols and crept toward it, Greg following closely behind. Just as they were about to step inside, the door slammed shut in their faces. Then, the handle rattled violently, as though someone was trying to get out. After a tense moment, Dan and Morgan forced the door open, and Greg, too afraid to stay alone, stepped inside. Suddenly, Greg gasped and pointed to a dark corner, insisting someone was sitting there. Dan and Morgan whipped their heads around, but the corner was empty. Fear overwhelmed them all, and they bolted out of the basement as fast as their legs could carry them. Once outside, Greg decided he'd had enough and left the theater for good. After persistent requests, the police department finally upgraded the theater's cameras to models equipped with infrared night vision. Morgan was assigned the very first shift to test the new system. While monitoring the feed in the control room, he spotted a man sitting alone in the main auditorium. The figure slowly turned his head toward the camera, locking eyes with Morgan in a piercing, chilling stare. Morgan felt as if the man was looking straight through the screen at him. Then, suddenly, the man levitated toward the ceiling and vanished into thin air. That terrifying sight was the last straw. Morgan requested a transfer the very next day. A few days after Morgan left, Dan found himself alone for a night shift. Following his rounds, he returned to the control room and began watching the cameras. Out of nowhere, he heard the soft, haunting notes of a piano playing. Knowing that the only piano was in the basement, he headed down cautiously, gun drawn. As he reached the basement stairs, the piano music continued, but the room was empty. Then, the piano lid slammed shut on its own. Startled, Dan bolted up the stairs, shaken to his core. The next day, like Morgan, he asked for a transfer. The theater remained unguarded for a while, until a seasoned officer named Josh Thomas was assigned. On his very first day, Josh heard voices coming from the basement. He descended to investigate, flipping on every light, but found no one. Heading to the third floor, Josh watched as the elevator suddenly moved on its own, descending to the basement and returning without anyone inside. Then, the doors opened, revealing an empty shaft. Convinced he wasn't alone, Josh called for backup. Dan, nearby, heard the call and rushed in to help. When Dan arrived, Josh's face was pale and shaken. Together, they cleared the theater, checking every room except the main auditorium. Before leaving, they decided to check the auditorium. Standing on the stage, Dan had his back to the seats, while Josh faced him. Suddenly, Josh stammered and froze, eyes wide with fear, staring over Dan's shoulder. Dan turned slowly to see a man standing in a corner, facing the wall, head bowed, hood covering his face. Then, abruptly, the man turned to face them, his eyes sunken and hollow, his face horribly burnt. In a flash, he vanished through the backstage door right before their eyes. Determined to understand, Dan dug into the theater's history and uncovered a tragic event: a fire in the 1940s that had consumed much of the building. During that fire, a man had been trapped in the basement and perished in the flames. The theater held its secrets, its shadows, and its restless spirits, forever haunting the capital city theater, a place where the past and present collide in whispers and shadows. Hey there, I want to share a chilling tale with you, one that unfolds deep in the heart of the Sierra Madre Oriental, a rugged mountain range stretching from southern Texas down through northwest Mexico. It's a story about fear, darkness, and a young boy named Sebastian Guerrero, who unknowingly stumbled upon something truly terrifying one night back in May 1963. So, picture this. Sebastian, just 14 years old, lives in a tiny, isolated village surrounded by these ancient caves. The villagers are mostly poor farmers, many of them illiterate, living a simple life. And there's this local legend about treasure hidden in those caves. Like any curious kid, Sebastian often explores these caves, hoping to uncover something valuable. On this particular night, Sebastian leaves his home under the cover of darkness and starts his usual trek up the mountain. As he walks, a strange light flickers from a distant cave entrance to his right. That alone would have made anyone curious, right? These caves were never visited at night before. Intrigued, Sebastian quickens his pace, heading toward that glowing cave. The closer he gets, the more unsettling the sounds become. At first, a strange noise, like laughter or screams, echo through the air. His heart pounds, but curiosity pushes him forward. Then, about 200 feet from the cave, he hears a chorus, people singing and chanting together. But then, piercing through that harmony, a scream of agony cuts through the night. Sebastian's breath catches in his throat. He cautiously slips into the cave entrance, seeking shelter behind a large rock peeking inside. What he witnesses inside shakes him to his core, something so horrifying that he bolts away as fast as his legs can carry him. But as he runs, there's this chilling feeling, like something is trailing him, lurking just beyond his sight. Instead of heading back to his village, Sebastian races toward a police station nearly 10 miles away, desperate for help. Bursting through the doors, he's frantic, almost inconsolable. The officers, caught off guard by the boy's state, calm him down and listen as he recounts his terrifying experience. Sebastian tells them he saw a vampire. Yes, a vampire, inside the cave, surrounded by a group of people. Now, the police were serious men, but hearing this made them sigh, brushing it off as a nightmare or a child's imagination. They took him back home, hoping he'd forget it. But Sebastian couldn't shake the memories. The next day, haunted and disturbed, he returned to the police station, begging them to investigate. Again, they dismissed him, but one officer, Luis Martinez, finally agreed to accompany Sebastian to the cave. They set out together, but as the hours slipped by, Luis didn't return. No radio contact, no sign of either of them. By evening, the police grew anxious and went to Sebastian's village, hoping he had come home. But he was nowhere to be found. It became clear this was no ordinary disappearance. Lacking resources, the police called in the Mexican military. Together, they headed toward that cave, steeling themselves for what they might find. But to truly understand what awaited them, we have to rewind a bit to December 1962, several months before Sebastian's ordeal. Enter Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, two cunning brothers and scammers with a wicked plan. They arrived at a tiny village called Yerba Buena, perched just beneath those caves. This village was home to only about 20 families, all poor and uneducated. The Hernandez brothers claimed they were prophets of an exiled Incan god, promising that obedience to their commands would bring wealth and prosperity. Their charm was potent, and the villagers, desperate and hopeful, believed them, falling under their spell. The villagers became obedient servants, giving everything to the brothers, who exploited them mercilessly. But after a few months, frustration grew. Instead of prosperity, the villagers' fortunes dwindled. Their treatment worsened, and whispers of doubt began to spread. Were these men truly prophets? The brothers, sensing their scheme muraling, sought a way to regain control. They traveled to a nearby city and found Magdalena Solis, a woman working as a prostitute. They proposed a plan. Magdalena would pose as a genuine Incan goddess to revive the villagers' faith. Magdalena agreed, lured by the promise of money. Hidden away in one of the caves, dressed in elaborate Incan garb, she waited. Then, the brothers gathered the villagers, telling them of a special ceremony inside the cave. Inside the cave, amid smoke and shadows, Magdalena emerged, declaring herself a goddess with a terrifying proclamation. She would kill anyone who disobeyed her. The villagers, overwhelmed and frightened, believed her, their faith rekindled. But something changed in Magdalena. For the first time, she tasted power and respect, and she embraced it fully. No longer content to play a role, she seized absolute control over the village, surpassing even the Hernandez brothers. Her rule was cruel. She inflicted physical, mental, and sexual abuse upon the villagers. Dark desires surfaced. She developed sadomasochistic and disturbing tendencies, using the villagers to fulfill her twisted fetishes. One of her most horrifying beliefs was that to remain a goddess, she needed to drink blood. At first, the villagers slaughtered their livestock, offering their blood to her. But soon, this was not enough. In April, 2 villagers attempted to escape this nightmare. The brothers informed Magdalena, who called the villagers to the cave under the guise of another ceremony. Once gathered, she pointed out the escapees and ordered their execution. The villagers, terrified, obeyed and beat the 2 to death. Magdalena dragged their bodies to a spiked pike in the cave, then, with a chalice in hand, pressed it to their wounds, filling it with their blood, and drank. From that moment, human blood became her dark sustenance. The rituals grew more grotesque. She demanded sacrifices, having victims tied up, their hearts cut out while still alive, their blood drunk to fuel her supposed divinity. This was the horrifying scene Sebastian had witnessed. The next day, when he and Officer Luis ventured into the cave, they faced the same brutal fate. Hearts carved out, their blood consumed by Magdalena. When the military and police finally stormed the village and cave, they were met with violent resistance. A fierce shootout ensued, leaving many villagers and the Hernandez brothers dead. Inside the cave, they found the mutilated bodies of Sebastian and Luis, a grim testament to the horrors that had taken place. Magdalena and her brother were eventually found hiding in a hut, arrested, and later sentenced to 50 years in prison. It's a haunting story, isn't it? Of innocence lost, of dark power, and the terrifying lengths people will go in the name of control and belief. The echoes of those screams, the shadows in the caves, they linger still, a chilling reminder of what truly happened in Yerba Buena. Hey there. I want to share with you a story that's as chilling as it is tragic, about a man named Michael Taylor. Not Taylor, but Taylor, and the series of events that shattered his once joyful life. It's a story from the spring of 1974, in a small town called Ossett in West Yorkshire, England. So, settle in, because this isn't just any story. It's one that digs deep into fear, faith, and the unknown. Michael was 34 years old, a man full of life and laughter. He lived with his wife Christine and their 5 lively children. Neighbors often spoke warmly of Michael's infectious humor. You could hear his laughter echoing through the streets as he greeted everyone with a joke or a friendly smile. Life was good for the Taylors, full of love and happiness. That is, until April of that year, when everything began to change. One ordinary day, Michael was fixing some broken tiles on the roof of their home. He was standing on a ladder, the sun warm on his back, birds singing softly nearby. Suddenly, he lost his footing and slipped, tumbling to the ground and injuring his back. It wasn't a severe injury in terms of physical damage, but it left him with chronic pain that gnawed at him every single day. As weeks turned into months, this pain began to erode Michael's spirit. The once cheerful man grew quiet, then irritable, and finally, deeply depressed. His family noticed the change immediately. Christine struggled to reach him, and the children learned to tread lightly around their father's sour moods. The house that once rang with laughter now felt heavy with silence and worry. Now, the Taylor family wasn't particularly religious, but their neighbors were. Many attended a local group called the Christian Fellowship, a welcoming community led by a young woman named Mary Robinson, not Marie, but Mary, a 21-year-old with a warm smile and a calm presence that seemed to light up the room. Some neighbors, concerned for Michael, encouraged him to visit this group, hoping that faith might bring him relief. On September 12th, Michael decided to give it a try. From the moment he entered that small hall where the group met, something shifted inside him. Mary's kindness and the collective prayers seemed to ease his pain, and for the first time in months, Michael smiled genuinely. He started attending regularly, finding comfort not just in the prayers, but in the companionship. Over time, he and Mary developed a close bond, one that sparked whispers among the town's residents. People began to speculate, some saying there was more than friendship between them. These rumors eventually reached Christine, who was already struggling with her husband's strange behavior and withdrawal. One tense evening, while Michael was praying with the fellowship, Christine burst into the room, her voice trembling but fierce. She demanded that Michael confess if he was having an affair with Mary. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. Michael, his back turned to Christine, slowly turned his head, not toward his wife, but toward Mary. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Mary let out a terrified scream. She claimed that Michael's eyes were no longer human. The group watched in horror as Michael began speaking in a language none recognized, hurling words that seemed to come from somewhere dark and ancient. Suddenly, he lunged at Mary, his movements wild and violent. The group had to restrain him, holding him down as they prayed fervently for what felt like an eternity, close to an hour, before Michael finally collapsed, unconscious. When he woke, he was himself again, confused and frightened by the chaos. Mary, convinced that Michael was possessed, urged the family to seek help from the Anglican Church. Soon, 2 priests, Raymond and Peter, arrived to perform an exorcism. They worked tirelessly, chanting and praying throughout the day, and by evening, they declared that they had expelled 37 of 40 demons they believed were inside Michael. Exhausted, Michael returned home with Christine, hopeful that the nightmare was ending. But it wasn't over. Hours later, a neighbor heard unsettling noises outside her house. Strange, guttural sounds mingled with eerie laughter. Peeking through her curtains, she saw Michael, naked and drenched in blood, wandering the streets, shouting praises to Satan. The sight froze her in terror, and she called the police immediately. When officers arrived, they found Michael curled up near the neighbor's doorstep, giggling like a child, incoherent and bewildered. As they questioned him, he suddenly snapped back to reality, looking around with confusion. The police, now aware of who he was, cautiously approached his home. But what they encountered inside was beyond comprehension. In a horrifying trance, Michael had attacked Christine. He pinned her down with a ferocity that defied belief, gouging out her eyes and tearing out her tongue with his bare hands. The violence escalated as he ripped her face off, hurling it across the room. As Christine took her final, agonizing breaths, Michael smeared her blood over his body, seemingly enthralled by the horrific scene he had created. The crime shocked the entire community. Michael was arrested and later found not guilty by reason of insanity. He spent 4 years in psychiatric care before returning to society. Was he truly possessed by demons, or was he a man consumed by darkness within? That question lingers, haunting those who remember the tragedy. So, that's the story of Michael Taylor, a tale of a family torn apart by pain, fear, and something unexplainable. It's a story that reminds us how fragile the line between light and darkness can be, and how sometimes even the brightest smiles can hide the deepest shadows. So this happened a few years back, when I was a little younger and probably way too deep into Minecraft horror videos for my own good. I lived with my parents and my younger sister in this older house. Not falling apart or anything, but the kind of house that creaks when it settles and makes you wonder whether that sound came from the pipes, the floorboards, or something you really do not want to think about. Back then, I was obsessed with Minecraft creepypastas, Herobrine especially. I watched those videos almost every night, so when the first strange thing happened, I honestly thought my brain was just playing tricks on me. It was around 10:45 at night. I was in my room playing Minecraft with my headphones on completely focused, when I heard someone quietly say my name. Not in the game, not through my headset. It sounded like it came from right behind me. I spun around so fast, expecting to see my dad standing there, but my room was empty. I checked the hallway, and everyone was downstairs watching TV. So I told myself I was tired, shook it off, and went back to playing. A few nights later, I woke up sometime after 3 in the morning because my room felt freezing. Not just a little cold. It felt like the temperature had dropped all at once. I looked toward my doorway, and there was someone standing there. At first, I thought it was my dad checking on me, but then I saw the eyes. They were completely white. No pupils, no shine from the hallway light. Just flat, pale white eyes staring into my room. The figure stood there for a few seconds without moving, then slowly stepped backward into the dark hallway. I jumped out of bed and turned on every light I could reach. When I looked outside my room, there was nothing there. The next morning, I told my family. My dad laughed a little and said I had been watching too many scary videos. My mom figured I had been half asleep, and honestly, I almost believed them. Until my sister came into my room a few days later looking scared in a way I had never really seen from her before. Before I could ask what was wrong, she said, "Why were you standing outside my room last night?" I told her I was not. She said she woke up around 2 in the morning and saw someone in the hallway, just standing there and looking into her room. She thought it was me because it was about my height. Then she said, "But its eyes were white." That made my stomach drop because I had never told her about the eyes. After that, my parents stopped laughing about it. A few nights later, my mom woke all of us up. She looked pale and genuinely shaken. She said she had gone to the bathroom and saw a figure standing at the end of the upstairs hallway. White eyes, human shape, just standing there. My dad checked every room in the house. When he came back, he looked different too. He said that when he reached the hallway, he thought he saw someone slip around the corner, but when he followed, nobody was there. Then came the part that still bothers me the most. One weekend, we were all downstairs watching TV. My sister suddenly looked toward the stairs and asked, "Did one of you call me?" None of us had. A few seconds later, I heard it too. A voice from upstairs quietly said my name. It was soft, like someone trying to get my attention without waking the whole house. And the worst part was that it sounded familiar, almost like someone in my family, but not quite right. It was close enough to sound human, but wrong enough that every hair on my arm stood up. My parents heard it too. My dad ran upstairs thinking someone had gotten inside the house, but there was nobody there. No open windows, no doors unlocked, nothing. After that, things kept happening for months. We would hear our names being called from empty rooms. Sometimes it sounded like my mom. Sometimes it sounded like my sister. One night, I clearly heard my dad call me from downstairs, so I went into the living room and found him asleep on the couch. Another time, my mom came into my room annoyed because she thought I had been calling her over and over from upstairs. I had not left my room all evening. At first, I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe it was the house. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I had watched too many Herobrine videos, and my imagination had grabbed onto the white eyes and turned them into something bigger. But the problem is, I was not the only one seeing it. My sister saw it. My mom saw it. My dad heard it. We all heard the voices. And we did not have Wi-Fi cameras or smart speakers all over the house. Our phones were running Lineage OS. We only had one speaker in the living room connected to the TV, and the Wi-Fi was usually turned off at the box when nobody needed it. So, I do not know what it was. A few months ago, I came across stories about things people call mimics, the voice copying, the name calling, the way they sound like someone you know, the human-shaped figure watching from a distance. I am not saying that is definitely what was in our house, but it is the closest thing I have found to what we experienced. The sightings eventually stopped. The voices did not. Every now and then, when I am home alone, I still hear someone quietly say my name from another room. It always sounds familiar. It always sounds like someone I know. And every time I check, the room is empty. I want to tell you this gently, because even now, after all these years, some of it still sits heavy in my chest. This started back in late 2014, after my brothers, my sister, my mom and I left a really difficult situation with my father. We were already carrying a lot, more than kids should have to carry. For a while, we stayed in a shelter, and then, near the beginning of December, we finally moved into a house of our own. That first night, it was just me and my brothers there. We brought boxes upstairs and stacked them in one of the bedrooms, waiting for the furniture to arrive before unpacking. I remember checking the stack carefully. I made sure it looked steady. Later, we went down to look at the basement. It was the first house we'd ever lived in that had one, so of course, we were curious. Near the furnace, melted into the concrete, there was this dark red symbol. It looked like a 6-pointed star inside a circle, almost like wax that had hardened into the floor. At the time, I didn't know what it was. Years later, I learned it looked like a seal of Solomon. That night, we made a bed out of blankets in the living room and watched movies until we fell asleep. But I kept waking up to the sound of someone running up the basement stairs. Fast, heavy footsteps. Then they would stop right at the basement door. I told myself it was just the house settling. Then I heard loud crashes upstairs, coming from the room where we had stacked the boxes. It sounded like something heavy being thrown. In the morning, the boxes weren't stacked anymore. They were scattered everywhere, some tipped over, some pushed into different corners of the room. I didn't tell anyone. I think I wanted so badly for the house to feel safe that I just swallowed it. After that, I started waking up in the middle of the night because of this freezing touch on my back. I sleep on my stomach, and I would feel cold fingers drag slowly down my spine. Not a draft, not a blanket. Fingers. The cold would stay on my skin even after I sat up. It happened more than once. The third time, I left my room and asked one of my siblings to sleep beside me. I noticed it never happened when someone else was there. In 2015, I was in high school and dating my first girlfriend. She kept telling me she heard growling in my room when I left her alone. At first, I didn't believe her. Then one day, we were sitting quietly, and I heard it too. It sounded like a dog growling beside my bed. Low, rough, angry. I looked at her, and her face said everything. She wasn't relieved to be believed. She was terrified. After that came the shadows. I would wake up in the morning and see what looked like a tall man leaving my bedroom. Not walking exactly, more like the darkness in the room was being pulled out through the doorway. Around that time, my mom spoke with a neighbor who casually mentioned that strange things happened in the area. She said people had seen something like a dark cloud moving through houses. By 2016, the rest of my family started seeing things too. One day, my mom and sister were baking in the kitchen when my sister suddenly froze. Her eyes followed something across the room. When I looked, I saw the perfect outline of a person on the bathroom door across the hall, even though the door was lit up. Then things became physical. Objects started flying across rooms. One night, while my mom was putting the younger kids to bed, a toy car flew from the closet shelf and shot across the room. It didn't fall. It launched. Another time, my aunt was doing laundry in the basement when a framed photo flew off the windowsill toward her and shattered. She was shaken badly. She kept saying there was no way it could have moved like that on its own. That same year, a classmate came to our door and said he used to live in the house. My mom let him come in and look around. He smiled and asked if anything creepy had happened to us. When I asked what he meant, he just said, "Never mind," and left. By 2017, things had taken a darker turn. One morning in March, I was sitting in the basement listening to music before school. It was a little after 7. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow on the concrete wall. When I looked directly at it, it looked like a person hanging by the neck. I tried to explain it away. There was a punching bag nearby, but the shape didn't match. There was no reason for it to look like a human body. Later that morning, my mom told me my younger cousin had died. He had taken his own life. The time of death was around 7. That moment still haunts me in a way I don't really have language for. By 2018, the shadows changed. They stopped simply standing in doorways. They started appearing in places that didn't make sense. A head would peek down from the upper corner of a doorway. A figure would seem to lean out from behind furniture that was flush against the wall. Shapes would appear where no body could possibly fit. That was also when the nightmares and sleep paralysis started getting worse for all of us. My brother Connor would feel hands grabbing at him from beneath the bed, like something was trying to pull him down through the mattress. My brother Leo would see a black figure with horns and goat-like legs blocking the light in his room. Leo became fixated on it for a while. He kept drawing the same figure over and over. Eventually, I destroyed the drawings, and he stopped. Around then, I started waking up to the sound of someone breathing in my room. A slow exhale. Close enough that I would hold my own breath just to make sure it wasn't me. That still happens sometimes. In 2019, my mom and I both began having dreams that felt like warnings. She came to me crying once because she believed her brother was going to die. A few months later, he was diagnosed with aggressive pancreatic cancer, and he passed not long after. I had my own dreams too, but some of them are hard to talk about because they sound impossible, even to me. In early 2020, we had the house blessed by a pastor. For a while, things seemed to calm down. Then, for reasons I still regret, I started reading about demonology. I think after years of fear, I had become numb in a strange way. I read things I wish I hadn't. Around that time, I began hearing a loud clicking sound in the house, almost like someone clicking their tongue. It only happened when I was alone, or when no one else was close enough to hear it. In 2021, something happened while I was on the phone with a friend during a really emotional moment. I heard a hissing sound building beside my ear. Then my ear burned. I ran to the mirror and it was red, hot, and inflamed. That was when it felt like whatever was in the house had crossed another line. Later, I became friends with an Ojibwe medicine woman and invited her over. She wasn't there long before she told me she felt another presence in the home. She described it as angry, jealous, cruel, and full of hatred. The strange part was that she led me to the exact places in the house where we always felt watched. She gave me cedar to hang above my door and smudged the house. It helped for a while. I asked her if we had somehow brought this on ourselves, and she told me no. She said whatever was there had been there for a long time, probably long before us. In 2022, I had a friend over. We were drinking, and I went to the kitchen to get soda. That's when I saw the outline of a man standing in the kitchen curtains. He was facing into the room. I could see the shape of his legs and feet through the fabric. I told my friend, half joking because I didn't know what else to do, "The ghost is downstairs if you want to see it." He laughed, but he went to look. When he came back, his face had gone pale. He said a head-shaped shadow leaned out from behind the wall and looked straight at him. After that, the figure appeared behind those curtains often. Sometimes the curtain would still hold the shape of a body after the figure was gone, like fabric remembering something it shouldn't. That year, I also had a terrible feeling about someone I cared about, a woman I really liked. The last time I saw her, I had this sudden, sick certainty that she was going to die. 3 weeks later, she overdosed. I still think about whether I could have done something. That question is a room I keep walking back into, even when I know there's no answer waiting there. Around the same time, Connor told me he'd been dreaming about a black smoke with an angry human face. He said it attacked him in dreams, especially when he tried to pray. He said it became furious whenever he got close to saying, "Amen." Then I started having the same dreams. They didn't feel like normal dreams. They felt like waking up inside an exact copy of the house. If something had been moved after I went to bed, I would see it that way in the dream before discovering it the next morning. In 2023, I had one of the worst dreams of my life. I dreamed Leo suffered a devastating head injury. I saw him crushed. I woke up crying because I was so grateful it wasn't real. Then, on August 1st, around 8 in the morning, Leo had an accident. A heavy weight crushed his skull. He had multiple fractures and was gone for a minute before they brought him back. He survived, thank God. But he said that while he was gone, Christ came to him and called him toward God. That became the beginning of his faith. Even though he's okay now, I still have flashbacks. I still feel dread hit me out of nowhere. What hurts most is that I dreamed it before it happened, and I couldn't stop it. Connor was deeply traumatized too. After that, he started crying and screaming in his sleep. Sometimes I stay awake just so I can wake him if a nightmare grabs hold of him. Then came 2024. In April, I got a serious infection and ended up hospitalized for a week. While I was there, I had a heart attack and nearly died. The next night, the man in the bed beside me was praying out loud, and I stayed awake listening. At some point, I fell asleep. By morning, he had passed away. After they wheeled his bed away, I woke up later that night, unable to move. Sleep paralysis again. To my right, where his bed had been, I saw the curtain pulled over the outline of a man. He looked like he was wearing a long coat and a hat. The shape of his face was turned toward me. I was so afraid I couldn't even think. I just froze there until everything went black. When I woke up, I saw that Connor had messaged me during the night, asking me to pray because he had a terrible feeling about me. I didn't tell him what happened until after I was discharged. I know how all of this sounds. I know some people will hear it and look for simple explanations, and honestly, I've tried to do that too. I've spent years trying to call things coincidence, stress, trauma, sleep paralysis, grief, old house noises, anything that might make it easier to carry. But after 10 years, it doesn't feel like one strange event. It feels like a pattern, and whether anyone believes me or not, I lived it. My family lived it. The fear was real. The grief was real. The things we saw, heard, dreamed, and felt changed us. That house never felt empty. Not really. It always felt like something was listening. I went camping with two close friends of mine, who I'll call Jonah and Andrew. We headed up to Wall Lake in the Uintas. It's not a long hike from the parking lot, maybe a mile and a half or so, but far enough that once you're out there, you really feel tucked away from everything. When we got to the lake, we walked around a bit, and ended up choosing a quieter spot on the east side. It felt more private than the other areas, and at the time, that sounded perfect. The way we set up camp matters. I had my tent near a rocky drop-off, kind of right on the edge. Jonah hung his hammock maybe 20 or 30 yards east of me, and Andrew set up his tent farther off, probably 80 or 90 yards southeast. The day itself was honestly great. We fished, wandered around, joked with each other, and just enjoyed being out there. Nothing felt strange. Nothing felt wrong. By the time night came, we were worn out. We sat around the fire for a while, telling stories and talking the way you do when you're tired and the woods are quiet around you. Around 11 p.m., we finally decided to call it a night. I fell asleep pretty fast. Then, at about 1:40 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought I was still half dreaming because I could hear what sounded like a man talking nearby. Not far away either. It sounded like it was maybe 30 feet from my tent. But the longer I listened, the more I realized it wasn't real speech. It had the rhythm of talking, but there were no actual words, just murmuring, mumbling, nonsense sounds. And that's when I really woke up, because I knew there shouldn't have been anyone else out there. Earlier that evening, we had seen the only other group at the lake pack up and leave. As far as we knew, it was just the three of us. So I lay there completely still, barely breathing, waiting for something else to happen. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no branches moving, no voices, just silence. Eventually, I tried to convince myself it had been some weird dream bleeding into waking up. I was tired. I was in the woods. Maybe my brain was just filling in the blanks. I managed to fall asleep again. Then, about an hour later, I woke up to this deep, guttural call right beside my head. I mean, right beside me. It sounded like it was barely 2 feet from the wall of my tent. It made the sound in a pattern. 5 calls in a row. Then it stopped. A couple seconds later, I heard the same call from the direction of Andrew's tent. Then, only a few seconds after that, it came from Jonah's hammock. That was when fear really took over. Whatever this was, it was moving between us impossibly fast. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag, staring into the dark inside my tent, trying to make myself think clearly. But I couldn't. My mind just locked up. Then I heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps. They were coming toward my tent. I could hear rocks shifting under its weight, twigs snapping, dirt scraping. It walked right up to me and stopped. Right outside. And it just stood there. I remember lying there with tears in my eyes, too scared to move, too scared to make a sound. I kept thinking that if I stayed completely still, maybe it would leave me alone. But it didn't leave. From around 2:30 in the morning until a little after 5, it kept moving around our campsite. And it wasn't just walking, it was making those awful calls. It was screeching. It was mumbling like a person trying to speak through a mouth that didn't know how. At one point, it sounded like it hit or slapped the trees. Every so often, it let out this sharp, piercing cry that felt like it went straight through my chest. I spent the whole time praying the sun would come up. I was also sending satellite messages to my girlfriend throughout the night. Every time I used my phone, I hid under my sleeping bag so the light wouldn't show through the tent. When morning finally came, I still didn't move right away. It took me until about 7:30 to gather enough courage to unzip my tent and step outside. I went to Jonah first and asked him if I had lost my mind. Before I could even explain everything, he looked shaken and said, "It was standing over my hammock." He told me he couldn't see out clearly because he had pulled himself deep into his sleeping bag, but he was sure something had walked right up to him. He said he could feel it there, staring down at him. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. He told me it said his name. Not clearly the whole time, mostly mumbling. But once, he said, it whispered his name clearly enough that he knew what he heard. He also told me that around 3:30 in the morning, he had suddenly turned on his flashlight and scanned the area, but he didn't see anything. I remembered that moment. I remembered seeing the light flash through the trees, and right when it came on, I heard something sprint toward my tent. Andrew had a different experience. He said he had finished off the rest of his flask before bed and slept through most of it. He only woke up once because his air mattress had gone flat. He admitted he felt like he was being watched, but said he figured that was just part of sleeping in the woods. We didn't debate it. We didn't try to investigate. We packed up immediately and left. The trip was over. And honestly, I haven't slept right since. I keep having these sharp little flashbacks to that night. The footsteps, the voice, the way it moved between us, the feeling of something standing just outside my tent. I still don't know what scares me more. The fact that none of us ever saw what it looked like, or the fact that it somehow knew Jonah's name, because that means it may have been listening to us before we ever went to sleep. I keep hoping someone can explain it away. An animal, a person, some weird echo or sound carrying across the lake. Anything. But part of me has accepted that maybe there's something out there in those mountains. Something old and mean and waiting. And we were lucky it only wanted to scare us. So, my gran bought me this teddy from a charity shop when I was younger. I didn't think anything of it at first. It was just a teddy, right? But honestly, from the moment that thing came into the house, everything started feeling wrong. I'd leave it in my room, go downstairs for tea, or come back from school, and it wouldn't always be where I'd left it. At first, because I was a kid, I genuinely thought maybe toys could move when nobody was looking. I told my mom about it, and I remember her face changing. She tried to stay calm, but I could tell it unsettled her. Not long after that, I remember some priest coming round to the house. I think I was about 9 at the time, so I don't remember every detail because I ended up staying at my uncle's for a bit. But after that, things started going missing. I used to play games on my dad's old phone, and one day it just disappeared. I had this old Buzz Lightyear toy too, one of the older ones, and that vanished as well. He was always kept in my room, so I thought maybe my mom had sold him or thrown him out, but she swore she hadn't touched it. Then I started hearing things. Little taps on the walls, noises at night. Sometimes it sounded like stones or something were being thrown at my bedroom window. It was the sort of thing where you try to convince yourself it's nothing, but deep down, you know something feels off. When I was around 11, I got up to use the toilet really early in the morning, and I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. It was fast, just this shape slipping away before I could properly look at it. That scared me so badly that I didn't sleep in my own room for months. I stayed with my parents because I just couldn't face being in there alone. Eventually, I did go back to my room. I had bunk beds, and I slept on the top bunk, close to the ceiling. But then I started hearing footsteps above me in the loft. Sometimes it sounded like walking. Other times it sounded like running. I just lie there frozen, listening, too scared to move. Things at home got worse around that time too. My sister started going through some really difficult stuff, and there was a lot of violence and chaos in the house. I won't go into all of it, but it was a lot. And while that was happening, the activity seemed to get stronger. From around 12 to 14, I'd wake up with bruises and scratches I couldn't explain. Sometimes it felt like my hair was being pulled so hard I'd cry. It got to the point where I didn't feel safe in my own room anymore. On the last night before we moved out of that house, my mom said strange things happened in the kitchen. She was washing up, and the chairs apparently started moving. Cupboard doors opened by themselves, too. I was asleep when it happened, so I didn't see it, but she told me about it afterwards. When we moved into the house we're in now, things calmed down for a little while. For about a month, it actually felt peaceful. I thought maybe it was finally over. But then I started seeing shadowy figures. I'd catch them out of the corner of my eye, standing in places they shouldn't be. Around December, I was pushed down the stairs. I've been grabbed, scratched, and I've had marks on me that looked like a man's hand. Even my light started changing colors by itself, and it was an LED one, so you had to press buttons to change it. Now it's got to the point where I can't be alone in the house without feeling terrified. A few weeks ago, I came home from tutoring and went to the bathroom. While I was in there, I heard the kitchen cupboard open, then the sound of glasses crashing or flying out. Nobody was near the kitchen. And one of the scariest things was when my 2-year-old neighbor pointed toward the top of the stairs, absolutely terrified, and said, "It's looking at me. The man is looking at me." Everyone else was downstairs. I don't really know what to do anymore. This has been happening since I was about 9 or 10, and I'm 16 now. Similar things have happened to my siblings too, and my mom has had strange experiences since she was around my age, so I don't know if it's connected to the house, the family, or something else entirely. And as for the teddy my gran bought me, my younger sister cut it up years ago during one of her angry episodes. But even after it was gone, the strange things didn't stop. That's the part I still can't understand. I used to think university ghost stories were just little things students made up to frighten first years. You know the kind. Every campus has them. The room nobody wants to sleep in. The staircase people avoid after dark. The quiet road where footsteps follow you even when you are alone. The pond where someone is supposed to lean close and whisper right beside your ear. But when I began reading about the 7 mysteries of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, I felt something different. Not because I believed every single story. Honestly, many of them have no official record, no clear source, and no version that everyone agrees on. They have survived the way campus legends usually survive, passed from student to student, changed a little each time, softened in some places, sharpened in others. And maybe that is what makes them feel so real. The first mystery is the braided girl. People say that somewhere along a quiet path on campus, a girl with long braids appears late at night. She is probably the most famous legend connected to CUHK. So famous that she almost feels bigger than the list itself. Ask around and someone will always know a version. The second mystery is the phantom shuttle bus. According to the story, a music student named Kelvin once waited very late at University Station, hoping to catch the last bus back to New Asia College. Then, a bus arrived without making a sound. The driver wore an old uniform, the kind you would expect to see in an old photograph. Inside, almost every seat was taken. Kelvin got on, tired and grateful, but after a moment, he realized something was wrong. The last bus should have left already. As the bus moved through campus, the world outside began to change. New buildings turned into unfinished construction sites. Familiar roads looked older. Passengers stepped off at stops that should not have existed anymore. When the bus finally reached New Asia, Kelvin hurried out. But before he left, the driver called after him and said, "Some people rush to leave. Some rush to come back. And you, where are you trying to go?" Kelvin ran all the way to his dorm. They say he was sick for days afterward. Then there is the story of room 109 in Sisman Hall. The rumor says that in the late 1980s, an engineering student under terrible pressure built a timed electrical device inside his basement room. Later, his roommate found him dead. After that, people say the university changed the room numbers, hoping the story would disappear. But students still whisper that if you find one pale, reddish tile in the basement corridor, you are standing where that room used to be. That one does not feel like an ordinary ghost story to me. It feels more like a warning, a sad one, about pressure, loneliness, and what can happen when knowledge becomes a weapon against the person carrying it. The fourth mystery is the soup pot at Bethlehem Hall. There was once a girl upstairs and a boy downstairs who loved each other. This was before messages could be sent in a second, and dorm rules were stricter then. So at night, she would lower food from her window to his. Sometimes oxtail soup, sometimes red bean soup. Small warm things sent down through the dark. But after the boy did well in his studies, he left her behind. The story says she died heartbroken, and since then, students have claimed that around midnight, a soup pot can still be seen hanging outside the lower window, swaying quietly as if someone has just let go of the rope. The fifth mystery is the lotus pond at Chungchi. A girl was supposed to meet her boyfriend there at midnight, but he never came. Later, her friends told her he had been with someone else. After her death, the legend says people walking near the pond late at night may hear a cold voice close to their neck. Is it midnight yet? And if you answer yes, she pulls you into the water. The sixth is the curse of the university gate. Freshmen are warned not to walk through the center of the sculpture. People say doing so can bring failed romance, failed studies, or something even worse. One student supposedly took a photo there on his first day. After that, his relationship ended, his grades fell apart, and later, after his death, classmates found the same photo with strange, curse-like writing all over the back. The seventh mystery is almost funny, at least at first. It is the two-headed monster of Lover's Path. They say if you walk there alone after midnight, you might see a strange two-headed figure waiting in the dark. But another version says it is not a monster at all. It is just two lovers sitting very close together under dim light, their shadows blending into one strange shape. That last story changed how I understood all the others. Maybe these mysteries are not only about ghosts. Maybe they are about being young, about feelings too heavy to name, about confessions never spoken, about exams that felt like they could decide your whole life, about love that could not survive growing up, about rooms, ponds, paths, buses, and gates quietly holding all the emotions students had nowhere else to put. Universities are haunted because they are places in between. You arrive as one version of yourself, and you leave as another. And somewhere between those two people, something is always left behind. So if you ever walk through CUHK at night, past the Lotus Pond, Lover's Path, or a silent dorm corridor, maybe do not search too hard for ghosts. Just whisper, "Good night." Not to them, to the version of yourself that never made it out. I live up on the far north coast of Scotland now, where the sea has a way of sounding alive at night. Last Tuesday, just after 10:30, I decided to walk out and revisit an old wartime pillbox on the coast, not too far from the road between Thurso and Scrabster. I'd been there once before, back when I first moved to the area, but that had been during the day. This time, for whatever reason, I wanted to see it after dark. So I left town and followed the cliff path west, with the wind coming in cold off the water. After a while, I made my way down toward a stony little beach. From there, I kept walking along the shore until I reached a narrow headland jutting out toward the sea. The pillbox sits right up on top of it. To get there, I had to find this thin little trail that climbed through the grass. It wasn't much of a path, really. More like something made by sheep, weather, and people who probably shouldn't have been wandering around there in the dark. When I reached the top, I saw the structure properly. It was small, square, and squat, built of old brick and concrete, with an open entrance where a door might once have been. I took a few photos from outside first, just standing there with the sea behind me and the black shape of the pillbox in front of me. Then I stepped inside. The interior was about the size of a garden shed. The walls were painted white, though most of the paint had worn away or been stained by damp. There were narrow firing slits in the walls, just enough to let in strips of night and the sound of the wind. Along one side, there was a low concrete ledge, roughly knee-height, covered in graffiti and old scratches. At first, it felt exactly how you'd expect an abandoned coastal bunk to feel. Cold, quiet, forgotten. But then I noticed something strange. Whenever I stood near the entrance or turned my back directly toward it, I started to feel deeply uneasy. Not frightened in a dramatic way, not panicked, just watched, pressed on, as though something about that doorway had its own weight. If I moved to the far side of the room, the feeling faded. I could breathe easier there. I could look around, take photos, and convince myself I was being silly. But the moment I drifted back toward the entrance, that same discomfort returned. It felt as if the air around the doorway had gone sour. I know how that sounds, I really do. It sounds like nerves, darkness, imagination, all of it gathering together and making a little theater in the mind. But standing there, in that cramped white room with the sea roaring outside, it didn't feel imaginary. It felt specific. It felt located, like the wrongness belonged to that one spot. After taking a few more pictures, I decided I'd had enough. I stepped out of the pillbox and started heading back toward town. The strange thing is, this wasn't the first time I'd felt something like that in an old military place. Years ago, I explored a tunnel beneath a fort in England, and I had that same kind of heavy, uncomfortable feeling there too. I later found out that place had a reputation for being haunted. Fort Paul in northeast England, if you want to look it up. When I got home, I started researching the pillbox I'd just visited. That's when I found out it's known locally as Scrabster Castle. Not because the pillbox itself is a castle, obviously, but because it was built over the ruins of one. Supposedly, the castle dated back centuries, possibly to the medieval period. And according to one old story, a bishop was once horribly tortured there. His tongue was cut out, and his eyes were taken. Now, I couldn't find any proper record of the pillbox being haunted. No ghost stories. No reports from other people saying they'd felt anything strange inside it. Nothing like that. So maybe it was just me. Maybe it was the dark, the isolation, the wind, and the knowledge that I was standing in a place layered with old violence and old stone. But I'll tell you this. There was something about that doorway. And even now, when I think about it, I don't remember the room first. I don't remember the graffiti, or the ledge, or the narrow windows. I remember that entrance. I remember standing near it. And I remember feeling, very clearly, that I should not turn my back on it. This happened back in October 2024, during my first year of diploma college, when I was staying in a hostel. I'm not sharing this because I want to prove anything to anyone. I'm not trying to say ghosts are definitely real, or that everyone has to believe me. Honestly, even now, I don't fully understand what happened. I've gone over it in my head so many times, and I'm still searching for an answer. For privacy, I'll change the names a little. It started one night at around 3:40 in the morning. My roommate at the time, I'll call him Arian, called me from the old washroom area of our hostel. The moment I picked up, I could tell something was wrong. His voice was shaking badly. He didn't explain anything. He just said, "Bro, come to the old washroom. Please come now." I got up immediately and went there. The corridor felt strange that night. It wasn't just quiet. Hostels are usually quiet at that hour, but this felt heavier somehow, like the whole building was holding its breath. When I reached the washroom, Arian was still inside. The first thing he asked me was, "You're outside, right?" I said, "Yes, I'm here." He stepped out slowly, and I still remember his face. He wasn't just scared. He looked completely shaken, like he had seen something his mind couldn't accept. He looked straight at me and said one word, "Run." And we ran. We ran all the way back to our room, locked the door, and played Hanuman Chalisa on the phone. Neither of us really slept after that. We just waited for morning. The next day, Arian was so disturbed that he called his family and left for home. When he came back after the break, he was wearing a protective amulet. He told me he had visited a spiritual healer. At that time, I honestly didn't take it seriously. I thought maybe he got scared. Maybe he imagined something. Maybe the old washroom just got into his head. I even laughed a little. I thought whatever happened that night was finished. But later, things changed. A few months passed, and Arian and I had a small argument. Nothing huge, just hostel room kind of tension. After that, I shifted rooms. Around that time, I became very close with another friend. I'll call him Bhavesh. I was already spending most of my time in his room, so eventually I moved in with him. For a while, everything felt normal again. No strange sounds, no bad dreams, no weird feeling. Life became ordinary. Then the second semester started. I had gone home for a festival, and before returning to the hostel, I changed my sacred thread, the paita, or janu. In my family tradition, it's something Brahmin boys wear across the body. I had eaten non-vegetarian food and hadn't changed it for a long time, so before going back, I replaced it. When I returned, I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly wanted Bhavesh and me to shift to room number 17. He didn't want to move at all. He kept saying the room was unnecessary, that we were fine where we were. But I kept convincing him, and somehow he finally agreed. Sometimes I still think about that decision. Room number 17 had a window facing an empty ground. Not too far from there was a government hospital. I don't know if that matters, but I remember it clearly. I liked keeping the window open at night because I wanted fresh air. It made the room feel less suffocating. Then one night, around 1 in the morning, I woke up. Or at least, I thought I woke up. I could see the room. I could see the wall, the fan, the beds, and Bhavesh sleeping nearby. Everything looked real. But I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even move my fingers. Then I saw the door of the room slowly opening, and someone came inside. It looked like a woman wearing a white sari. She walked slowly toward my bed. She came near my feet, climbed onto the bed, and sat on my chest. The pressure was unbearable. My breathing became heavy. I wanted to scream. I wanted to call Bhavesh. I wanted to push her away. But my body wouldn't listen. I could only lie there and watch. Then, after what felt like forever, I suddenly snapped out of it. I moved closer to Bhavesh, terrified, and somehow forced myself to sleep. At first, I told myself it was just sleep paralysis. But then it happened again. And again. For the next 2 nights, the same thing kept happening. After that, something in me started changing. I became angry for no reason. Small things irritated me. I felt emotionally unstable, like my mind was full of noise I couldn't switch off. One day, Bhavesh and I had a minor argument. It wasn't serious, but suddenly I felt completely alone. I went to the hostel terrace and cried for hours. I would come downstairs, try to calm myself, and then go back up and cry again. I made sure nobody saw me. I didn't want anyone to know how badly I was breaking inside. And then, for the first time in my life, thoughts came into my mind that genuinely scared me. I searched about them online. I tried calling friends. Nobody picked up. Finally, around 1:30 in the morning, I called home while crying. After that, my memory becomes blurry. From what people later told me, I became completely uncontrollable. Around 20 people were trying to calm me down and hold me. Some seniors came. Some hostel staff came. Even the principal arrived. People started putting religious lockets and pendants around my neck. My family had already started traveling almost 200 kilometers to reach me. The next morning, they took me to a Muslim spiritual healer. At first, I felt normal. I was sitting there, aware of everything. Then, during the ritual, he blew prayers over me. And I still remember what happened next. It felt like something rushed through my body. Not exactly pain, not exactly fear, more like electricity moving through me. My parents later told me I wasn't acting like myself at that moment. After the ritual, I was given an amulet. And after that day, slowly, everything stopped. It has been almost a year now. I left that hostel completely and moved to another hostel near the highway. Since then, nothing like that has ever happened again. Some people from my old hostel know this story. Some believe me, some don't. And honestly, I understand both sides. If someone had told me this a few years ago, I probably wouldn't have believed them either. Maybe it was sleep paralysis. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was a mental breakdown. Maybe there's a scientific explanation for everything that happened. I really don't know. But I know this much. The fear was real. The pressure on my chest felt real. The crying was real. The sleepless nights were real. And whatever happened in that hostel changed me. Even now, I don't sleep beside an open window. I never went back to that old washroom alone. Maybe that's fear. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's just my mind trying to protect itself. But whenever I randomly wake up between 3 and 4 in the morning, room number 17 comes back to me. The silence. The fan. Bhavesh sleeping peacefully beside me. Me checking whether the door was locked. Me making sure the window was closed. And sometimes I still ask myself one question. If I had never convinced Bhavesh to move into room number 17, would any of this have happened? And the strangest part is this. Why did everything stop only after I left that hostel? I still don't know. And maybe I never will. But after almost a year, I'm still searching for an answer. I never really meant to tell this story. For a long time, I kept trying to fold it into something ordinary, something I could explain away and leave behind. But even now, after all these years, it still comes back to me at night. This happened in late October of 2018, when I was living by myself in a little rental house outside a rural town in Oregon. It was not some ancient, crumbling place. Nothing dramatic like that. Just a plain single-story house at the end of a quiet road, with fields on both sides and the closest neighbor far enough away that their porch light looked like a star. One night, I woke up at 3:19 in the morning. I remember the time clearly because my alarm clock was facing the bed, glowing red in the dark. At first, I did not know why I was awake. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not on the porch. Not outside the window. Inside the house. They were coming from the hallway, slow and heavy across the wood floor. 3 steps. Then a pause. 3 more steps. Another pause. I lay there completely still, telling myself it was pipes or old boards shifting, or my tired brain still dragging pieces of a dream into the room with me. But then the footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. The door was shut. Underneath it, I could see a thin strip of yellow light from the kitchen lamp I had accidentally left on. And then something blocked that light. A shadow filled the gap. It did not sway. It did not move. It was just there. I reached for my phone without making a sound and opened the security camera app. I had a cheap little camera set up in the living room, angled toward part of the hallway. The feed loaded. The hallway was empty. I stared at the screen, breathing so quietly it hurt, because I could see nothing on the camera. But with my own eyes, I could still see the shadow under my door. Then the doorknob moved. Just once at first. A soft rattle. Then again. Then a third time. It turned slightly back and forth, careful and patient, like someone was checking whether I had locked it. I could not move. I could not even call out. After maybe 10 or 15 seconds, it stopped. The shadow vanished. The strip of kitchen light came back beneath the door, warm and ordinary, like nothing had happened at all. I stayed awake until sunrise with every light in the house on. The next morning, I checked the camera footage. At exactly 3:19 a.m., the living room recording glitched. There was no person in the hallway, no movement I could clearly point to. But the picture broke apart for several seconds, turning grainy and warped, almost like static. At the edge of the frame, for just a moment, there was a dark shape. I know what that sounds like. I told myself it was a bad camera, a compression error, dust maybe, anything else. A few weeks later, I mentioned it to an older woman who lived on a farm down the road. I barely got through the first part before she went quiet. Then she asked me, very softly, "Did it stop at your bedroom door?" I laughed because I did not know what else to do. She told me people had talked about that house before. A couple had left after only 3 months. Another renter said they heard someone walking the hallway almost every night. Always after 3. Always stopping at the bedroom door. I moved out the following spring. But the part that still bothers me happened on my last night there. I was clearing out a closet when I found an old photograph wedged behind the back of a shelf. It showed the land before the house existed. Just a wide, empty field under a pale sky. On the back, written in faded blue ink, were 6 words. "Don't let him know you're awake." I threw the photograph into the trash outside. The next morning, before I drove away for good, I checked the bin. The photograph was gone. I had one of the strangest experiences I've ever had, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm sharing this because I'd really like to hear serious thoughts from people who understand paranormal experiences, religion, dreams, sleep-related phenomena, out-of-body experiences, or spiritual encounters. Just to give a little context, I'm not the kind of person who spends every night watching ghost videos or looking for spooky explanations. I also work late hours pretty often, so being awake around 3 in the morning isn't unusual for me. This wasn't a situation where I saw the time, thought about the so-called witching hour, and then convinced myself something strange had happened. The experience came first. The research came afterward. I remember waking up around 3:17 a.m., but before I woke up, I was somewhere that felt like my living room. It looked familiar enough that I knew what it was supposed to be, but it didn't feel like my actual living room. It felt almost like a copied version of it, or another layer of the same place, the same room, but not quite the same reality. Everything was dark, muted, and almost drained of color. there was a figure in the room with me. I could tell it was dressed in something that looked like a dark suit, but I couldn't see its face. Where the face should have been, there was this bright glow or light around it, strong enough that the features were completely hidden. The thing that unsettled me was that it seemed aware of me. It felt like it was looking right at me the whole time. And then it started moving closer. But it didn't move normally. It was extremely slow, almost unnaturally slow, like time wasn't working properly around it. The movement had this delayed, overlapping quality. At a few points, I honestly couldn't tell if there were two figures standing there, or if I was seeing some kind of trailing image from the same figure moving through the room. As it got closer, I started feeling this humming sensation. It wasn't just something I heard. It felt physical, like a vibration moving through the space and through my body. The closer the figure came, the stronger that vibration became. When it finally sat down near me, the humming was at its strongest. It felt intense, almost like being surrounded by a frequency I couldn't escape. And then I woke up. I checked the time and saw it was around 3:17 a.m. My first feeling was relief. I was awake. I was in my real room. I was safe. Still, I felt shaken enough that I brought my dog into the bedroom with me, just to feel a little more grounded. Later, I remembered that my door camera records audio, so I went back and checked the footage from around that time. Between about 3:14 and 3:15 a.m., there were two distinct sounds captured. I'm not saying that proves anything paranormal. I'm not trying to force that conclusion. I'm only saying the sounds were there, and I don't know what caused them. Since then, I've been reading about the period between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I've seen some religious and spiritual traditions describe that time as significant, while other explanations point to sleep cycles, vivid dreams, sleep paralysis, or the brain being in a strange in-between state. I'm not looking for someone to tell me, that was definitely a spirit, or that was definitely just a dream. I'm more interested in hearing from people who have experienced something similar, or who know about paranormal traditions, religious teachings, sleep phenomena, out-of-body states, or spiritual encounters. Has anyone else ever felt like they were in a familiar place, but it seemed like a different version of reality? And has anyone experienced a presence that seemed fully aware of them, along with a vibration or humming that grew stronger as it came closer? I've only told a handful of people about this, mostly close family, because it's still happening, and honestly, it's been weighing on us. I'm sharing it now because I don't really know what else to do with it, and I'm hoping someone out there might have some kind of insight. I spend a lot of time along the coast here in Maine. I know this area well. I know the tide patterns, the usual sounds at night, the wildlife, the way the water moves when the weather changes. My girlfriend, Lena, and I take late walks pretty often, usually somewhere between 10 at night and midnight, along a quiet beach not far from where we live. At that hour, it's empty. Not quiet in the peaceful tourist brochure sense. Empty. No people, no headlights, no voices, nothing but the surf, the wind, and the sky. This started a few weeks ago. We were doing our usual walk, about 2.5 miles along the shore, when I noticed something standing in the surf. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. It was a tall, black silhouette, very slender, with what looked like arms hanging at its sides. It was standing in ankle-deep water, perfectly still. I pointed it out to Lena, and she immediately wanted to turn back. I don't blame her. Something about it felt wrong from the first second. I'm usually the curious one. I've always been interested in strange sightings, UFOs, unexplained things, so my first instinct wasn't exactly fear. It was this intense need to understand what I was looking at. But the closer I got, the stranger it felt. I'm about 6'2", and whatever this was looked taller than me. Maybe 6'6", maybe close to 7 feet. There was no artificial light out there, just moonlight and stars, but I could still make out the shape clearly enough. It looked humanoid. Not like a person in a wetsuit, not like driftwood, not like a post or a buoy. It looked like something standing there and watching us, and I mean that in the most literal way. I could feel it watching us. I walked closer, maybe within 100 feet, trying to make sense of it. My body was buzzing with adrenaline. I had my phone, but I didn't even think to take it out. I was locked onto this thing, staring, trying not to blink, trying not to look away. Behind me, Lena kept calling for me to come back. She was scared, and her voice had that sharp edge people get when their instincts are screaming louder than their thoughts. Eventually, I turned around with her, and we started walking back toward the car. That's when we saw 2 more. They were farther down the shoreline, standing in the water just like the first one. Same tall, narrow shape. Same stillness. They were maybe 5 feet apart, both facing toward us, both in the surf. The part that bothers me most is that we had just walked past that stretch of beach. There is no way we wouldn't have seen them earlier. The beach was wide open. The shoreline was visible. They had not been there. Lena started running. I followed, slower at first because I didn't want to take my eyes off them. I kept looking back until they faded into the darkness and disappeared. After that night, we were both shaken. I tried to explain it away. I looked into everything I could think of. People, animals, reflections, markers in the water, weird shadows. None of it really fit. Then came June 18th. Same beach, same time, right around 10 at night. It had been windy all day, so the ocean was rougher than usual. The waves were choppy, and there was a damp fog hanging low over parts of the beach. When we started the walk, it was still dusk, and because the beach stretches for miles, we could see a long way down the shoreline. It was empty. We walked like normal, though I'll be honest, the first sighting was sitting in the back of my mind the whole time. By the time we reached the turnaround point, it was fully dark. Just stars, moonlight, and the white noise of the surf. On the way back, we saw it again. It had not been there before. I am completely sure of that. This time, it was farther out in the water, maybe knee-deep or waist-deep depending on the slope. A tall, black figure standing in the surf. I could make out the body and arms, but not a face, not clothing, not any detail that made it feel human. This time, I forced myself to take out my phone. I tried recording first, but the flash just lit up the fog and ruined the view. So I switched to night mode on my Samsung and started taking photos. Then I did something I still don't fully understand. I moved toward it. As I got closer, the figure seemed to move backward into deeper water. Not fast, not like it was splashing away, more like it was withdrawing, keeping distance between us. I got maybe 30 or 40 feet from it. I was standing in shallow surf, water around my ankles and shins, taking photos with my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then this feeling hit me. Do not go closer. It wasn't a thought exactly. It felt heavier than that, like my whole body understood something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. The figure stayed there, watching. The waves were breaking against it, and I could see its body shift slightly with the water. But the movement was wrong. It had these quick, jolting motions, especially in the arms, almost glitchy, like it wasn't fully matching the world around it. That's the only way I know how to describe it. Lena had already started walking back. She was terrified and wanted nothing to do with it. After maybe a minute of taking pictures, I got another strong wave of dread and finally turned and ran after her. We kept looking over our shoulders the whole way back. Later, when I checked the photos, I felt frustrated more than anything. The camera didn't capture what it looked like in person. In the images, it looks thicker, blurrier, almost farther away than it really was. But I know how close I was. I know what I saw standing there. And here's another strange part. 2 nights before that second encounter, we were walking the same beach and saw 3 or 4 boats in the shallows near that exact area. They looked official, maybe police or Coast Guard. They had huge spotlights and were sweeping them across the shoreline and water like they were searching for something. Maybe it was training. Maybe it was some kind of operation. I don't know. But when Lena and I decided to cut the walk short and turn around, the boats turned their spotlights directly onto us. They followed us with the lights the whole way back along the beach, keeping pace until we reached the parking area. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if we accidentally walked into something we weren't supposed to see. I don't know if it's connected. All I know is that we've seen these figures more than once now, standing in the surf at night, in places where they were not moments earlier. And every time, it feels like they're watching. So I'm asking this genuinely. Has anyone else seen anything like this on a quiet coastline? Tall figures in the water, strange silhouettes, unusual activity offshore. Anything like that? Because I know the Maine coast. I know what belongs there at night. And whatever this is, it doesn't feel like it belongs. I'm sitting in my brother's room right now, saying this with the lights still on, because my hands haven't stopped shaking. I don't really know what we saw tonight. I don't even know what to call it. It started a few days ago. I was in my room at my desk, working on some 3D stuff in Blender, just practicing little models and textures, when I heard this heavy thudding above me. At first, it sounded like footsteps. Then it turned into these sharp knocks, almost like someone was punching the ceiling from the other side. I tried to brush it off. Houses make weird noises. Pipes shift. Maybe something upstairs moved. I told myself all the normal things people tell themselves when they don't want to be scared. But earlier tonight, it came back. I was at my desk again when I heard scratching right above me. Not light scratching either. It sounded like something was clawing at the drywall with real force, scraping over and over like it was trying to get through. I froze for a second, then tried to make it make sense. I thought maybe maintenance workers were in the ceiling space, or maybe someone was fixing something connected to the air vents. I kept telling myself there had to be a boring explanation. Then the scratching moved closer. There's this small open gap near the ceiling in my room where the ventilation system is. I looked up at it, and the sound got louder, faster, more frantic. And then I heard breathing. Not air moving through a vent, not some mechanical hum. Breathing. Slow and heavy, right above me. I ran out of my room and went straight to my brother. At first, he didn't take me seriously at all. He told me I was freaking myself out, that it was probably nothing, and that I should just go back. So I did. I sat back down, trying to act normal, but then the breathing changed. It turned into this low humming sound. Deep, steady, almost like someone was using their throat to make it. It didn't sound like a machine. It sounded alive. That was when I ran out again and basically dragged my brother back with me. This time, he heard it. We stood there under the ceiling while the banging and scratching started again, right above us. Neither of us said anything. We just stared at that little vent opening. Then something came out. At first, I thought it was a tail. That's the closest word I have for it. But it was too thin, too dark, too strange. It was completely black, almost glossy, and it had this pattern on it. Not stripes, not scales exactly, more like tiny connected hexagons all over it. It kept whipping in and out of the hole, fast and violent, like it was feeling around or trying to grab onto the edge. We both lost it. We slammed my bedroom door shut, ran down the hallway, and locked ourselves inside my brother's room. After a few minutes, when we could actually breathe again, I told him I wanted to go back and check. I know that sounds stupid, but part of me was terrified it might be a person somehow. My brother kept saying it was probably a rat, but that made no sense to me. Rats don't have long, pitch-black patterned tails that move like that. I thought maybe it could be some huge lizard or a snake, and honestly, if it's a snake, I'm done. But deep down, it didn't feel like an animal I knew. So we tried something else. We picked up our cat and brought him near the hallway, just to see how he reacted. The second he got close to my room, he panicked. Completely panicked. He twisted out of our arms and bolted away as fast as he could. Right after that, the banging started again. Only this time, it wasn't just in my room. It was moving. We could hear it traveling through the vents, scraping and thudding through the ductwork, getting louder near the hallway, then closer to the door. The sound echoed through the whole house. Whatever it wasn't trapped in one spot. It had access to the ventilation system. We stayed locked in my brother's room until our mom got home. And of course, by the time she walked in, everything was silent. No scratching, no humming, no breathing, nothing. She didn't believe us. Not really. She said we were probably tired, or that the cat had scared us, or that we were turning normal house noises into something bigger. And I get why she said that, because we had no proof. But we both know what we heard. We both saw that thing come out of the vent. As soon as she went to her room, my brother and I went around the house and blocked every vent opening we could find. We covered the gap in my room too. We made sure nothing could come through, at least not easily. It's been quiet for hours now, but I don't want to turn the lights off. I keep listening for the scratching to start again. And I keep thinking about that black tail, or whatever it was, moving in and out of the ceiling like it knew we were watching. Has anyone ever dealt with an animal or pest that looks like that? Something black, thin, patterned, and moving through vents? Or are we dealing with something else entirely? Because I really need someone to tell me what we saw. I'm going to try to tell this as clearly as I can, without letting my thoughts run off in every direction. This happened in Capri, Italy, near the Blue Grotto. It's this underwater cave with a small air opening, and if you swim through the dark, there's a dry, rocky area farther inside. I had a flashlight with me, wrapped inside 2 plastic bags because I was worried about water getting in. My dad had told me there was a little beach inside the cave, and honestly, I was too curious not to see it for myself. So I went in. I swam through, reached the dry part, and it was much bigger than I expected. Not just a tiny patch of rock. I walked for maybe 5 minutes, moving from wet stone to completely dry ground. The strange thing was, there was no echo. None. The cave walls were jagged and uneven, almost like the place swallowed sound instead of bouncing it back. I went down a narrow passage and found what looked like an old hangout spot. There was a rescue float, one of those ring-shaped ones, just sitting there. And then I saw it. I swear to you, I saw a face. It was farther back in the cave, maybe 30 meters away, partly around a bend. My flashlight hit it just right, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting the light. A bald head, the shape of a person. It looked straight out of a nightmare, but not blurry in that way your mind invents things in the dark. It looked real. A face, a person, a body, looking right at me. There was nobody else in that cave. I'm telling you, if someone had been there, I would have seen their things, heard them moving, noticed something. You couldn't just casually set up inside a place like that. Getting supplies through that tiny entrance would be almost impossible. For a second, I wondered if it was something placed there on purpose. Maybe a statue or a figure meant to scare off tourists who went in unprepared. Maybe something old, from when the island had Roman villas and hidden corners everywhere. Or maybe something more recent, put there to keep people away from dangerous parts of the cave. I don't really believe in evil spirits or horror movie things, but part of me wondered if it was some kind of warning. Not something bad exactly. Maybe something saying, "Don't go farther. You're alone in here. This place is not safe." Maybe it showed me the thing that would scare me most. The thought that someone else was deep in the cave with me. I stood there for just a moment, frozen. Then, because I didn't know what else to do, I greeted it in Italian. There was no answer. After about 3 seconds, I turned and got out of there as fast as I could. I slipped on the rocks and cut my leg, but I barely even felt it. I kept climbing, stumbling, looking back over my shoulder again and again. I tried to take a photo of myself at one point, but I was too panicked to stand still. All I could think was that if something lived in that cave, it knew the place much better than I did, and my flashlight was the only thing keeping me from being completely lost. When I finally got out, I said goodbye to the cave. I don't know why. It just felt like something I had to do. And then I told myself I was done. Later that same day, my phone got salt water in it during something unrelated on the boat. I also felt a painful lump in my groin, which turned out to be an extremely swollen lymph node. That night, I barely slept, maybe 3 or 4 hours. The next day was my last full day on the island, and I was completely drained. It felt like everything around me had been telling me not to go into that cave. But even now, back home and far away from Capri, I still think about it. I still want to know what I saw in there. I'm honestly not sure where to begin, so I'll just start with the part that has never really left me. When I was about 12, my older cousin Mara came to stay at my parents' house for a little while. We shared my room, and back then it felt like a sleepover that just kept going. We'd watch TV too late, sneak snacks after everyone else was asleep, and play video games until one of us finally gave up and crashed. She slept on a mattress on the floor, and I remember feeling lucky to have her there. But there was one night that changed everything. After that, she was ready to go home, and she never stayed overnight at our house again. That night started like any other. We did our usual routine, got ready for bed, talked for a bit in the dark, and fell asleep around 9:45. I had this dream that I was at a big shopping center with my mom, Mara, my aunt, and 2 of my uncles. Everything felt normal at first. We were walking around, looking at clothes and random things, when I passed this girl. She smiled at me, not in a friendly way. It was too still, too fixed. I didn't know her. I had never seen her before. But every time I turned a corner, there she was. Every time I looked behind me, she was standing somewhere nearby, smiling at me like she had been waiting for me to notice. Mara saw her too. I remember my cousin glancing back at the girl, then looking at me with this expression like, "You see her too, right?" Eventually, Mara said she had to use the bathroom, so she left the group, and the girl followed her. I stayed with the rest of my family in the dream. We kept shopping like nothing strange had happened. When we were finished, we paid and started heading out. I told everyone Mara still hadn't come back from the bathroom, but they acted completely calm and said, "No, she already went to the car." So I went with them. But when we got to the car, she wasn't there. I remember saying I was going back inside to find her. I started running across the parking lot and suddenly I heard this awful horn blaring. I turned and saw a truck coming straight toward me. Then I sat up in my bed. Except I was still dreaming. My room was dark and quiet, and the first thing I noticed was that Mara wasn't on the mattress. Her blanket was gone. Her bag was gone. It looked like she had never been there at all. I got up and stepped into the hallway. I started checking rooms as I passed them, calling for her, getting more scared with every second. Then I saw that my parents' bedroom door was slightly open. I pushed it just enough to look inside. I don't want to describe every detail, but what I saw was horrible. My parents were dead, and the room looked like something violent and impossible had happened there. I was 12. I had never imagined anything like that before, and I still wish my mind hadn't been able to make it. Somehow, I made myself run to my little brother's room. When I got there, I saw him being pulled out through the window by a tall man wearing a brown jacket, black pants, and a red cap. The worst part was that he didn't have a face. It was just blank, empty, like someone had erased the part of him that was supposed to be human. My brother was screaming. I ran out the front door, and the air outside was freezing. I saw a red truck parked near the curb. One of the doors slammed shut, and then it sped away. I tried to chase it. And then I woke up for real. I was shaking so badly that I told my mom, even though I didn't want to talk about it. Later that day, I told both of my parents the whole thing. They just stared at me for a second and asked if I was joking. I told them I wasn't. That was when they told me Mara had woken up terrified too, and she had described the same dream, at least up until the part where she left us to go to the bathroom. That's where her dream split off. She said that when she got to the little hallway near the store bathrooms, she passed a man coming out of the men's restroom. Brown jacket, dark pants, red cap, no face. She said he scared her, but he was leaving, and she really had to go, so she kept walking. When she was done, she went to wash her hands. The smiling girl came in and stood at the sink beside her. She turned the water on, but she didn't wash her hands. She just stared at Mara. Then the girl started pulling off her own fingernails. Mara said there was blood running into the sink, and the girl never stopped staring. She tried to leave, but the bathroom door was gone. Not locked, gone, like it had never existed. When Mara turned back around, the girl was pulling out her own teeth. Mara started pounding on the wall, thinking maybe somehow it was a prank, even though that didn't make sense. Then the girl screamed at her. Mara fell backward through what felt like a hole in the wall or floor, and suddenly she landed outside on a street. But not my street. It was the street where she had lived when she was little. She knew it immediately. She said she could see her childhood house down the road, so she started running toward it. Then she realized the girl was there too, chasing her. Mara said the street stretched in front of her like it would never end. No matter how hard she ran, her house got farther away. Right before she woke up, she felt the girl's hand brush the back of her neck. That was it. We were both terrified. Not just because the dreams were scary, but because they matched. We remembered the same store, the same girl, the same moment when Mara left for the bathroom. We even remembered little bits of the conversation before everything went wrong. After that, Mara refused to use public bathrooms for years. I started checking the locks before bed, then checking them again. When I got older, I used my own money to buy a taser and a small security camera setup because some part of me still felt like I needed proof that the house was safe. People have tried to explain it. We went to therapy. Someone suggested maybe Mara had insecurities about her appearance, but that never fit. She was pretty, never cared much about makeup, never had dental problems, and she was never into doing her nails anyway. She also wasn't claustrophobic. And for me, scary movies weren't allowed in our house. I was homeschooled, so my parents were careful about what I watched. I didn't know about horror characters or faceless figures like that back then. I didn't know anyone with a red truck. I wasn't afraid of my parents dying either. They had both been in the army, and when I was 12, they seemed completely untouchable to me. So I still don't know what happened. I don't know how two people can fall asleep in the same room and end up in the same dream. But we did. And even now, all these years later, I can still see that girl smiling. I need you to bear with me because I've tried to figure this out for years. I've searched on my own, and I've even asked people with academic linguistics backgrounds, but nobody has ever been able to give me a direct match. And still, after all this time, it bothers me. Not knowing what was being said that morning has stayed with me. My gut has always told me it was an omen. The word was decum. Just that. One word. This happened in July of 2009 at a friend's house belonging to my daughter's mom. We had seen my mother the day before, and she had taken our little girl for the weekend. After that, I got ready for another miserable third shift work night. By the time I got back to the house, the sun was just starting to come up. The layout of the place was simple. You came in through the front porch and front door, and the living room was immediately off to the left. If you walked farther in, the dining room was on the right. Then there was a turn toward the bedrooms, and past that, the kitchen sat farther back. When I came in, I was the only person awake. The whole house was quiet. I didn't turn on the television. I didn't make food. I didn't even really move around much. I just sat down on this couch in the living room, one of those couches that sits strangely low to the ground, almost like it is trying to keep you close to the floor. At first, nothing felt wrong. Then I heard footsteps. They came from the back of the house, from somewhere near the kitchen or the bedrooms. They weren't stomping, but they were clear. Slow, steady, deliberate steps. Whoever it was, they were walking through the dining room toward me. There was a corner between us, so I couldn't see them yet, but I was completely sure a person was about to come around it. I mean, I was waiting for a human being. That was the only thing that made sense. But the footsteps stopped right at the corner, and nobody came around. I just sat there, staring at that empty threshold, confused. The silence stretched out in this awful way, like the whole house was holding its breath. Then a voice spoke. The best way I can describe it is a robotic child's voice, but darker than that, wronger than that. It sounded small and mechanical, and almost demonic all at the same time. And it didn't come from the hallway or the kitchen. It came from right in front of me, low, around eye level because of that sunken couch, maybe a foot or two away from my knees. It said, "Decum." That was it. One word, and every part of me immediately said, "Absolutely not." I got up and left the house. I didn't try to investigate. I didn't call out. I didn't go looking for a speaker, a person, a prank, anything. I just got out of there and went to a park, where I stayed for hours until my daughter's mom woke up and called me. For years, I couldn't find anything that explained that word. I hated even saying it out loud, but my brain never let it go. It was burned in there. A decade passed, and still nobody could tell me what it meant. The feeling I had, though, never changed. It felt old, ancient almost, and the way it was spoken felt so final, so matter-of-fact, that I couldn't shake the sense that it had been a warning, or a bad omen. Years later, I was telling the story to a friend of mine, Mara. She's a professional writer and has spent a lot of her life around language and research. I told her about the word and how it had always been a mystery. She said there can be a lot of nuance with Latin, but what she recognized sounded close to decum, or deacum, something connected to 10 or 10th in the sense of the 10th year, not just a fraction like 1/10. And the moment she said that, my mind made the connection almost instantly. 10 years after that July morning, in July of 2019, my brother died here at home. An overdose. It was devastating. Now, I'm not saying with absolute certainty that this is what the word meant. Language is complicated, and my friend and I couldn't prove it. But it checked too many boxes for me to ignore. It sounded like an omen when I heard it. Latin has that old association with demonic things, whether people believe that or not. And the timing, 10 years to the same month, was just too strange. One more thing, too. The house where this happened was less than a mile from another house I lived in as a child. A house my family was basically driven out of by things I can only describe as demonic. This was all in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. Maybe that land has something wrong with it. Maybe it's cursed. I don't know. But I do know this. I heard that word. I heard those footsteps. And after all these years, I still remember exactly how it felt. Hey there. I want to share with you a story from my childhood that's been with me for years. Something that really shook me and my family. It's about the time when I was around 7 years old, and the strange things began after my older sister and her friends decided to play with a Ouija board. Now, I wasn't part of the game. I just watched from the sidelines. But somehow, something attached itself to me that night. Almost right away, weird activity started happening around our trailer home. Our cats, who were usually so calm and sweet, suddenly started hissing and swatting at thin air like they could see something we couldn't. Our dog, who was so brave and loyal, began having panic attacks, especially near doorways. He would snarl and bark at nothing visible, going into full defense mode. It was like he was protecting us from some invisible threat. The very next night, after the Ouija board session, the pictures hanging in our living room and those resting on the entertainment center had been moved. Even the candles my mom kept scattered around the living and kitchen areas were shifted. No one actually saw anything move, but everyone, my mom, my sister, and I, heard strange noises throughout the night. But nobody got up to check what was going on. My sister and I knew exactly what was happening, but my mom thought we were just up messing with the furniture and yelled at us, accusing us of rearranging everything. Months passed, and one night we had one of those classic Anchorage storms. Rain, thunder, and lightning crashing all around. I had a friend over, let's call him Ian. That's not his real name, by the way. We were in my room, playing Army Men 3D on the old PS1, the blinds up so we could watch the lightning flash outside. The rumble of thunder filled the air, making the whole trailer shake ever so slightly. Suddenly, there was this loud smack against my window. We both jumped, startled. At first, we thought maybe lightning had struck nearby, but then I told Ian it was probably just a bird flying into the glass. Moments later, the storm stopped. The rain ceased, the thunder rolled away, and the lightning faded. But then, condensation gathered on the window, and something chilling appeared. The outline of a person's face, chest, and arms sprawled across the glass. Ian started crying, begging his mom to come get him. He eventually went upstairs, telling his mom and my mom that he'd had a nightmare. Now, our trailer was raised about 6 or 7 feet off the ground, making it unlikely for someone to just lean on the window. And sure, we had neighborhood kids who liked to prank us, and some creeps who had been caught peeking through windows. But this imprint didn't look human. The nose looked torn off, lips partially missing, and the arms seemed unnaturally long, like something out of a nightmare. I never spoke about that until just a couple of years ago. Then there were the headphone incidents. On 3 separate occasions, my sister's Walkman headphones had their cords mysteriously cut. Each time, I wasn't home, and she was either at a friend's or in the shower. At first, my mom and sister thought I was playing a prank on her, but after the 3rd time, I proved to them that neither of us were around when it happened. That's when they really started to believe something strange was going on. One day, my grandmother came to visit to help take care of us. While rummaging through the closet looking for a mousetrap, she found the Ouija board. She completely lost it, telling us in no uncertain terms that the board wasn't a toy and that by playing with it, we had opened doors we shouldn't have. She destroyed the board right then and there and blessed our entire house. After she told my mom everything, my mom found out that my sister had bought the board from an estate sale just down the street, which she hadn't known about. That night, I stayed at my dad's house to get away from all the tension at home. The next day, when I returned, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was on edge and barely talking. Then my sister came into my room and said, "Grandma saw a ghost boy last night in Mom's room." I didn't believe her at first, but then she described what happened. Grandma had woken up at 3 a.m. to find the hallway light being turned up painfully bright and then dimmed all the way down. When she tried to get up to put on her slippers, she heard the door creak open wider and thought she saw me there. She called out, but I didn't answer. When she got close enough, she realized it wasn't me, and she screamed. She described the boy as wearing an early 1900s sailor suit, with pale gray skin, dark rings around his eyes and lips, and a haunting grin before vanishing. That night, my mom, grandma, and sister all slept in the same bed. For a while, things calmed down, just the occasional cupboard opening and closing by itself, footsteps in the hallway, and voices calling out our names from other rooms. Then, 3 months later, my mom found out she was going to have another baby. We were all thrilled, but because of money and space, we had to find new homes for our dog and cats. We had a week to shower them with love before they moved to a family with a big yard and acres to roam. One day, I was playing with little Bob, our Jack Russell Terrier. We had this game where I'd throw a blanket over myself, and he'd pull it off, then cover himself, and I'd pull it off him. It was a simple game, but we loved it. As I threw the blanket over myself, everything suddenly went eerily quiet. Little Bob started to whimper and growl at something unseen. Before I could pull the blanket off, I heard a deep, raspy old man's breathing right behind me, followed by a loud exhale. I froze, couldn't move a muscle, while little Bob tried to protect me. Then he jumped into my lap, and the sense of presence disappeared. Fast forward 6 months. My baby sister had arrived, and we were enjoying a quiet evening. I was in the day room, the extra living space we added onto the trailer, while my mom and her friend Yolanda were in the main living room watching TV. Yolanda was softly singing to my newborn sister in Spanish when suddenly, I heard my mom and Yolanda scream, followed by my mom shouting my name. I ran down the hallway, heart pounding, fearing something had happened to my sister. But my mom stopped me and told me to go to my room and grab my Halloween skull face plate mask, the one with horns running across the top. Confused, I fetched it and brought it to her. She snatched it and threw it in the trash. Still puzzled, I asked what was going on. My mom sat me down while Yolanda prayed quietly in Spanish, soothing the baby. Then my mom said, "I saw something crawling down the hallway on all fours. Its limbs looked twisted like they were dislocated, and it was wearing that mask you just gave me. Please tell me that was you trying to scare us." I told her no way, it wasn't me. I started to cry, scared out of my mind. Both my mom and Yolanda saw it, and they also saw me come out of the day room. That night, we all slept together in my mom's room. So, that's the story. My childhood haunted by something beyond understanding. It's left me with a deep respect for the unknown and a reminder that some things are better left alone. I want to share a story with you. Something that's been on my mind for a while. It's about my grandmother and some eerie experiences we've had, and how those moments have lingered in my family's history. So, get comfortable, and I'll take you through it. After my grandmother first encountered that ghostly boy in her room, things settled down for a bit. But the silence didn't last forever. The last time we really noticed any supernatural activity was up in the far north, at this place called the Copper River Lodge, not too far from Copper Center, Alaska. My grandmother used to work there way back, I think sometime in the early 70s. She told me stories about a man named Charles, Charlie for short, who tragically took his own life in the hotel. Ever since then, his spirit has been said to haunt the lodge. Now, my grandmother and her sisters, who also worked there, used to experience some pretty unsettling things. They'd feel their hair being tugged or feel hands grabbing them in the dark, sometimes on their backsides, which they thought was Charles messing around as a shadowy figure. Can you imagine how creeped out they must have been? Years later, in the late 2000s, my family and I got the chance to explore the Copper River Lodge when it was still in a bit of a rundown state. It had gone through renovations since, and now it's up and running again. When I visited, they had kept Charles's room almost exactly as he'd left it. The rope he used to hang himself still hung there, and around the noose on his bed, people had left flowers, cards, cigarettes, even some magazines and money, as a sign of respect, I suppose. One evening, while we were there, we thought we heard voices drifting through the halls. My grandmother swore she saw a face peering through one of the windows from outside the lodge, but that part's up for debate. What I did manage to capture, though, was something wild. A giant red orb floating just above my youngest sister's head in a photo. She was staring right at it. If you look closely, you can almost make out a face inside that orb. My grandmother has that photo somewhere. I'm planning to reach out to her this weekend and see if she can dig it up for me. Fast forward to 2008. I was about 14 then, living with my dad. Odd things started happening around his apartment. Small, but unsettling. My favorite Misfits beanie would vanish, along with my dad's and stepmom's keys. One moment, they'd be hanging right on the hooks by the door, and the next, completely gone. The apartment wasn't huge, just 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen, and living room. So finding missing things shouldn't have been a challenge. We'd all split up to search, but after an hour or so, we'd give up. Then, just when we were about to relax on the couch, we'd hear the jingle of keys back on the hook, or the soft thud of my hat landing on the floor. It was like the things were playing hide and seek with us. Months went by without any incidents, until one night I had this intense dream. I was a corpsman on Iwo Jima, running through tall grass, hearing a Marine call out for help. I rushed to him, trying to treat his wounds, only to realize he was already dead. Then, someone shouted behind me, "Tenoheika Banzai!" I spun around and saw a Japanese soldier camouflaged as a bush. He stabbed me with a bayonet right through the chest. Then I woke up, gasping, and my chest hurt like crazy. When I looked down, I saw a huge red scratch running from just above my left nipple all the way to my belly button. My dad even took a picture of it, but I don't have it anymore. My grandmother and a few family members who have a knack for the supernatural think it might have been a sign from one of my past lives. Maybe they're right. I've always been intrigued by reincarnation, especially since I've found old photos of people throughout history who look almost exactly like me. Then came the summer of 2009. I landed my very first job as housekeeping at the Copper River Princess Lodge. It sits on land that was once sacred native territory, used for ceremonies long ago. Family members who worked there before me told stories about a blonde girl in a white dress who wanders through the hotel and sometimes the parking lot. Guests who see her often think she's lost and try to approach her, but by the time they get close, she's vanished. One day, after finishing cleaning a room, A guest complained about people on the third floor being rude and moving furniture constantly. I was confused. I told him the lodge only has 2 floors. His eyes widened, and he hurried back to his room to pack up and leave. That was pretty eerie. If you've ever worked in hospitality, you probably know about norovirus. It's brutal. You end up spending days hugging the toilet in a bucket. I was home alone one day during a 4-day bout of the virus. My grandmother's dog was sleeping beside me when he suddenly started growling and barking at the door. I figured maybe someone had come over, so I stumbled out of bed and opened the door. Nobody there. I called out, but no answer. Crawling back into bed, the dog started barking and growling again at the door. Thinking he might need to go out, I opened it once more. But he backed away, growling, as a cold chill ran down my spine. The room suddenly felt like a winter night, the kind where the windows open during a snowstorm. I shut the door, pulled the blanket over me, trying to convince myself it was just the virus messing with me. Then I heard footsteps pacing up and down the hallway, slow and deliberate, like someone impatiently waiting. I opened the door, and the footsteps stopped. I looked both ways, called out. Nothing. The room grew cold again, and I noticed my breath forming a mist in the air, which just wasn't normal for July. As I reached to close the door, I saw another breath form right in front of me. Someone else's. Panic hit me like a wave. I slammed the door, locked it, and shoved my suitcase and anything else I could find in front of it. The dog was going wild on the bed, barking, lunging at the door, frantic and scared. After a while of silence, I crawled back into bed with him and fell asleep. But when I woke up, everything blocking the door was moved aside, and the door was unlocked. I called out again. No one. I called my grandmother to see if she'd been by, but she wasn't home. She'd been shopping in Glen Allen and checking on my grandpa. I decided I wasn't staying in the house that night. I grabbed the dog, a pillow, and a blanket, and slept in the hammock outside until my grandparents returned. When I told my grandmother, she was more upset that I'd slept outside during the day, worried a bear might get me. My grandparents believe me, but they've lived in that house since the 1970s and have never experienced anything like what I did. By 2010, my mom had moved out of the trailer park into a nice 2-story house. The first 6 months were quiet. Then, after the birth of my youngest sister, strange things began again. My mom had this water bottle that kept disappearing and reappearing in odd spots around the house. She had my grandmother stay with her and my other younger sister, Julia, sleep on a fold-out bed nearby because of strange noises, disembodied voices, and footsteps echoing through the hallway outside my mom's room. I stayed over for a week to help out and slept in Julia's room across the hall. It was around 3:45 a.m. when I was jolted awake by my grandmother shouting at someone to get out. At first, I thought she was yelling at my mom's boyfriend, but when I rushed in, everyone was huddled on the bed crying. The ghost boy from the trailer, the one in the sailor suit, had returned. My grandmother woke up to find him standing over Julia, then turning and pointing at the newborn baby. She told him firmly, "No, you are not a child. You're a sick, disgusting demon, and you will not harm my grandbabies, my daughter, or me. Leave now before I show you something scary." She shared this with my mom and me privately, so Julia wouldn't be scared. When she said demon, the boy's face twisted into something horrifying, like an old man's face with no nose and half of his lips missing on one side. Then he lunged at my grandmother, who screamed, "Get out! You're not welcome here!" After that, my mom lived in that house for another 4 years. The activity was minimal, just occasional voices and footsteps, nothing like before. So yeah, that's the story. Our family's brush with the supernatural, tied to places and spirits from long ago. It's left me wondering about the thin veil between this world and the next, and the echoes of past lives that might still walk among us. Thanks for listening. Hey, I want to share with you some experiences that have been part of my life. Moments that blurred the line between our world and something far more mysterious. It all started back in August 2012, just before I was about to begin my senior year of high school. And things had been quiet for a while after some earlier strange events at my mom's place. But this new chapter? It was something else entirely. My dad had recently moved into a 2-story house, a fresh start for him and my stepmom. Not long after settling in, they discovered something eerie. The previous owner had passed away there, and, strangely, her beloved cat had died just days later, seemingly from heartbreak. That revelation seemed to stir something in the house. One night, Dad was taking a nap when he suddenly felt something jump onto the bed. At first, he thought it was my stepmom and leaned over to give her a kiss. But when he turned, there was no one there. Instead, he noticed an imprint on the bed, something curled up, as if an invisible presence had nestled beside him. It sent a chill down his spine. The next day, Dad saw a shadow figure dart past him on the stairwell leading down to his bedroom. When he told my stepmom and me, she dismissed it as paranoia, blaming it on his marijuana use. But I could tell Dad was shaken. Then came a night when they went out for dinner, leaving me alone in my room, sitting at my computer. Now, my bedroom door is a stubborn one. It clicks loudly when fully closed and takes some effort to open. Suddenly, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Thinking it was them, I went to check the door. Just as I reached for the handle, it clicked shut, and the doorknob started turning on its own, then suddenly flew open as if kicked. I peered out, but no one was there. I called out, but silence answered me. My heart pounded. I locked the door and tried to shake off the unease by scrolling through Facebook. Moments later, footsteps echoed again, and the doorknob began jiggling. I mustered the courage to call out firmly, "Please, leave me alone." To my surprise, it stopped. When my dad and stepmom finally got home, I rushed out to tell them, but Dad brushed it off, and my stepmom just ignored me. Those quiet days were shattered when Dad got a frantic call from my stepmom. She was screaming, crying, barely able to explain. Dad rushed to pick her up from the grocery store, where she was having a full breakdown. After settling her down, he shared what had terrified her. While standing in an aisle, she caught a glimpse of a black figure at the end of it. In a blink, it was right in her face, whispering chilling words. "There's nothing here for you. You're not welcome. I will get you." That night, chills ran down my spine and sleep eluded me. Months passed with no incidents, and I ended up with a pretty amazing girlfriend. Let's call her Mia. One night, as we lay in bed, I recounted all my ghostly encounters. She laughed, dismissing them as nonsense. Just then, my door clicked open with a bang, the room temperature dropped, and footsteps retreated down the hall. Mia freaked out, and I couldn't help but tease her, doing a Johnny-style impression from Night of the Living Dead. "They're coming to get you, Barbara. Mwahaha." But then the footsteps returned, coming closer, and I realized I might have poked the wrong spirit. I hurriedly shut and locked the door. After that, things calmed down, though sometimes I'd feel a presence curling up next to me, or hear a cat meowing outside my door, even though I'm allergic. It was as if the house, or something in it, was still reaching out. After graduating, I returned to Copper River Princess Lodge for my final summer season. The first month was quiet, but then, one early morning around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone in my room. At first, I thought it was a friend who had keys, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw a translucent figure levitating, touching my jackets in the closet. It turned toward me and floated nearer. I pulled the blanket over my head but dared a peek. It was just waiting, watching. I pleaded, "You're scaring me. Please leave." Immediately, the oppressive weight lifted from the room. Right after, my friend Sanchez texted me to meet her in the TV room. She'd had her own encounter, a black figure flicking her beer can pyramid. At first, she thought it was me playing a prank, but then she realized she could see through it. It charged at her until she covered herself with a blanket and told it firmly, "Fuck off." We stayed awake together, feeling something poke at our backs and ribs, accompanied by a muffled laugh. The next night, Double D, a girl I was seeing who worked as a night auditor at the hotel, called me, terrified and crying. When I arrived, she was hiding behind the front desk, shaken. She told me she had seen the black figure near the bar's portraits, acknowledged its presence, and asked it not to bother her. But suddenly, it was right in her face, moving closer without her seeing it approach, snarling and laughing with a distorted, inhuman face, missing teeth, pocked with holes. She'd barely escaped as it slammed into the glass door, leaving its eerie imprint. Double D stayed with me afterward, saying the bed shook while she slept, or she heard footsteps when I wasn't home. Others at the hotel had similar experiences. A housekeeper once woke to find a figure sitting on her bed, touching her leg. A week later, my close friend, who we'll call Luke, visited with his fiancée and her friend before heading off to basic training. Not telling them about the paranormal happenings, I booked them into room 138, a room infamous for strange complaints, footsteps, voices, lights, and TVs flickering on and off. I figured Luke could handle it. After all, he once fought off an attacker at 15 without help. As we walked to their room, his fiancée stopped, asking, "Who's that little blonde girl peeking from behind the soda machines?" We looked, but nothing was there. That night, they reported voices in the bathroom, something grabbing Luke's fiancée's friend's foot while she slept, and the TV turning on and off. I finally confessed about the ghost, the blonde girl in the white dress, curious but harmless, seen since the lodge opened. The land itself used to belong to Alaskan Native tribes before partnering with Princess Touring. Later, my cousin mentioned the Bayless House, a cabin in Glen Allen tied to our family since the 70s. It had a dark past, stories of abuse, murder, and dark rituals. I heard several chilling accounts from family members who had been there. My grandmother once babysat in the Bayless house. After putting the baby to sleep, she heard scraping noises upstairs. When she tried to open the door, something was holding it shut. With help, they broke it down to find the baby thrown across the room, but unharmed, wrapped in the closet. The floor bore deep scratch marks. My grandmother never returned, and tragically, the baby died soon after from lung disease en route to the hospital. Years later, my cousin and aunt, along with friends, visited the house to play with an Ouija board. One friend, deeply religious, begged them to leave. Suddenly, she started bleeding, convulsing, speaking in tongues, and bit my cousin's forearm with canine teeth, marks that no human teeth could have made. Despite warnings, my friends and I explored abandoned trailers near the Copper Rail Depot Saloon. In one, Pretty Boy fell into a hidden cellar, a maze-like space with a rusty bed frame, handcuffs, and old underwear scattered about. The atmosphere was suffocating, and we fled in terror. In another trailer, after an ill-advised explosion near rotten food, we discovered decomposed remains of a cat. It was clear the area was steeped in darkness. The third trailer was like a time capsule from the 90s. We split up exploring, finding ammo, expired pills, a camcorder, and vintage hockey cards, items we foolishly took. That night, we all had nightmares of violence and torture, haunted by visions of an old man. We returned the items under cover of darkness, but as we prepared to leave, a noise behind us and approaching footsteps forced us to flee in panic. Determined to confront the Bayless house, Gare Bear, Pretty Boy, Fake ID McGee, Red, and I arrived around 1:30 a.m. We laid down a salt circle for protection. Exploring, I found a secret crawl space leading to a child's closet, revealing deep scratch marks. Suddenly, we heard a baby's cry, haunting and human-like. Pretty boy disappeared. After frantic searching, we found him in the garage, distressed, clutching a vintage Scooby-Doo lunchbox, mumbling about not being able to leave, haunted by screams and visions of past wrongs. Inside the house, he spoke to unseen entities, his voice shifting between his own, a woman's, and a deep, otherworldly tone. He pleaded for mercy, revealing a dark secret. Years ago, he'd harmed a girl while intoxicated. After calming him, we vowed silence, but word got out. Gare Bear's sister and her boyfriend, DJ Fuckhead, joined an attempt to revisit the house, only to be chased off by sinister forces manifesting as demonic laughter and terrifying visions. The next day, Pretty Boy and another friend went missing briefly, only to be found under strange circumstances. Pretty Boy wielded a booklet with photos of family members connected to the Bayless house. When confronted, he collapsed. We returned the items with another friend who fled in terror when confronted by shadowy figures. Since then, we've respected the Bayless house, understanding that some places are better left alone. These experiences have taught me that the past lingers, shadows of pain and sorrow imprinting themselves on the world, whispering warnings to those willing to listen. Hey, I want to share a story with you that still gives me chills when I think about it. It happened back in September 2020. My wife and I had this routine. Every night, I'd drive her to work. Nothing special about that, right? But the route we took passed through this quaint little country town called Riley, near Oxford, Ohio. There's this big hill on the road heading down into the town that we knew like the back of our hand. We'd been down that road so many times. Every tree, every mailbox, every road sign was familiar to us. So, one night, as we were rolling down that hill, just about to enter Riley, right behind the big green sign that welcomed you to the town, something caught my eye. There was a man standing by the side of the road, just looking straight at us. And let me tell you, this wasn't just some ordinary person standing there. Something about him felt out of place, almost otherworldly. I glanced over quickly, trying to get a good look before we passed him by. And at that exact moment, my wife turned to me and said, "Oh my God, did you see that?" I was about to ask what she saw because I wanted to be sure I wasn't imagining things, and she told me exactly what I'd just seen. He was dressed like a Civil War soldier, and I'm not talking about some guy in a costume. No, this was different. He looked too real, yet not quite human. My wife said she saw his face clearly, but I didn't. His whole figure was glowing white, almost like he was lit up from within. My headlights weren't shining directly on him, but he was bright enough that he stood out in the dark. His face was the strangest part. It wasn't detailed like a normal person's face. It was just a blank, glowing white space. No features, just a smooth, lighted area where his face should have been. He stood with his right leg propped up on the small incline by the road, holding a rifle like it was a cane. He wore a kepi hat. You know, those flat-topped caps soldiers used to wear during the Civil War. His entire figure shimmered in shades of white and light gray, glowing softly but clearly visible. That was it, just a moment, and then he was gone as we drove past. It left me and my wife stunned. After that night, we made it a point to drive that way every single night, hoping to catch another glimpse of him. But as the pandemic hit and my wife lost her job, those drives stopped and, sadly, we never saw him again. I've thought about stopping by the house closest to where we saw him, just to ask if the people there ever noticed anything strange, or if maybe someone was playing a prank with a costume. But honestly, how could someone explain the glowing figure with a faceless head? It just doesn't add up. I haven't stopped wondering though. Maybe I'll find the courage to ask one day, or maybe I won't. Oh, and here's something else that adds to the eerie feeling about the area. There's another cemetery in Riley nearby, and a man, who was never known for spinning tall tales, once told my dad that he drove by and saw a werewolf there. The whole area just has this creepy vibe that's hard to shake. So yeah, that's the story of the Riley soldier. An apparition or something else, I can't say. But every time I think about that glowing, faceless figure standing quietly on the hill, I get this mix of awe and unease. It's like the past is reaching out, just for a moment, to remind us it's still there. Hey, I want to share this story with you. Something that happened a few years ago. Something that still gives me chills when I think about it. It all started when my best friend and I, both a bit curious and maybe a little reckless, decided to try out a Ouija board. Now, we didn't just want to do it anywhere. We wanted the full, eerie experience. So we picked this massive old graveyard we knew well. It's the kind that feels like a wild woodland more than a cemetery, thick with overgrown bushes and winding dirt paths that twist and turn in every direction. The place is locked up tight at night, but we'd snuck in a few times before, so we weren't strangers to it. Right in the heart of this graveyard, there's an abandoned chapel. It's all crumbling and forgotten, with a small memorial area right out front. That's where we set up our board that night. We sat down facing each other on the cold, uneven ground, the Ouija board between us, the night wrapping around like a heavy blanket. The air was thick and still. No wind, just the faint rustle of leaves far off. I remember feeling a little nervous but excited as I asked, "Is there any spirit here that wants to talk to us?" Almost immediately, the planchette began to move, slowly, almost hesitantly, gliding toward the word yes. We exchanged glances. I was shocked. A tiny voice in my head wondered if my friend was just playing a trick, but he looked as stunned as I felt. We pressed on. Next, I asked what their name was. The planchette moved again, slowly inching toward the letter B and stopping there. It didn't move to another letter, just stopped. I asked aloud, "Is your name B?" And then the planchette moved to yes. That's when a cold little knot of unease started to form in my stomach. Curious, I asked, "Are you male or female?" The planchette drifted slowly to the letter F and just sat there. It wasn't spelling out a word, just lingering on that single letter. I started to doubt again, thinking maybe my friend was messing with me, moving the planchette so slowly that it looked like it was moving on its own. But I'd known him most of my life and trusted him. Then I asked, "Are you happy?" And suddenly, the planchette shot across the board fast. So fast it startled me and slammed down on no. That's when everything changed. The night seemed to close in tighter, the darkness deepened, and the wind that had been whispering just stopped altogether. There was this eerie, sharp, cold feeling that sliced through the air, and an unnatural calm settled over us, like the world itself was holding its breath. I glanced at my friend, and he looked just as shaken. His eyes were wide, and his usual confident demeanor was gone. But somehow, I couldn't stop myself. I asked, "Is there anything we can do to help you?" The planchette zipped quickly to yes again. Fear crawled up my spine then. I realized it wasn't my friend moving the planchette. He looked genuinely scared, and he's one tough guy. I asked my final question, "What can we do to help you?" And this time, the planchette flew across the board, spelling out very clearly, "Get out." We stared at each other in silence. My heart was pounding. I said, "Okay, goodbye," and the planchette moved fast to goodbye. At that moment, we jumped up and ran, fast, through those winding paths, branches snapping underfoot, the cold air burning our lungs. We didn't stop until we reached the main gate, where we scrambled out onto the street. Outside, everything was normal again. Cars passing by, streetlights glowing softly, a few people walking down the sidewalk, chatting and laughing. The normal sounds and sights of the world felt like a warm blanket after the cold silence of the graveyard. We stood there, catching our breath, still shaken, wondering what the hell had just happened. Was it real? Was it just our minds playing tricks? Or had we truly contacted something that night? I believe we did speak to a spirit. I haven't tried the Ouija board since, but that night stays with me. I still think about it sometimes, and I wonder what you think about all this. Do you believe in it? Because I'm telling you, that was one night I'll never forget. Hey, I want to share a story from when I was younger, back in middle school, living in one of those cozy neighborhoods filled with charming brick bungalows. It was a summer day, warm but with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves outside. I was upstairs, curled up with a book, completely absorbed in the quiet world of pages and words. Suddenly, I heard a faint blast, like a muffled pop from somewhere nearby. Honestly, I didn't think much of it at first. It was so indistinct, almost like a far-off firecracker or a car backfiring. I was home alone that day, which made everything feel a little more eerie now that I think about it. Then the phone rang. Yes, this was before everyone had cell phones. Remember those long cords tethered to the wall? I went downstairs to answer, the house still and quiet except for the shrill ring slicing through the silence. It was a family friend on the line, sounding a bit shaken. They told me they'd heard on their police scanner that a gun had been fired at the house right next door to mine. As we talked, I could hear distant sirens wailing through the neighborhood, growing louder by the second. After hanging up, I stepped out onto the front porch to see what was happening. The evening air was thick and still, the usual chorus of birds and insects, strangers absent. I noticed one of my neighbors nearby, her voice piercing the quiet with desperate screams. "She did it! Oh my God, she did it!" Emergency responders had their arms around her, trying to soothe her frantic sobs and frantic shaking. The terrible truth came out. Her daughter-in-law had taken a shotgun and ended her own life, right at the top of the stairs leading to the second floor. The tension in the air was suffocating. I later learned that the daughter-in-law's husband, who ran a bar and was known for meeting women frequently, had cheated on her again. The family stayed in the house for a while longer, but eventually the husband decided to move his mother, the woman who had been screaming, down to a warmer climate to escape the memories. Time passed, and a new family moved into that house. They had 2 daughters, one of whom was about my age. We became pretty close friends, and they slept upstairs in that same top-floor area. It was a single long room with a private bathroom and these massive closets that felt like little rooms themselves. Fast forward to high school. One night, a big group of us were carpooling to a school dance. As we pulled away from our houses, my friend suddenly realized she'd forgotten her ID. She was crammed into the back seat, and that was sitting more towards the front. She handed me her house key, telling me the ID was on her bedside table. I didn't hesitate. I got out and walked into her house, which was completely dark. I flipped on the switch, which lit up the front interior with a soft glow. Her parents were out for the evening, and her sister was away on a business trip, so the house was empty. I headed up the stairs towards their bedroom. The air was colder than I expected. I thought maybe they turned the heat down when they weren't home. I hurried across the long bedroom to the bedside table and grabbed the ID. But then I had this sinking feeling, like something was very wrong. I turned, and there she was. Fern. Well, her name was Fern, but I always think of her as something else now. She was standing there, not far from me. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. My heart pounded so loud I thought she might hear it. But she wasn't menacing. She smiled gently and gave me a small wave, kind of like an old friend greeting me. I blurted out, "Hi, Fern. It's nice to see you again." Then I bolted out of the house faster than I ever thought possible. When I got back to the car, my friend was already screaming, "Don't tell me what you saw, don't tell me." She knew something was going on, something she'd experienced before. I was trembling the whole ride there, and our other friends tried to calm us down. Later, I felt a strange mix of fear and pity. Fern, I think, was just so lonely. She meant no harm, just lingering in a way that was more sad than scary. That night, and many nights after, I thought about Fern, about how her presence was a reminder that sometimes people's pain doesn't just disappear with their passing. Sometimes it lingers in the quiet corners of old houses, in the shadows of staircases, and in the memories of those left behind. And maybe, just maybe, it reaches out not with anger, but with a silent longing for understanding. Hey there, I want to share some stories with you. Some pretty spooky ones, actually. They all involve encounters with ghosts, or something even more unsettling. So grab a blanket, maybe turn on a little nightlight, and let's dive into these chilling experiences. First up, there's this tale from a cousin of mine. Let's call her Cassie, who lived with her boyfriend out in a quiet, rural part of Melbourne, Australia, back in 2020. The place was a large old house, once a childcare center, now a private home. It had these really long, echoey corridors, 3 rooms and a hallway that seemed to stretch forever. 2 of the doors in the hallway were nailed shut, and the windows were always bare. No curtains or rods. To this day, that alone sounds eerie, especially at night. The house was set back far from the main road, surrounded by thick trees and bushes so dense that the streetlights barely made it through. Cassie's first experience happened after one of those exhausting days working at the hospital during the height of COVID. She went to bed early, around 9:30 p.m., hoping for some rest. But then she woke up. Not fully, but that groggy kind of waking up you sometimes get. But this time, it wasn't because she needed anything. She just felt this heavy, oppressive presence sitting right at the end of her bed. She tried to stay calm, breathing slowly, but the weight pressed down on her legs, creeping upward until it felt like something was crouched right on her knees and thighs. She was terrified, but didn't dare open her eyes or move. Cassie told herself to pretend she was asleep, because she felt like if this presence knew she was awake, something worse might happen. She was bundled under 3 blankets, wrapped tight around her like a cocoon, trying to feel safe. But then, slowly, she felt the blankets being pulled down, one by one. The weight shifted up to her hips, just above her belly button. Her breath caught in her throat as the blanket slipped away, and the mattress beneath her shifted slightly, as if whatever it was had knelt or stood there. Tears started to well up, but she bit her lip hard to keep quiet. The first blanket was gone, then the second started to be pulled off. Cassie felt pure, heart-pounding terror, honestly fearing for her life in that moment. And then, she thinks she might have fainted, or at least passed out, because she remembers that dizzy, light-headed sensation before everything went blank. Her second encounter happened another night when she was lying awake, unable to sleep, stressed over an upcoming university assignment. She'd tried to watch some Netflix, Collateral, but gave up, sinking back into the dark, half covered by her blankets. Suddenly, something grabbed her arm, yanking it from the covers and holding it up in the air. Frozen, she stayed still, pretending to sleep. Her arm was held stiff, perpendicular to her body, and she could feel something heavy kneeling on the mattress beside her. She whispered a quick Hail Mary prayer and tried to move her arm casually, as if shifting in her sleep. But the mattress shifted too, like the presence was climbing onto the bed. Then, abruptly, her arm was dropped, tingling heavily, like when your elbow hits the funny bone too hard. The last of Cassie's encounters happened in the early morning, sunlight filtering through the blinds. As she pushed the blankets off and tried to get out of bed, something grabbed her waist and pulled her back down, wrapping an arm tightly around her. She froze, completely unable to move. Then, pressed close to her ear, a whisper said only one word: "No." She shivered violently, gathering every ounce of strength to break free, and bolted from the room, only to bump into her cousin's boyfriend on the hallway, wide-eyed and shaken. Now, switching gears, let me tell you about a story from my childhood, about a babysitter named Helga. When I was around 3 or 4, my parents' old friends Helga and her sister Jean babysat me after preschool. Helga was a huge St. Louis Cardinals fan. The house was painted cardinal red, with the logo above her TV. She always knitted me a blanket, a rainbow one, and was so kind, letting me nap in her room and treating us to pancakes sometimes. One morning, when my mom dropped me off, I walked inside and saw Helga sitting in her rocking chair near the door. She looked asleep, but she wasn't. I tried waking her up, calling, "Hi Helga, wake up, it's morning." But then my mom and Jeannie realized before I did. Helga had passed away right there in the chair, from a heart attack. It was such a confusing and sad moment for a little kid. I remember my mom taking me outside, police arriving, and me asking them to come back inside so I could say goodbye. Years later, on a trip to visit her grave with my family, I saw a bright red cardinal perched in a fake cherry tree in our driveway. I like to think Helga's spirit is still watching over me. Now, for a more intense haunting, there's a story from a friend who lived with his girlfriend in a small, cheaply built house near their college campus in 2017. The house had a flat roof, a detail that would take on a new meaning later. And at first, nothing unusual happened. But soon, their smoke detectors started going off randomly, multiple times a day, even without smoke or cooking. They changed batteries repeatedly, but it didn't help. Eventually, they took the batteries out, but the alarms still went off. Desperate, they turned off the entire smoke detector circuit. Then, strange things began to escalate. The house had a back storage room that always felt eerie, like someone was watching. One night at 3 a.m., the smoke detector in their bedroom beeped a long, continuous sound, like the test button being held down. His girlfriend grabbed a chair to reach it, but just before she touched it, the beeping stopped. Then the next detector down the hall started the same pattern. This happened repeatedly, leading toward the creepy storage room, as if the entity was trying to show them its space. This bizarre occurrence continued once or twice a week for over a year. At the same time, the house became infested with bugs overnight. They'd come pouring out of light fixtures, cracks in walls, and even the smoke detectors. Exterminators came repeatedly, but the bugs always returned, making their lives miserable. Then came the footsteps, heavy, hoof-like stomping sounds on the flat roof, starting near the storage room and walking toward their bedroom, loud and deliberate. They'd rush outside looking for animals, but found nothing. The haunting escalated to sounds of metal bowls being thrown off the counter, even though nothing had moved. This happened multiple times daily. They stopped using the bowls, but then heard ceramic plates crashing and cabinets slamming violently, despite having soft close hinges. One night, the phone's face-tracking camera caught a yellow square indicating a face hovering at the foot of their bed, too high and in a spot where no one was. They had posters on walls, but the square stayed fixed no matter where they moved. Face-tracking anomalies became a constant, terrifying feature of their home. The final straw came when their friend Jame stayed over. Around 3 a.m., she woke feeling a heavy presence stepping onto the couch. She sensed feet on either side of her body, slowly moving from feet to head, feeling a malicious energy watching her. Cabinets began slamming violates in the kitchen nearby. Jame pretended to sleep for hours, terrified. Eventually, they sold the house at a loss and moved away. The friend still wonders about the poor soul now living there. His takeaway? If a house seems too good to be true, maybe it is. From another perspective, there's the story of a high school freshman, let's call him Max, who comes from a family sensitive to the paranormal. One morning at school, Max arrived early and was walking to class through the crowded entrance when he locked eyes with his art teacher. Normally friendly and approachable, the teacher looked startled, and Max noticed a dark aura above his head. A painful chill ran down Max's spine, and he felt drawn to the teacher's energy in a way that scared him deeply. He struggled to break their gaze and hurried to class. Later, chaos erupted. News spread that the art teacher had committed suicide the night before. Students panicked and cried, but Max insisted he had seen the teacher that morning. Many accused him of lying, but then 3 upperclassmen approached, confirming they had seen the teacher at the same time, in the same place, with the same eerie feeling. It was a shared, surreal experience none would forget. Next, there's a haunting tale from northern Pennsylvania, near an old mining cemetery known for ghost stories. Around 2006, a group of friends went for their annual Halloween visit. While standing among the headstones, a white pickup truck pulled up a nearby hill, its cab light on, but no driver was visible. They called to a friend to check inside, and after seeing no one, she jumped back into their vehicle, pale as a ghost. The truck slowly backed down the hill and disappeared into the night. To this day, they wonder if it was a ghost truck or the most elaborate prank ever pulled off. Finally, there's a more subtle haunting from someone who grew up in a house about 40 to 50 years old. They never experienced anything like this anywhere else. The most persistent was the faint sound of clanking metal, pots and pans, coming from the kitchen late at night, though no one was ever there. It happened so often it became a lullaby of sorts. Then, once, while running through the hallway, they caught a glimpse of a 5 to 6 foot tall figure dressed in brilliant white. A figure they named the Bride. It was fleeting, seen only from the corner of the eye, but unforgettable. Whether it was real or a trick of the mind, they still wonder. Each of these stories reminds me that the world is full of mysteries, some frightening, some comforting, and some just plain strange. I hope sharing them with you brings a little thrill and maybe even a sense of connection to those unseen corners of our lives. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, and if you ever feel a presence, remember, you're not alone. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me during my very first night shift at a gas station. Now, working nights at a gas station is definitely not what any young guy dreams about, but sometimes you just gotta pay the bills, right? I was determined not to let money slip away from me again. I had big plans. If I could just make one small investment and move to Minneapolis, I'd be set with a 6-figure salary. But the funds were nowhere to be found. So here I was, stocking shelves at this small-town gas station. Money is money, and there's always a future to look forward to. Or so I told myself. I had done a few day shifts before and knew the place pretty well. But this was different. My very first night shift alone. No supervisor in sight. Jada, my supervisor, was heading out for the night and kept repeating the same instructions like she was on a loop. Maybe the high staff turnover made her forget I wasn't that new anymore. "No phones," she said firmly. "If it's slow, make yourself useful." I nodded and smiled, trying to hide my nerves. I decided to tackle the worst chores early: cleaning the bathroom, restocking the freezers, taking out the trash, checking the receipt rolls, watering the plants. Took me about an hour, and it wasn't even midnight yet. I was practically done with my tasks. I thought about mopping the floor, but figured I could save that for later. I was feeling pretty good about being useful. After that, I settled into my fourth game of teamfight tactics when I suddenly realized I'd forgotten my name tag. Not a huge deal, but I figured I might as well grab it. The manager's office was usually locked, but tonight I had the keys. I opened the door and started rifling through the drawers. It didn't take long to find the box with name tags. At first, I thought they were all blank, but as I sifted through, I saw names. Lots of names. All previous employees. 100, maybe more. It was insane. I mean, yeah, high turnover is normal, but this was next level. I started wondering why so many people quit or disappeared. During day shifts, there was always someone new being trained or interviewed. I'd only been there a week, but felt like a veteran already. The only regular faces were the managers, Jada, Kennedy, and Alicia. They seemed decent enough. So why were so many people just vanishing? Just as I was pondering this, I noticed a customer outside, literally right by the door. I waved, but he didn't respond. He just stood there, too close for the automatic doors to stay shut, but they didn't open. This guy, late 30s, scruffy beard, rough red shirt, a bit chunky with sunken, bloodshot eyes and a natural frown, stared in at me. I waved again, no reaction. "Can I help you?" I called out. Silence. No blinking, no movement. I pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to calm myself. The man stayed put, just staring. I couldn't see a car on the cameras, no sign of him arriving or leaving. Was he on drugs? Just weird? I gave him a few minutes, but he didn't budge. Finally, I stood up. "Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave," I said. He ignored me. He was shorter than me, but easily 50 pounds heavier. Could be trouble if things got physical. "I don't want to call the police," I said, pulling out my phone and holding it up to show him. I even dialed 911, but still, no reaction. Then my phone rang. Unknown caller. Just past midnight. I answered, still keeping an eye on the creepy guy outside. "Yeah?" I said. "Please don't hang up," a voice whispered. "You're in danger, and I can help." My heart started pounding. I paced back and forth while the man's unblinking, bloodshot eyes followed me relentlessly. "Who is this?" I asked. "I'm Angie," she said. "I used to work here, same shift, same managers. I wanted to warn you." I remembered seeing an Angie name tag in the box earlier, maybe even a few. She sounded young and nervous. "In a few hours, something terrible is going to happen," she said. "If you're not out by then, you might as well be dead." "What are you talking about?" I asked, eyes darting outside. "Look outside!" I'd been watching the man at the door, but across the street, I spotted more people, about a dozen, emerging from the woods. They lumbered forward slowly, their movements stiff. "I need you to leave," Angie urged. "Just walk out. Nothing will happen if you just walk away. Nothing will come for you." Who are these people? What's going to happen? I don't know what... "Look," she interrupted. "It's simple. Just walk out the door." Something inside me screamed not to step outside. They felt wrong, dangerous, malicious even, though I couldn't explain why. Still, I moved toward the door. Leaving seemed like the only option. But it wouldn't open. "It won't open," I said, panic creeping in. "They want to keep you in there," Angie said. "They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay and die." "Die? What do you mean?" I stopped pacing, fear tightening my chest. "Tell me exactly what's about to happen," I demanded. "There's something in there with you," Angie sighed. "It could be minutes or hours, but that thing is coming for you." What thing? The man with bloodshot eyes now had two others with him, a young man with a grotesque overbite and a young girl who looked barely older than a child. They all stared with empty, broken eyes, just inches from the door. "It doesn't have a name," Angie said, "but it'll leave you empty, like the people outside." "But if I leave, I'll be okay?" "Yes, that's what I'm telling you." "Hold on, I'll check the back," I said, desperation pushing me. I hurried to the employee entrance at the back. The handle was cold, and the door swung open easily. Outside, another 4 people stood waiting. 2 young men, an older woman, and a teenage girl. They all stared like they wanted something. I stopped short. "Why do they come here?" I asked Angie. "They serve their master," she said. "They want the spoils." "What spoils?" I thought about it. She meant me. "Right," I said, nodding slowly. "Are you at the back door?" "Yeah, I'm here." "Just walk out," she whispered. "It's not too late." I hesitated. Why lock the front door but not the back? If they wanted me trapped, wouldn't both doors be locked? "The door's open," I said. "Great, you can still make it." "Why wouldn't they lock the back door, Angie?" She paused. "I don't know," she finally said. "But trust me. They gave me the keys. I can lock and unlock this door 100 times. What's going on?" "They don't usually do that," she whispered. I shut the door and stepped back. 4 more pairs of eyes watching me. "Look," Angie said, voice trembling. "I was the last to leave." They messed up. I found a spare key and got out before it was too late. Maybe they want you to think it's safe, but it's a trick. "Yeah, sure," I muttered. "I'm trying to help you," she cried. "Those things out there are just to scare you. They're harmless, but here to keep you trapped." I've got one voice telling me to leave, and dozens of creeps staring at me. No locked doors, just fear. What am I supposed to believe? "Fine, call the police. Hang up and call them," she shouted. I ended the call. By now, 8 people had gathered at the front door, silent and still. I tried calling emergency services. Silence. No dial tone, no ring, just emptiness. I called my mom, friends, nothing. Tried online, only cached pages. Even my phone's background switched to a black screen. Then, a strange smell filled the store. The frozen goods I'd just stocked started to smell rotten. Our flowers by the counter withered and died, all except the sunflowers, which turned a sickly blue. I tried the landline in the manager's office. As I entered, my phone rang again. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered Angie's call. "How are you calling when everything else is down?" I asked. "I still have the email password," she said. "Checked your application. Calling from a private network." "They?" I asked. I thought it was just one thing. "No, they work together. People don't just disappear without notice." "A conspiracy?" "Yeah. People come and go all the time. No paperwork, no records, just a box of name tags." It made sense in a twisted way, but I needed proof. "Why didn't you call me sooner?" "I had to make sure Jada wasn't around," she said. "She would have tricked you." "I'm not sure you're not tricking me." "Why would I call you just to have you fail? If I was part of this, I'd have let you die," she screamed, then fell silent. I counted my breaths, eyes fixed outside. The crowd had grown. "How did you know what game I was playing?" I asked. No answer. Silence. "You're watching me. You knew I was alone and nervous." "Yeah," she sighed. "You tried to get me out before it got worse." "That's not..." She sighed deeply, heavy breathing filling the air. I was ready to hang up. This was a trick. She wanted me outside, to join them. "I'm just trying to help," she said softly. I studied the people outside, their blank stares piercing me. Felt like a snake charmer surrounded by snakes, waiting for one wrong move. "I have all the passwords. I wanted you to have the best chance. I hoped they wouldn't come tonight, but when they did, I had to do something." "You're not being honest." "I'm not lying. It's hard to explain. It sounds insane. I don't want to throw you off." "Tell me straight. What's coming?" "It's not real, but it's there. It steps through the world, air, time, some kind of ripple. Then it shoves a spike into your head and takes something from inside." "A spike?" "Yes, into your mouth. No mouth of its own. You're just gone." My mind spiraled. Over 18 people outside, all staring. If I stepped out, I'd know for sure. Suddenly, the lights flickered, a loud hum, then blackout. One fluorescent tube burned out, others dimmed to nothing. "This is real," I whispered. "Now!" Angie screamed. "Get out!" I bolted. Tripping and tumbling in the dark, I crashed into the lunch table, barely breathing, mouth aching as if bracing for pain. I fumbled for the back door, pulling instead of pushing 3 times before it budged. "Angie?" I gasped. "Hurry, you can make it." "How did you see it in the dark?" "It was right there." "I can't even see the sign on the door. How do you know about the spike and what it does? You said you never saw it kill." "You're missing the point. It doesn't add up. You're lying, not trying to save me." She stopped breathing. The call ended. I stood in the dark, heart pounding, every little noise amplified. The breeze, the crackling wires, the ventilation struggling to restart. My hand still on the door handle. "You lied," I whispered. Then, footsteps shuffled on the other side. "Yes," Angie's voice echoed from beyond the door. I stood frozen for what felt like an hour until the power returned. The crowd was gone. Angie was gone. My phone worked. I called for help and broke down crying when the police arrived. They found me locked in the bathroom, panic-stricken and barely able to speak. Cameras caught a mob gathering outside, but couldn't identify anyone. Jada and the other managers were called in, genuinely surprised. No one knew why people disappeared or quit. Maybe it's just how things are. Or maybe there's more than one Angie out there, trying to warn short-term workers. The front door? It was just broken wiring causing it to jam. That broken door was the only thing that saved me that night. I would have walked out as soon as Angie told me to. I worked there for another 4 months, sticking to day shifts and weekends. The night shift seemed to go smoothly after that. Maybe Angie and her friends moved on. I've saved enough for my move to Minneapolis now, but I wanted to get this down on paper. Looking back, it feels unreal. But I know this for sure. There are things out there. Things that want us to join them. Hey, I want to share a story with you. It's about how a silly prank spiraled into something much darker than we ever imagined. It all started a few years ago when I was a senior in high school, just your typical restless teenager, really. My parents, overwhelmed with my 3 younger sisters, had pretty much stopped trying to keep me in line. As long as I wasn't hurting anyone, they let me do my thing. So, on this particular night, I snuck out to meet up with my friends down by the path that leads to Willow Lake. There were 6 of us gathered there, with Braden taking the lead and his loyal sidekick, Vicky, close by. When I joined the group, I saw why everyone was so quiet. There, lying on the road, was a dead man. Middle-aged, probably in his 50s. It looked like he'd been dead for a few hours. Judging by the whispers and hushed tones, my friends had just found him. To them, this poor guy had become some kind of strange spectacle. They had already gone through his pockets and agreed not to call the police. Their plan was to leave him there and let someone else find him on their morning walk. While the rest of the group was talking about how gross and unsettling it all was, Braden was plotting something. They had taken all the loose cash from the man's wallet, but Braden wanted more, something memorable. "Vicky, hand me your pencil," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. She hesitated but passed it over. Then, with a strange kind of care, Braden pressed the pencil into the man's throat, puncturing it in 2 places. Blood started to seep out, even though the man was already dead. I was shocked. "What are you doing?" Vicky protested, reaching for the pencil. Everyone else stared at the body in stunned silence. The puncture wounds looked like something straight out of a vampire movie, 2 neat holes right where the arteries were. Braden grinned, clearly pleased. "This'll get people talking. It's hilarious." Sure enough, the next day the town was buzzing. An elderly woman had found the body and called the police. The cause of death? Apparently an aneurysm. But the wounds, the so-called vampire bites, were what caught everyone's attention. Braden was proud as punch. There was even a short segment on the national news about the Willow Lake bloodsucker. Yeah, that was us. No actual vampires, just a bunch of dumb kids acting out. The story was quickly debunked, but the damage was done. The headline had already grabbed national attention. But the real nightmare didn't start there. A few days later, I was meeting Vicky and her friends at a nearby convenience store. Vicky had her own car, and we were planning to grab some Chinese food. As we stood outside, a man sprinted past us. He looked terrible. Ragged clothes, an unkempt beard, wild hair tangled in all directions, sunken eyes that seemed almost hollow. He didn't even glance our way. It was like he was running from something terrifying. His shoes barely clung to his feet, flapping with every desperate stride. Across town, more people like him appeared. I heard of at least 6 different instances, panic-stricken individuals stumbling into places like the police station and the school cafeteria. Some were arrested, others sent away. But all of them were searching for the same thing, the Willow Lake bloodsucker. The first time I actually spoke to one of these people, I was waiting in line at an ATM. At first, I thought he was homeless, but there was something off about him. His pupils were minuscule, leaving his eyes almost entirely white. He trembled as he approached me, struggling to stand steady. "Do you know the bloodsucker?" he asked each person in line. When he reached me, I shrugged, trying to brush it off. "It's fake, right?" I scoffed. "He died of an aneurysm." "No," he said, his voice shaking. "It's real. It's here. We have to find it." He looked like he might break down any second, like his whole world depended on this. To me, it was just a frustrating rumor, but for him, the bloodsucker was terrifyingly real. Meanwhile, Braden and the others didn't care. To them, messing with a dead body was just another night's mischief. Vicky was practically living the vampire lifestyle, staying up all night with Braden, skipping school, partying hard. I'd heard she was into some serious pills. But around town, people were on edge. The rumors were growing, and with these strange, desperate people roaming the streets, paranoia was spreading. Neighborhood watches started popping up, and the police were pressured to act. Braden even had one of his house parties shut down after an anonymous tip claimed he knew the bloodsucker. Not that surprising, considering, in a way, Braden was the bloodsucker. One Friday night, Braden invited us all over for another party. After what happened last time, I wasn't interested. It was nearly midnight, and I was snug in bed, so I ignored the invite. The next day, I went to his place for our usual Saturday lunch. When I arrived around noon, Vicky's car was in the driveway. Braden's parents had gotten him his own place about a year earlier, so nobody was around to keep an eye on him. Still, something felt wrong. Vicky hated spending the night anywhere but her own home. Inside, the place was a wreck. The couch was flipped over, and the air smelled like iron, sharp and metallic. A glass table was shattered, with dry flowers scattered across the floor. Blue sunflowers Vicky had given Braden when he moved in. It looked like a violent struggle had taken place. Blood spattered on the ceiling made no sense. How did it get up there? I stood frozen, calling out for Braden or anyone else, but no one answered. There were no bodies, just an unlocked door and utter chaos. I called the police immediately. They took over the scene and told me that several people had been reported missing. At least 6 had been at the party, and 3 were now gone. Likely, they snuck out during the night, and their parents noticed their empty beds in the morning. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was tied to the bloodsucker. But was it revenge? Or something else? From then on, I was consumed by paranoia. The rumors only intensified. Interviews, articles, missing person posters. It was spreading all over town. Putting up posters with Vicky and Braden's faces was surreal. Their eyes seemed to follow me, silently asking where I had been that night. Everyone started asking me questions. My parents, the police, social workers. They all thought I knew something. And I did. About the prank. But I kept that to myself. It felt irrelevant, like a childish joke that had gotten out of hand. So I stayed quiet. But the silence made me a target. Everyone knew I hung out with Braden and the gang. As days turned to weeks, the pressure grew unbearable. Calls flooded in nonstop. I remember one time the newspaper called and I just lost it. "I don't know anything. Maybe the bloodsucker got them. I don't know," I screamed. Big mistake. That only made things worse. I was hauled into the police station for questioning, dragged to the school counselor with my parents, bombarded with calls from reporters and concerned citizens, and some lunatics online. The bloodsucker had become a headline. People don't just vanish without a reason. I stopped going to school. The halls felt suffocating. I imagined whispers following me, shadowy eyes watching from afar. The rumor had swallowed my life whole. I thought about telling the truth. I really did. But after weeks of lying, I couldn't just flip the script overnight. My parents bought me a cheap car so I could drive straight home, but cheap cars break down. One night in late May, it died on me just off the highway. I'd been careless, hanging out with a friend after school, had a few beers, and probably shouldn't have been driving. Anxiety gnawed at me as I pushed the car off the road. It was just after 8 p.m. A storm was brewing. Wind howled, rain pattered against the windshield, and the highway felt empty except for passing cars. I debated whether to call my parents, the police, or roadside assistance. My thumb hovered over my mom's number for minutes. The faint smell of beer on my breath made me hesitate. Then, without warning, a ragged man appeared at my window, wielding a tire iron. As I hit the call button, glass shattered everywhere. Hands reached inside. I kicked and scrambled to the passenger side, bleeding from cuts I didn't even notice. In the chaos, I must have screamed, though I can't remember. My throat was raw when I came to. Panic took over, and I just ran. But before I fled, our eyes met. His were fully white, no pupils, just cold, empty orbs. It felt like he was looking right through me, seeing something I couldn't see in myself. Those eyes haunt me to this day. I ran into the field beside the road, then plunged into the pine forest. My body moved on autopilot, lungs burning, heart pounding. Behind me, I heard rustling and screaming, some angry, some pleading. "Please, sir, talk to us," one cried. They called out, desperate and broken. I found a hollow beneath a pine tree and hid, clutching nothing but fear. I realized I'd dropped my phone inside the smashed car. Hours passed as I listened to them shuffle nearby. One muttered, "Gotta find him. Not too late. Gotta find him." Through the branches, I caught a glimpse of those white eyes. I closed mine, held my breath, praying for it to end. When I finally moved, the sky had darkened, the wind stronger, rain still soft. No screams, no sounds. I stumbled into a small clearing and tripped over something. In the moonlight, I saw it was a man, coughing up blood, gasping for air. It was the one who attacked me. But he wasn't looking at me. He was staring behind me. I turned and froze. 6 headless bodies floated silently in the air, their limbs swaying gently in the breeze. I recognized their clothes, the missing ones from the party, and standing in the middle of the clearing was a man. Sharp suit, impeccably groomed black hair, Mediterranean features, like he didn't belong in this wild place. His eyes locked with mine, and I couldn't breathe. His gaze was ice. He stepped forward, extending a hand that felt freezing to the touch, like ice water seeping through my veins. "You brought too much attention," he said, voice low and dangerous, like hot chocolate scalding your tongue. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Some woodsmen are hunting me," he said, glancing at the bleeding man. "You and your friends brought them here." I stammered excuses, but then the man's form twisted. His skin cracked like porcelain, revealing darkness beneath. His mouth unhinged, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and long fangs. He grew taller, towering over me. "I don't care for excuses," he growled. His long fingers wrapped around my neck, squeezing. Pain exploded through me. I struggled to nod as he hissed, "You will tell them it was all your doing. You will tell them there is nothing lurking in the dark. You will lie." He threw me down. I gasped for air, tears blurring my vision. Through the haze, I saw him pick up the bleeding man. A sickening crack echoed, the breaking of a neck. Blood poured out like a burst juice box, soaking pale skin and dripping into black eyes. The 6 headless bodies floated as silent witnesses. I turned and ran. The next morning, I lied. I told everyone it was a stupid prank gone wrong. I said I didn't know what happened to Braden and the others. I claimed I walked home that night, that someone broke into my car. I lied about everything, but I couldn't sleep. If I'd missed something, if I'd exposed that thing in any way, I was sure I'd pay with my life. Years have passed. I left that town, that state behind. But sometimes I get strange emails or friend requests, people asking uncomfortable questions. And I still lie. It weighs on me. But I'm just a person, not made to face monsters. Not again. Hey, I want to share with you something that happened to us. Something that still haunts me whenever I think about it. It was supposed to be a fun, special night, celebrating my friend Lindsay's birthday. Lindsay, yeah, I changed her name a bit. She turned 30 right when the pandemic hit, so all the big celebrations were canceled. When we finally could get together again, we wanted to do something memorable, a proper girls' night out, just like old times. Lindsay always had this fascination with the spooky and the eerie. Her birthday's just a week before Halloween, so by then, everything around us would be pumpkin-spiced and draped in fake cobwebs. It was kind of her vibe. Even as a mom of 2, she'd still wear skull necklaces or pentagram earrings now and then, a little nod to the gothic side she loved. But organizing the night was tricky. Our schedules were all over the place. Some of us could take the whole weekend off. Others had to be home by midnight or had work early the next day. We kept going back and forth on what to do, until Aggie, another friend, found the perfect thing: an escape room. We all met up on a chilly Saturday evening: me, Dawn, Aggie, and Lindsay. After a fancy dinner and a long, crisp walk, we arrived at this place called the Apostle Collective. They had opened about a year before, and they'd been booked solid all spring. So somehow, snagging a booking near Halloween felt like a stroke of luck. Maybe some of you have heard of them. They've got a few locations, mostly in Minnesota. The place was incredible. Not your average spooky decorations. They had smoke machines, hidden speakers, projectors, the whole immersive experience. The staff were decked out in prosthetics, looking like zombie carnival workers from an old-timey freak show. When we stepped inside, they checked our booking and handed us a little box of free popcorn. Lindsay's face lit up. We'd told them it was her birthday, and they made sure she got some extra attention. She deserved it. Then, as we approached the entrance to the escape room, the staff gave us a little introduction. "You're about to enter the box of the godless grinning witch," they said in this eerie tone. "This is our longest and scariest room yet. It's practically brand new, except for some playtesters. You're lucky to get in. The previous group canceled last minute. Inside, you'll find everything you need to solve the puzzles. Just don't break any furniture or try to move anything bolted down. None of the clues require force, so don't worry about hurting yourselves." Dawn piped up, "Are there actors? Can you tell us?" The staff member smiled tightly. "I could, but I won't. Just remember, whatever happens, you won't be harmed. Something might reach for you, chase you, or touch you, but no harm will come to you. Please keep that in mind." Aggie asked nervously, Is the door open? Can we leave at any time?" "Just knock or send us a text. The door locks automatically, but we can open it remotely with a click of a button." Lindsay couldn't contain herself and interrupted. "So what's the story? Ghouls? Ghosts? Vampires?" I was thrilled to see her this excited. She was practically bouncing. The game's premise was that a cruel witch trapped 4 souls inside a tiny box. As the souls scramble to escape, they realize they're not alone. Monstrous beings lurk inside, hunting them. That was it. No spoilers, no extra hints. We were to enter knowing only that we'd been captured and were not alone. Aggie kept her phone for texting hints or contacting staff if we needed. The rest of us put ours away. This was supposed to be intense. The average solve time was about 4 hours. We were allowed to stay until midnight, and if we solved it without hints, there was a special prize. We could also text to pause the game for bathroom breaks. We hung up our coats, Dawn stretched, and Lindsay was visibly shaking with excitement. This was going to be great. I was the last to step inside. As the door shut behind me, I noticed the staff member glance sideways, their brow furrowing before they stepped back. Then, in a blink, they vanished. The door slammed shut hard. Something felt off, but I didn't want to alarm anyone. They were so excited, and the game was just beginning. Inside, the room was pitch black, windowless. Lindsay was chatty, trying to mask her nerves, but Dawn and Aggie exchanged uneasy looks, clearly wondering what they'd gotten themselves into. Then, a chilling laugh echoed, followed by a sudden light. A projector on the ceiling flickered on, filling the entire room. We looked up to see the image of an impossibly large woman looming over us, like we were tiny toys in her hand. Her eyes were sunken and joyless, but her grin stretched impossibly wide, ear to ear. It was clearly CGI, but the effect was impressive. Above her, a full moon shone. "I think she's based on a local legend," Aggie whispered. "Some kind of pilgrim myth. I've heard about it." As the grinning witch's hand passed over us, the room plunged into darkness again, electric torches flaring to life along the walls. The game had officially started. The room was filled with all the classic escape room trappings: paintings, rugs, chests, tables inscribed with strange runes. We scattered, eager to find clues. Aggie found a pamphlet and started calling out names. Dawn discovered a series of numbers under a chair. Lindsay soaked in the atmosphere, searching paintings for hidden hints. About 30 minutes in, a terrifying sound echoed. Rattling cages, snapping metal, a low moan, and heavy footsteps approaching. We all darted for hiding spots. The room had a few obvious ones. Lindsay was giggling nervously, but my heart was pounding. Yet, nothing happened. The noises faded as if they were just a recording, but there was this odd disconnect, like the footsteps were supposed to transition from recorded to real, but no one appeared. We waited in silence, then cautiously emerged. "Did we miss something?" Dawn asked, glancing around. There was an awkward silence. Nothing stirred. Strange. We made solid progress, found keys that opened a chest, revealing a black light disguised as a candle. Using it, we uncovered coded runes and discovered a touchpad hidden behind a painting. Entering the right code opened a small side room full of clues. Things were clicking. Then the strange noises returned, rattling chains, moans, pounding steps. We hurried back to hiding spots, convinced this time something would happen. But again, nothing. The voice from the ceiling whispered, "I think he likes you." "Like hell he does," Aggie muttered. "He's not coming out." "Relatable," Dawn said, standing. "I'm using the bathroom. Text them." Aggie sent a message to the staff as Dawn tried the door. Locked. "No response," Aggie frowned. Dawn knocked. Silence. "Still nothing," Aggie said, holding up her phone. A sick feeling twisted in my stomach. Something was wrong. Dawn's cheerful smile faded. Lindsay's energy drained. "Is this part of it?" Lindsay asked uneasily. "Are you in on this?" "No," I said quickly. "It's probably just an auto-lock glitch or something. No big deal." But no one answered. Aggie tried calling Hank, her husband, but no pickup. I pressed my ear against the wall, hoping to hear staff chatter nearby, but silence. There were supposed to be actors or staff just outside. This didn't add up. Then, I heard footsteps. Heavy, real footsteps, not recorded. I motioned for quiet. There was a small opening in the wall, a door perhaps. Someone was coming. "Is that them?" Dawn whispered. The steps were large and heavy. None of us knew what to do, but we all agreed this felt wrong. Dawn hissed, "Hide!" We scrambled to the best places. Lindsay and I squeezed into the little side room and shut the door, holding our breath. Dawn squeezed inside a chest, and Aggie hid behind a curtain at the back. The dim light might help. The doors slid open with a creak. Heavy breathing, dragging feet, and a wet snorting sound filled the room. Something sharp scraped the floor. "Please pick the small one first, Byron," a hoarse voice wheezed. A pig-like screech replied. This wasn't pre-recorded. Someone was really there. Something big. Then, tearing fabric, followed by a scream. An awful, drawn-out scream of terror and pleading. Someone was being dragged out. I couldn't tell who. Then, silence. The door shut. We peeked out. The curtain Aggie had hidden behind was torn down. She was gone. Blood smeared the floor. We found Dawn curled up inside the chest, trembling, her eyes wild, barely breathing. When we tried to reach her, she screamed and clawed at us. She saw something, but we couldn't get through. "What did you see?" Lindsay whispered. Dawn shook her head, lost. "I'm not waiting for that to come back," Lindsay said firmly. "Help me turn off the lights." "The lights?" I shivered. "It can't find us in the dark," Lindsay said. One by one, we extinguished the torches. Darkness swallowed the room. We crouched near Dawn, trying to calm her. "This is part of it, right?" Dawn whispered. "Is Aggie in on this? Are you messing with me?" "No," I whispered. Something's wrong. Bullshit, Lindsay snapped. Who has the phone? All eyes on Aggie. There has to be something, Lindsay demanded. Try to find anything. What? Where? I was panicked. I don't know. Just try. I felt along the door frame and found 2 cables, maybe for lights. Then a thought hit me. Maybe the door unlocks when we solve it, I said. Won't work, Lindsay sighed. Some clues need staff to open them manually, but I don't think anyone's out there anymore. What about fire escapes? You can't just lock people in. Lindsay sank to the floor. This is a mistake. Suddenly, the side door slammed open. Heavy footsteps filled the room again. Even in the dark, we knew something huge was here, smelling of earth and dampness. That scraping noise returned. Byron, get another one, the hoarse voice laughed. Lindsay and I pressed ourselves against the wall, holding hands tight. Dawn was panicking. No, she coughed. No, no, no. A loud snort. The scraping lifted off the floor. We heard a heavy thud as Dawn was thrown down. She tried to speak but couldn't. Then, a horrible sound. Something heavy falling on her and then being dragged away. Her scream was raw and terrifying. The door slammed again. Lindsay sobbed nearby. I was frozen, muscles stiff. Time stretched, probably only minutes, but felt like hours. Finally, Lindsay stood, flipped a table on its side, broke off the legs, and handed me one. Don't just let them, okay? She said. Okay, I nodded, trembling. My hands were slick with sweat, slipping on the wood. I didn't know if I could fight whatever was hunting us. Maybe barricade the door, Lindsay suggested. Then, faster footsteps approached. The thing entered alone this time. No guiding voice. Lindsay and I pressed against the wall, heartbeats pounding. It sniffed, munched, and grunted as it searched. After a few tense minutes, it left. Then, the projector flickered on again. The grinning witch's giant form filled the ceiling. The room lit up. The creature was massive, at least 6'8", wearing a torn varsity jacket and mud-covered jeans, patches of black fur poking through the holes. It looked like a scarecrow stuffed with wild animal parts. Its head was a boar's, with wet snout and sharp teeth. Its small, dark eyes locked onto me, glowing with violent joy, like a kid about to open a birthday present. It screamed, a pig-like shriek, and charged. I stumbled, nearly falling, but Lindsay kept hold of my hand as we scrambled to the other side of the room. Still down there, playthings? The voice from above mocked. Will you not give up? The light shifted with the video. When the witch appeared fully, the room dimmed. When she retreated, the full moon shone. He'll get you, playthings, the voice sneered. It is so futile. Fresh blood stained the creature's jacket. As the video ended, we'd circled the room and were back at the door. The creature charged straight at us. At the last moment, Lindsay let go, and we dove aside. The boar man crashed into the door, pounding, tearing, biting, roaring in frustration and hunger. It didn't take long to break through. The sudden flood of light from outside scared it, and it fled down the hallway. Lindsay and I stayed down a moment to catch our breath, then crawled out, ready to run. Bloodied handprints smeared the walls. A severed fingernail was stuck to the ceiling. We ignored it all, sprinting for the exit. Come on, come on. I'd sprained my ankle. Lindsay was bleeding from a cut on her hand. About 40 feet from safety, we heard that terrifying voice again. Tell them, it screamed. No carnival games in the name of her ladyship. Tell them to fear. Tell them all. Fear the grinning witch. The laughter echoed behind us as Lindsay pulled me forward. No time to look back. We burst through the doors into the cool night air. The laughter faded, but the terror stayed with us. Writing this down feels strange, like recounting someone else's nightmare. But Lindsay is real as when I last saw her, and I don't think any of us will ever fully heal. I still catch myself freezing at random sounds, listening for footsteps. Lindsay's developed a deep claustrophobia. No more locked doors for her, ever. The police called it an armed robbery. Security footage showed 4 intruders entering through the back door, 3 hooded figures, and a large masked man in a varsity jacket. The case was handed to a special unit, which was promptly dropped. No updates. No kidnappings were filed. Dawn, Aggie, and the staff vanished without a trace. No witnesses, no getaway vehicle. They just disappeared. The Grinning Witch is a local legend about a witch who collected cursed animals and souls in a box. The escape room barely touched on it, just a loose inspiration. But somehow, it attracted something dark. A hate sect, maybe. But that man with the boar head, no mask, wet snout, real teeth, that wasn't human. No matter how I try to explain it, I can't shake the image. I don't think this will ever be solved. Things like this don't just happen. But this time, they did. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me recently. Something that's been truly unsettling. So, I live in this old place. It's one of those vintage houses that was converted into a rental. It has that creaky charm, you know? But ever since I moved in, there's been this odd vibe. At first, it was just noises. You might think it's the usual old house stuff. Floorboards settling, pipes groaning. I tried to convince myself that's all it was. But here's the thing. Whenever I have friends over, they always get this uneasy look when they hear the noises. They'll ask me, "How can you feel safe here by yourself?" And I just smile and say, "I guess I'm just used to it." But honestly, it's been creeping me out more than I care to admit. Then, I brought my cat Luna over from my parents' place. Now, I know cats can be quirky, but Luna started acting really strange. She'd just stare, wide-eyed, into the dark corners of the rooms, like she was seeing something I couldn't. At first, I thought it was just her usual oddness, but then she started waking me up. I'd lie down on the couch for a quick nap, and I'd wake up to her meowing softly, staring right behind me with this wild, frightened look. Okay, before I go further, I want to say I've experienced sleep paralysis before. I know what that's like. But what I'm about to tell you, I was wide awake. I could move. I wasn't frozen or anything. The first time it happened, Luna woke me up early one morning when I was trying to catch some sleep before work. I opened my eyes and saw writing all over the walls. It was like someone had scribbled in every direction, but I couldn't make out a single word, just lines and shapes swirling around. I blinked a few times, and then, just like that, it faded away. I was too shaken, so I ended up sleeping on the couch that night. Then, last night, something else happened. I sometimes struggle with insomnia, so I was lying in bed, eyes closed, trying to drift off when I suddenly felt this pressure at the foot of my bed. My first thought was, it's Luna, just hopping on to curl up. But when I looked down, there was nothing there. The pressure was still there though, like a hand resting lightly on the bed. I slid my leg under the spot, moving it around, and it felt like I was sliding my leg under a hand, not something pushing down. When I shook my leg, the pressure lifted like someone had just pulled their hand away. I live with my partner, by the way. They haven't experienced any of this, probably because they're usually engrossed in video games and chatting with friends all day, not paying attention to the subtle weirdness around us. Now, I want to tell you about another night, one that still sends shivers down my spine. I'm a woman living out here in Arizona, a place with a reputation for paranormal stories, strange lights, and all sorts of eerie happenings. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal myself, had a few small encounters, but nothing like what went down recently. It was around 11:30 p.m., and I just dropped off a friend at his place out in the middle of nowhere, after a day filled with gaming and watching some classic horror movies. The whole day had been rainy, and the sky was still heavy with dark clouds, blocking out the moonlight. If you've ever driven around here at night, you know how dark it gets. Pitch black, like the kind of night where you can barely see your own hands. I was driving down this stretch of road, well lit but deserted, and suddenly, I got this feeling. Not quite a chill, more like a deep, instinctual nope crawling up my neck. Then I saw this strange blue light bathing the street ahead of me. It looked out of place, unnatural, especially against the sickly yellow glow of the street lamps. As I passed under the light, it just went out. And then, out of nowhere, a huge shadow silently swept across the road in front of me. My heart jumped. I was already on edge, and this just pushed me over the edge. I finally reached the highway, where I had the choice to take a back road that was under heavy construction or head straight home via the highway. I chose the highway. Back roads with construction at night? No thank you. Then this smaller truck starts tailgating me hard, like riding my bumper. In Arizona, people drive fast and close, so I didn't think much of it at first. But then, every time I signaled to change lanes or take a turn, the truck would do the exact same thing moments later. It followed me onto the highway, then matched every turn I made, right, left, merging lanes, always close behind, always signaling just after me. My stomach tightened. This wasn't just aggressive driving. It felt deliberate, like I was being followed. I remembered hearing that if you make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction, you can see if someone's tailing you, because you'll circle back around. So I pretended to turn into the back entrance of a nearby strip mall. The truck whipped past me, and I took a deep breath, then turned back up the road towards my house. I was determined to get his license plate number, just in case. I repeated the numbers over and over in my head, whispering them in the quiet of my truck's cab, trying to keep calm. I watched the truck turn off onto another street, and once I was sure he was gone, I checked my rear view to make sure he wasn't back behind me. Thankfully, he wasn't. I was only a few miles from home, but the sense of unease was creeping in deeper. When I finally got home, I kept my keys tight in my hand, finger resting on the panic button of my car remote. If you don't know, that button can save your life, set off the alarm, attract attention, and scare off anyone getting too close. I was ready. But then, just as I was about to head inside, I realized I'd forgotten to take the trash cans to the curb. It was midnight, pitch dark, and as I dragged them down the driveway, the silence was suffocating. No crickets, no birds, no bats, just this heavy, eerie quiet. Then, out of the corner of my eye, near the open desert at the end of the street, I saw him. A tall, pale figure standing just beyond the reach of a neighbor's garage light. No face to speak of, just this lanky, ghostly silhouette, motionless and staring. My heart hammered as my dog suddenly barked furiously, breaking the silence. I didn't wait. I sprinted inside, slammed the door, and watched the garage door close behind me. I've been hearing scratches on my bedroom window ever since, but I'm too scared to peek through the blinds. What if whatever's out there is waiting for me to look? Right now, I'm sitting here with a blade by my bed, hoping, praying, that I make it through the night safe. Whatever this is, it's real, and it's watching. Hey, I want to share with you the absolute creepiest night I've ever had out here in Arizona. Now, if you're familiar with the Southwest, you probably know that the nights can get incredibly dark. Like, no stars, no moon, just this heavy, all-consuming darkness that feels like it's swallowing everything whole. And Arizona, well, it's a hot spot for all sorts of strange tales. Paranormal stuff, UFO sightings, weird vibes, you name it. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal myself, and I've had my share of minor weird experiences, but nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened just an hour ago. So, picture this. It's about 11:30 p.m., and I've just dropped off my buddy, let's call him Mike, at his place. His house is way out in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place where the silence is almost deafening. We'd spent the day hanging out, playing video games, and watching one of my favorite horror movies, which probably didn't help my nerves. The sky had been cloaked in thick, dark clouds all day from the rain, and those clouds were still hanging around, blocking any moonlight from piercing through. The road I was driving on was slick and slippery from the rain, and honestly, my truck's headlights aren't the strongest, so visibility was pretty rough. I was driving down this deserted stretch of road. It's usually pretty well lit, but tonight, the streetlights gave off this sickly yellow glow that just didn't feel right. Then, out of nowhere, this strange feeling crept up the back of my neck. It wasn't exactly a chill, more like this instinctive, gut-wrenching sensation of nope. Right as that feeling hit, I noticed this odd blue light shining down on the street just ahead of me. It was so weird because it didn't match the rest of the streetlights at all. As soon as I drove under that blue light, it flickered off, and I caught sight of a massive shadow passing silently right across the road in front of me. My heart started pounding. This was way too much for my already jumpy self. I kept driving, adrenaline kicking in, until I finally reached the highway. I had two choices: take a back road that was under heavy construction, or stick to the highway and head home the normal way. Of course, I chose the highway. The back road seemed like a trap. Dark, deserted, and messy with construction equipment everywhere. Almost immediately, this smaller pickup truck started tailgating me hard, like literally riding my bumper. Now, around here, it's normal for people to speed or tailgate, so at first, I tried to brush it off. But then things started getting weird. I signaled to take my turn, and so did this guy, right after me. Then, at the next turn, which was a left, he did the exact same thing. Every time I changed lanes, he mirrored me, staying way too close, always signaling just a second after I did. My heart was hammering by this point, and all the stories I'd heard about people being followed flooded into my mind. I started thinking about how to handle this without leading him straight to my house. Then it hit me. If I make 3 turns in the same direction, it'll form a circle. If he's still following me after that, I'll know for sure. So, I pretended to turn into the back entrance of a strip mall near my house. As I stopped at the right turn lane, the truck sped past me. I took a deep breath, then turned around and headed back up the road toward my place. I was determined to catch his license plate, just in case. I repeated those numbers over and over in my head, and even whispered them out loud in the silence of my truck's cab. Being the one following him instead of the other way around gave me a sliver of control, and that helped calm me down a bit. I watched the truck take a turn off onto a side street, and once I was sure he was gone, I checked my rearview mirror repeatedly. No sign of him. But even though I was close to home, my skin was crawling, and the hairs on my arms were standing up. The quiet around me felt heavy, like the night itself was holding its breath. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I made sure to look around carefully before I got out. My hand gripped my keys tightly, finger hovering over the panic button. For anyone who hasn't used this trick, the panic button on your car's key fob can be a lifesaver. If someone gets too close when you're alone, just hold it down and the alarm will scream, attracting everyone's attention and scaring off whoever's lurking nearby. I hurried inside, breathing a little easier once the door slammed shut behind me. But then, just as I was about to head to my bedroom, I remembered. I hadn't taken the trash cans out to the curb yet. It was midnight, pitch black outside, and the silence was suffocating. No crickets chirping, no birds fluttering, not even bats darting through the air. It was like the desert itself had gone completely still. I grabbed the trash cans and started dragging them down the driveway, every sound amplified in the darkness. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A tall, pale figure standing just beyond the glow of my neighbor's garage light, near the open desert at the end of the street. This figure was impossibly lanky and pale, with no clear facial features, just a shadowy, eerie presence that made my blood run cold. My dog, who had been quiet until then, suddenly started barking wildly. That sound jolted me into action. I sprinted back inside, heart racing, slammed the garage door shut, and locked it tight. I made a beeline for my bedroom, but even here, I wasn't safe. There were faint scratches against my bedroom window, slow and deliberate, like something was trying to get in. I'm too scared to even open the blinds and look out. What if whatever is out there waits until I do? Right now, I've got a blade next to my bed, and I'm not taking any more chances tonight. So here I am, hoping to make it through the rest of this night, listening to the scratching outside, praying for the morning light to come. This night, this whole experience, it's unlike anything I've ever felt before. A reminder that sometimes the darkest nights hold the most terrifying secrets. I want to share a session story with you because it reflects something I have witnessed many times. Sometimes the body has physical symptoms, absolutely, and I want to be very clear about this. I am not saying, do not see a doctor. Please do not take it that way. What I mean is that sometimes a doctor looks at one layer and the higher self reveals another layer underneath it. Emotional, ancestral, spiritual, energetic. Sometimes the body is speaking in more than one language. The woman in this story, I will call her Alina, came for a soul session. That is not her real name. She was in her early 50s and lived in Portugal. For years, she had been exhausted. Not just ordinary tired, not the kind of tired that a good night of sleep can fix. She said she could sleep for hours and still wake up feeling hollow, as if her energy had leaked out somewhere during the night. She also had a burning sensation in her stomach. Acid, reflux, heat rising through her body. She had tried changing her diet, taking medication, adjusting habits, all the usual things. Some helped a little, but nothing really reached the deeper heaviness she felt. Her eyesight had also been getting worse. A doctor had suggested surgery. On the outside, she agreed, but inside, something felt unsettled. Not fear exactly, more like her body was quietly saying, "Wait, something is missing here." During the session, once she went into deep trance, her higher self first took her to a foggy forest path near an old stone doorway. From there, we began scanning her body slowly, from the top of her head down to her feet. When we reached her eyes, there was a strange flickering movement. It looked like flashes of white light, almost like a tiny lens moving back and forth. The answer came that Alina had inner sight, but she had been using it in a distorted way. She was always looking outward, trying to understand everything outside herself, trying to read other people, situations, signs, dangers, possibilities. But she was not turning that seeing inward. Her gift had become reversed, and the eyes were carrying pressure from that. Then we moved to the stomach. That was where the session opened completely. There were 7 attached spirits connected to her body. The first one came forward through the stomach. It was her grandmother, Rosina. Rosina had been with Alina since Alina was a baby. When the guide asked why she was there, Rosina said, "She is mine. She is my little one. I have no one else here." And it was not evil. It was not threatening. It was deeply sad. She was lonely, confused, and attached. Rosina did not truly understand that she could leave. She did not understand that her life had ended in the way the soul needs to understand it. She believed no one was waiting for her. The guide asked her to look within herself and find her own spark of light. At first, she said, "There is nobody there." The guide gently told her that this was a false belief. No soul is truly alone. Soul family is always near, even when we forget, even when grief makes the world feel empty. Then Rosina softened. She said she had never told Alina how much she loved her, so she told her there, in the session. And after that, her form began to break into tiny sparks of light. She released from the stomach and went home. The next spirit was more difficult. His name was Josan. When he came forward, the first thing he said was, "Alina should not be here. There is no need for Alina in this world." And honestly, when something like that comes through, you pause. The higher self showed that Josan had been Alina's father in another lifetime. In that life, she was a little girl, around 7 years old. He was in his 30s. During a violent uprising, men came and took her away. He could not protect her. He carried unbearable guilt. Later, he ended his own life by setting fire to his home. But he was not truly angry at Alina. He was trapped inside guilt and helplessness. That pain had hardened into something dark and twisted. The guide took him back to the moment where he felt powerless. He was helped to feel what he had never been able to process. As he did, the dark cloud around him began to loosen. 2 beings of light came forward. Then he saw his wife and his daughter waiting for him, and he went with them. After that came Bernal, Alina's grandfather. He had died years earlier in his late 70s. He had been attached for longer than Alina had even been alive. He was lost too, but in a different way. Alina hugged him during the session and gave him permission to go. She told him, "Your mother needs you now more than I do." And he left. After only 3 of the 7 spirits were released, we asked what Rosina's presence in the stomach had caused. The answer came like a list. Diarrhea, constipation, acidity, reflux, no energy, low vibration, heavy body. Again, I am not saying this was only spiritual and not physical, but in that session, the deeper layer beneath the stomach burning was very clear. It was connected to a grandmother who loved her, but had never fully left. There were still 4 spirits remaining after that, all very traumatized. So it was not a neat little story where everything was solved in one moment. It was layered. The body had been carrying a whole hidden attic of pain. The eye surgery also came up. The higher self did not say, "Never do it." It said the procedure needed to change. A different machine, a different doctor, a different approach. And Alina would know when the right moment came, but only if she became quiet enough to listen. What stayed with me from that session is how much the body can hold. Sometimes tiredness is not only tiredness. Sometimes stomach fire is not only stomach fire. Sometimes weakening eyesight is not only about the eyes. The body can carry grief, family attachment, other life trauma, spirits who never crossed, beliefs, guilt, energies that do not even belong to us. And I think many people do not know what is sitting in their field until they go deep enough. They think, this is my anxiety, this is my stomach, this is my depression, this is my bad luck. Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. Sometimes it is many layers braided together. So please be gentle with yourself. Use doctors, use therapists, use practical support. Take care of the physical body. But also remember that the spiritual and physical layers can exist at the same time. The body may be asking for medicine, And sometimes, quietly, it may also be asking for release. Back in the summer of 2022, I had just arrived in the UK on deputation. It was a strange time to land there, honestly. The war in Ukraine had just begun, COVID had only recently loosened its grip, and finding a decent house felt almost impossible. The city was Southampton. I remember liking it almost immediately. It had this calm, polite energy about it, with people who were kind in that quiet British way. The buildings were a mix of old brick, modern glass, and everything in between. It felt like a city that had learned how to hold different eras in the same pair of hands. I was staying at a small guest house near Shirley with my friend Aaron, who had also been my junior back in college. We were both house hunting, tired from calling agents, refreshing listings, and pretending we weren't slowly losing hope. Through someone we knew, we got in touch with a supposedly reliable property agent. He told us to come see a house on Barrow Lane. It was one of those blazing summer days when the UK was going through a heat wave. I still remember walking there from Shirley, sweating through my shirt and thinking, surely anything with 4 walls and a roof would feel like a blessing. But then we reached the house. There was something stubborn about it. Not loud, not dramatic, just stubborn. It stood there in old, tired brick, carrying the color of damp winters and conversations nobody had finished. The roof sagged slightly, worn by years of rain, like the back of an elderly storyteller who had seen too much and stopped explaining himself. The windows were tall, still, and watchful. Their white frames looked less like paint and more like pauses in the house's long, uneasy sentence. The chimney was stained dark with age. You could imagine old fires inside, once pushing back the cold. But even that didn't make the place feel warm. It only made it feel older. The agent arrived, opened the front door, and casually said he would be back in a minute. He told us to go in and look around. The moment the door opened, cold air came out and touched our faces. And that was the first thing that felt wrong. Outside, Southampton was baking. Inside, the house felt as if winter had been locked in and left to rot. Right behind the door, there was a pile of electricity bills scattered across the floor, as though the postman had been feeding the house paper for months and nobody had ever picked it up. We stepped over them carefully and entered the hallway. On the right, there was a staircase. Under the stairs, a tiny storage room had been taken over by termites or some kind of wood-eating insects. It looked less like damage and more like something had quietly moved in. On the left, there was a bathroom. The shower curtain had collapsed, the floor was filthy, and everything looked abandoned in a way that felt personal. I remember standing there and thinking, for no clear reason, that someone could have drowned in that bath, and the house would have simply kept the secret. Then we went upstairs. Every step cracked under our feet. Not creaked, cracked, like the house was objecting to us being there. When we reached the first floor, I saw one of the worst rooms I have ever seen. The bed was still there, with old sheets and pillows thrown across it. One pillow had a dark stain on it. The agent later told us it was blood from a previous tenant who had cut his hand on broken glass. He said it so casually, as if he were talking about tea stains. There was a wash basin in the bedroom and a window overlooking the backyard. I looked out and saw a rusty swing hanging there, completely still in the heat. But I had this awful certainty that if someone stayed there at night, they would see it moving. Or worse, they would see someone sitting on it. The upstairs bathroom was wet. That made no sense either. The house was empty, but the floor was damp, and the smell was unbearable. Not just mold, not just old pipes. It had the heavy, sour smell of something organic that had gone bad and been forgotten. The agent kept saying he could give us the house at a very heavy discount if we confirmed quickly. but there was no chance. The whole place felt as if it was watching us. Every step, every breath, every hesitation. I know that sounds dramatic, but that is exactly how it felt. Like the house had noticed us the moment we entered and was waiting to see how long we would last. We left within minutes, and I remember this very clearly. When we stepped back outside, the heat wave suddenly felt pleasant. The same heat I had complained about on the walk there felt clean, safe, almost welcoming. That house had a kind of darkness to it. Not just neglect, not just bad maintenance. Something heavier. Pure negative energy. The last time I checked, sometime in 2023, it was still empty. And honestly, I wasn't surprised. So, I've been cleaning out this old family house, the kind of house that feels like it has swallowed decades whole and kept every little thing tucked away in its walls. My great-uncle Martin lived there for almost 50 years. His wife passed away in the house, and years later, so did he. After that, the place went to my mother, and she lived there for about 9 years with her husband, who was on hospice for a long time. He was eventually moved to a care facility, and he passed away only a few hours later, so technically he didn't die in the house, but his presence was tied to it in every other way. My mother stayed there for a little while after that, then moved out of state. Somehow, I became the person responsible for repairing it, cleaning it, emptying it out, and dealing with the sheds outside so the house could finally be sold. And when I say there was a lot to deal with, I mean a lot. My mother kept everything. My great-uncle did too. The sheds were packed with his things. Tools, saws, old machines, axes, camping gear, boxes of hardware, all of it. Most of it had been sitting untouched for years, probably more than a decade. And I hated those sheds. I don't do well in dark, cramped spaces. I barely ever went inside them for more than a minute or two. Honestly, I was already worn down from everything inside the house. I had planned to be there for maybe 10 days, and suddenly that had turned into almost a month. It was blazing hot, over 100 degrees most days, and I was just physically and mentally done. So earlier this week, I sold the contents of the sheds to a picker. Basically, someone who buys the whole pile for way less than it might be worth, but they have to take everything. I didn't know what any of it was worth, and at that point, I didn't have it in me to sort through 3 sheds full of someone else's lifetime. After most of the stuff was gone, I finally stepped into one of the sheds, and I knew he was there. I don't know how else to say it. It wasn't scary. It was strong, but kind, gentle, familiar. It felt exactly like my great-uncle. I told my mom about it later, and she said, very casually, that yes, she felt him almost every time she went out to those sheds. That was completely new information to me. It made me sad, but also relieved in a strange way. Sad because I thought, is this where he is now? Just staying out here with his tools and old projects? You'd think he would be in the house, but then again, he was happiest when he was building things, fixing things, tinkering away in his own little world. Still, it felt lonely. That night, I went to bed, and sometime around 1 a.m, I woke up absolutely terrified. For the first time since I'd been in that house, I was truly scared. There was something in the room with me. I could feel it so strongly that it was almost physical, like the air had gotten heavier. And the worst part was that I was sleeping in the room where my great-uncle died. The spot where I felt the presence was right near the area where he'd had his heart attack. I don't scare easily, but this was different. I couldn't tell if it was him or not. In the shed, it had felt like him. Kind, warm, steady. But in that room, It was overwhelming. It didn't feel evil, exactly. It didn't feel comforting either. It just felt powerful. Like whatever it was, it wanted me to know it was there. I got up, turned on every light, turned on the TV, and just sat there wide awake. Now I'm honestly nervous about going to sleep again. The whole feeling in the house has shifted, and not in a good way. Part of me wonders if there are other spirits in the house, and maybe that's why my great uncle stays out in the sheds. Maybe he doesn't want to come inside. Maybe he can't. I don't know. I keep asking myself if he could be upset about me clearing out his things. But when he was alive, he was one of the gentlest, kindest people you could imagine. Generous, soft-spoken, never cruel. I can't picture him trying to scare me for doing something I was asked to do. There was no realistic way I could keep 3 sheds full of old belongings. But then another part of me wonders if moving all of that stuff stirred up something else. Something darker, or at least something that doesn't want me there. And honestly, since I arrived, the house has been falling apart piece by piece. Plumbing issues, HVAC problems, appliances quitting, little repairs turning into bigger repairs, one thing after another. A friend asked why I didn't just move into the house, and I joked, because the house doesn't want me here. Now I'm starting to wonder if that wasn't really a joke. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who or what was in that room last night. I only know that something has changed. And at this point, I'm very close to packing a bag and sleeping in a hotel. We were both completely sober when this happened. I want to say that right away, because whenever you tell a story like this, someone always wants to ask, "What were you drinking?" Or, "Were you on something?" No, nothing like that. We didn't drink, didn't take drugs, didn't use anything that could alter our minds. At that time, we were very much into clean living, meditation, prayer, yoga, that sort of thing. So whatever happened that afternoon, it happened while we were clear-headed. And I know how strange this story sounds. Believe me, I do. My partner, Milan, had once had a strange experience years earlier, back in high school, during a school trip. Some classmates were messing around with a spirit board, or something close to it, and apparently the glass moved while several people were in the room. I was never involved in anything like that myself, but I had always been curious about the hidden side of life. I used to read magazines about unexplained things, UFOs, paranormal events, healing, ancient beliefs, mysteries of consciousness. I always had this feeling that reality was bigger than what we are taught to accept, bigger than just what we can touch, measure, and put into a neat little box. I know many people don't believe that. They think everything begins and ends with the body. No soul, no spirit, no mystery. Just matter, chemistry, and then darkness. But I never fully accepted that. Something in me always felt there was more. Anyway, the actual story is very simple. One afternoon, Milan and I were lying on the couch in his apartment. No one else was there. We had eaten, we were relaxed, and we were cuddled up together, talking quietly. It was still bright outside, full daylight, not some spooky midnight scene with candles and shadows. The radio was on in the background. A Dido song was playing, and we were listening to her voice. Somehow we started wondering about her, about what kind of person she might be, what she might feel inside. Then Milan said out loud, almost casually, "What is she missing?" And right then, over the music, we both heard it. A voice came through the radio. It didn't sound like the singer. It didn't sound like the announcer. It was male, muffled and very strange, almost as if someone was speaking while breathing inward. That is the closest way I can describe it. The voice said one word: love. That was it. Just love. We both froze. Neither of us said anything for a moment. The song continued, then ended, and the radio went back to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. But we had both heard it, clearly, at the same time. I know people can explain away almost anything if they really want to. Maybe they would call it interference, imagination, coincidence, some trick of the broadcast. But it did not feel random. It felt directed. It felt like an answer. Later, I read more about voices that appear during recordings or radio broadcasts. People call it electronic voice phenomenon, or EVP. Apparently, there have been researchers studying this kind of thing for decades. I understand that, compared with near-death experiences or dramatic UFO encounters, one strange word coming through a radio may seem small. But when you are there, when you hear it with your own ears, in an ordinary room on an ordinary afternoon, it does not feel small at all. It stays with you. And to this day, I still don't have a rational explanation for it. I grew up in a Mudhill Brahmin family, in a home where studies and discipline mattered a lot. My parents were both teachers, so naturally, education was treated almost like a sacred duty in our house. As a child, I was very quiet. I wasn't someone who ran around making friends easily. Most of my time was spent with books, schoolwork, and music lessons. That was my little world. But when I was about 10 years old, something changed. There was a girl named Sushmira who lived in the house next to ours. Somehow, she became my friend. Even now, I can't clearly remember how it started, because I hardly spoke to anyone back then. But our rooftops were close, and slowly, we began meeting there in the evenings and talking. For me, that friendship felt precious. She was my first real friend. One day, she told me about a quiet, open ground a little distance away from our homes. She said, "No one really goes there. We can play there every evening." I was excited. I didn't even think too much about it. My parents usually came home late from school, so I knew I could sneak out for a while without them finding out. So we started going there. At first, it felt like our secret place. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. Every night after coming back from that field, I started having strange dreams. Sometimes I felt like someone was pulling my feet while I was sleeping. Sometimes I heard soft whispers near my ears, close enough to make my whole body go cold. I still don't know whether those things were dreams or something else. Maybe it was just fear. Maybe it was my imagination. Even today, I prefer to believe they were only nightmares. When I told my mother, she had already found out that I had been going outside to play. She said, "Maybe you're not washing your hands and feet properly before sleeping. That's why you're getting these dreams." I wanted to believe her. Truly, I did. But the dreams did not stop. Then one evening, something happened that I have never been able to forget. My friend and I were playing in that field, and we stayed longer than usual. We didn't notice how quickly the light was fading. By the time we looked around, the place had become dim and silent. We got scared and decided to go home before our parents became angry. While we were walking back, I saw someone standing far away, a woman. She was alone. She was wearing a white sari, and her hair also looked pale, almost white. She seemed unusually tall, much taller than any woman I had seen before. She was standing completely still, looking in our direction. I don't remember her face clearly, but I remember her eyes. Those eyes frightened me in a way I cannot explain. The strangest thing was that she didn't look fully real. She looked blurred, as if she was there and not there at the same time. I was about to ask my friend, "Can you see her too?" But before I could say anything, the woman vanished. Just like that. One moment she was standing there, the next moment she was gone. I froze. My whole body felt numb. Somehow, I gathered enough strength to run home. That night, I developed a very high fever. It became so bad that I had to be taken to the hospital, and I stayed there for several days. After I came back home, we learned something disturbing. My friend's mother told both families that the field had a dark past. Many years ago, before proper cremation arrangements were common in that area, some dead bodies had been buried there. She also said there was an old story about a woman who had been killed, and people believed her body had been buried somewhere in that same field. She told us that most people had never personally seen anything there, but some older residents said they had heard strange sounds from the field in the evenings. Others said they felt a heavy, negative feeling whenever they passed by. Because of those stories, people avoided the place. At that age, hearing all of this made my fear even worse. Even now, after so many years, I still don't know what I saw that evening. Was it really a woman standing there? Was it only darkness playing tricks on my eyes? Was it my young mind creating something out of fear? Or was it something that cannot be explained so easily? I honestly don't know, but I can still remember those blurry eyes staring at me from far away. That incident happened many years ago, but it remains one of the most mysterious memories of my life. And even today, a part of me is still searching for an answer. My name is Emery, and if you're hearing this, then I've probably already told the police everything they were willing to write down. They closed it as an accident. That was the word they kept using. Accident. Clean, simple, easy to file away. One officer suggested I might have imagined parts of it because of shock. Another said stress can do strange things to the mind. Maybe it can. But I know what I saw. There were 7 of us that weekend. Just a normal trip to the coast. Nothing dramatic. We rented a small place near an old campsite, brought drinks, snacks, blankets, all of it. We took stupid pictures, laughed too loudly, told stories we'd already told each other before. Around midnight, someone suggested we go past the fence. There was this closed-off area near the beach, all concrete shells and rusted warning signs. No entry. Danger. That sort of thing. Naturally, that made it more interesting to us. We weren't trying to hurt anyone. We just wanted pictures. The kind people post online with captions pretending they're braver than they are. So we climbed over. Inside, it was quiet. Too quiet, maybe, but at the time we were laughing too much to care. There were abandoned storage buildings, shattered windows, old pipes sticking out of walls, and sand blown into every corner. We took photos for maybe 10 minutes, then went back to the beach. I remember Sarah sitting beside me, scrolling through the pictures on her phone. She laughed at one, then another. Then she went still. She turned the screen toward me and said, "Look." In the background of one photo, near a broken window, there was someone standing there. Not clearly, just a shape, almost blurred. But the face was clear enough. White. Not pale, white. Flat and chalky, like something that had never seen the sun. And the eyes were just dark spaces. We told ourselves it was nothing. A camera glitch, a guard, a reflection. We laughed because we needed it to be funny. About 20 minutes later, an actual security guard came down the beach with a flashlight. He asked if we had gone past the fence. All of us said no. I said no, too. I think about that constantly now. He looked at us for a long moment. He didn't argue. He didn't threaten us. He just nodded once and walked away into the dark. When he left, I watched him go. And then I saw it. Near the waterline, Where the sand was wet and shining, there was another figure standing still. Same white face, same black eyes. It was looking straight at us. A wave rolled in, covered the sand, and when it pulled back, the figure was gone. Later, around 2 in the morning, after we had gone back to the house, there was a knock at the door. 3 knocks. A pause. Then 3 more. We thought it was Mason trying to scare us. He was exactly the sort of person who would do that. So we went outside, calling his name, half angry and half laughing. But Mason wasn't there. We searched for him for almost an hour with our phone lights cutting through the dark. Then we found his phone lying in the grass. The screen was still on. That same photo was open. Only now, the white-faced figure wasn't standing by the broken window anymore. It was closer. Much closer. Almost right in front of the lens. That's when everyone stopped pretending. We ran. We ran toward the neighboring section of the campsite because we thought there would be people there. Lights, help, anything. I remember hearing Tomas behind me, breathing hard. Sarah was crying, but she kept running. Then Tomas screamed. I looked back just in time to see a hand come out of the dark under the trees and grab his hood. It pulled him backwards so fast his feet flew out from under him. He didn't even get the chance to fight. He was dragged into the bushes and vanished. We kept running. I hate saying that, but we did. By morning, only 3 of us were alive. And then the police told us something worse. The part of the campsite we had run toward had been empty for more than a week. Locked up. No guests, no staff, no one. I told the investigators almost everything, but not this. At dawn, when we reached the main gate, it was standing there. It didn't chase us. It didn't move. It just watched. Those black, empty eyes were fixed on me. Then I heard a voice. Not in my ears, inside my head. Cold, sharp, like glass scraping stone. It said, "You lied first." That was 3 months ago. I moved apartments, then cities. I changed my phone number. I stopped lying about anything. Not big things, not small things, not even polite little lies people use to keep life smooth. But every night, at exactly 3:13, someone knocks on my door. 3 times. A pause. 3 more. I never open it. Tonight, my phone lit up with a cloud notification. A new photo had been added. I haven't opened it yet. And I know this may sound like something made for the internet. I know people will say I'm a journalist, and maybe I'm shaping it into a story because that's what I do. But I'm telling you this as plainly as I can. Some stories don't want to be written. Some of them follow you home. I still don't fully know how to explain what has been happening to us. For the past year, my brothers and I have been staying on and off at our family home in our village near Darbhanga, Bihar. At first, we tried to ignore everything. We kept telling ourselves it was probably some animal, or maybe someone outside, or just our minds playing tricks in the middle of the night. But after a while, it became harder to say that. It started last August, when I wasn't even in the village. My 3 brothers were there, and late at night, usually after 1 or 2 a.m., they began hearing someone crying. They said it sounded like a woman crying quietly, almost like a widow mourning. The sound would come suddenly, then fade, then come again. For 2 or 3 nights, no one in the family believed them. Everyone said they were imagining things, but then other family members heard it too. That changed everything. The strangest part was that nobody could figure out where the sound was coming from. It felt close, but whenever they tried to listen carefully, it seemed to shift. This went on for about a week. Then my brothers returned to Delhi, and after that, everything became quiet again. Later, during my mid-semester break in September, I came back to the village. It was around Durga Puja, and I slept in the same house with my brother. Nothing happened that time. Not a sound. Not a knock. Nothing strange at all. But then, during Chhath Puja, things started again. My brother from Delhi had come back to the village, and one early morning, around 3 or 4 a.m., we heard knocking on the main gate. It happened 2 or 3 times. Not loud, but clear enough that we all noticed it. Right after that, we heard the sound of pile, anklets, like someone was walking just outside. That sound stayed in my mind. During Holy Break, I came back again. This time, 3 of us were staying there. Me, my brother from Delhi, and another brother who had been with me during Durga Puja. And again, we heard something similar at night. That same anklet sound. Soft, rhythmic, and too clear to dismiss. Now I'm back in the village for my end semester break, and all 4 of us brothers are staying in the same house. This time, what happened scared us more than anything before. Around May 16th, at about 4 a.m., the anklet sound started again. It was not random. That is what frightened me the most. It sounded like someone was walking with perfect steps. The anklets were ringing in rhythm, like every footstep had its own place. Whoever, or whatever it was, seemed to be moving calmly and deliberately. Nothing else happened that night, but then the next few nights, May 17th, May 18th, and tonight, May 19th, it kept happening. Each night, the feeling became stronger, as if the sound was coming closer than before. At first, we were still trying to take it lightly. We even joked a little, just to make ourselves feel brave. But tonight, one of my brothers became genuinely terrified, and after seeing his face, I couldn't pretend anymore. We had decided to sleep on the terrace, thinking maybe we could catch whoever was making the sound. We wanted to know if it was a woman, a neighbor, someone playing a prank, anything. But while they were on the terrace, they heard the anklets again. The strange thing is, wherever they moved, the sound seemed to follow. They got tired and scared, so they came back downstairs into the house. But even after coming inside, the anklet sound did not stop. It followed them down. And now, while I'm saying this, the sound is still there. It feels like it is getting closer. Sometimes it feels like it has reached inside the room itself. I don't know what this is. I don't know whether it is something supernatural, someone trying to scare us, or something else completely. But we need genuine help. We are not making this up. We have heard it again and again, and now it feels like it is no longer just outside the house. It feels like it is coming in. So I planned this little birthday getaway for my girlfriend Kara and me. We both love paranormal stuff. Not in a casual, let's watch a spooky movie way, but more like, let's willingly sleep somewhere people swear is haunted and see what happens. Maybe not our wisest instinct, but there we were. I booked us one night at the Jerome Grand Hotel in Jerome, Arizona. For anyone who hasn't heard of it, it has a pretty strong reputation for being one of the most haunted hotels in the state. When I called about 2 months ahead of time, I asked if room 34 was available, because that was the room I had heard the most stories about. Somehow, it was open. So I booked it for June 14th, 2026. Just one night there. Then we were spending the rest of the trip in Sedona. And I came prepared. I brought an EMF meter, an EVP recorder, a spirit box, and a small body camera, because I figured if something happened, I wanted proof. Or at least something I could look back at and question my sanity over. We got to the hotel around 4:45 in the afternoon, and once we were settled in the room, I started testing the equipment. I turned on the spirit box and began asking questions. A few responses came through that were strangely relevant to what I was asking, and I did catch some of that on video. But honestly, nothing at that point felt too wild. The EMF meter was a different story though. I placed it in the middle of the bed, away from phones, chargers, anything electronic, and it kept spiking into the red whenever Kara was nearby. That unsettled both of us a little, but we tried not to make too much of it. Around 6:15, we stopped investigating and went out to eat at Haunted Hamburger. The food was great, and I ate way too much. By the time we got back to the hotel, I was exhausted. I had planned to stay up between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. to do more investigating, but I completely crashed. Before I fell asleep though, I set the EVP recorder and body camera on the lamp table next to my side of the bed, hoping maybe we'd catch something during the night. Then at 1:18 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. Kara was already awake. She told me later she hadn't been able to sleep because the whole room felt heavy and wrong to her. According to her, I shot straight up in bed, and the sounds coming out of me didn't sound human. She said it sounded like something was choking me from the inside. I couldn't breathe. For maybe 30 or 40 seconds, I was gasping, trying to pull air in, and nothing was working. Kara was screaming my name, hitting my chest, slapping my face, trying to snap me out of it. She was terrified. I was terrified too, once I realized what was happening. When I finally caught my breath, my eyes were watering, and I honestly thought I had almost died in that room. I tried to calm her down. I told her it was probably nothing paranormal. Maybe the elevation got to me. Maybe it was sleep apnea. Maybe it was some weird medical thing I didn't know about. But she looked right at me and said, "We've been together for 3 years. I have never seen you do anything like that in your sleep. Something came over you." The way she said it made my stomach drop. Eventually, I went back to sleep, though I don't know how. The next morning, I checked the body camera footage. Since the camera didn't have infrared, the video was mostly dark until Kara turned on the light. But the audio was clear enough. And the sounds on that recording were awful. It didn't sound like normal choking or gasping. It sounded deep, guttural, almost growling. I don't even like describing it because I know how ridiculous it sounds, but hearing it back made my skin crawl. It didn't sound like me. So I guess I got the paranormal experience I asked for. I just didn't expect it to feel like something was trying to take me out of my own body. I have about a 3-minute clip from that night, and I'd really like other people's opinions on it. I just don't know the best way to share it or upload it somewhere. But I can say this much. I went there hoping to catch something strange, and now I'm not sure I ever want to go looking again. So this story has 2 parts, and even now, when I think back on it, I still don't really know what to do with it. I'll say this first. English is not my first language, so I had help making the story clearer, but everything I'm telling you genuinely happened to me. I'm not adding this to sound dramatic. I'm saying it because these 2 events stayed with me for years. The first thing happened back in 2017, when I was living in a city in northern Iraq. At that time, I had 2 phones, and I decided to give one of them to my brother. It was a touchscreen Android phone, nothing too special, but it worked fine. One day, my brother and his wife were getting ready to travel to a village farther north to visit family. As they were leaving, I saw through the kitchen doorway that he had forgotten the phone on the table. I remember noticing it clearly, and I don't know why, but I didn't call out to him. I just let him leave without it. Later that night, a friend came over to my house. We went upstairs to my room, relaxed there for hours, and used that same phone. I remember this very clearly because we watched a specific history video on YouTube. We stayed up late, and around 3 in the morning, the battery died completely. I put the phone down on the table in my room and eventually we fell asleep. The next evening, my brother came back from his trip. He looked really stressed, almost embarrassed. He came to me and said he was sorry, that he felt ashamed because he had lost the phone while they were up north. I actually laughed because to me it made no sense. I told him, "You never even took it. It's upstairs on my table." But he kept insisting that he had taken it with him. He said he had shown it to the relatives they were visiting. He said everyone had seen it there. Then, somehow, it disappeared around 3 in the morning. That was the first moment I felt something strange in my stomach. He told me they tried calling it over and over, maybe dozens of times, but it only went to that automatic network message saying the phone was switched off or out of service. Then his wife ran upstairs to check my room. When she saw the phone sitting there on the table, she screamed. And it got even stranger. I turned the phone on, opened YouTube, and the history stood the exact video my friend and I had watched the night before. So from my side, there was no doubt. The phone had been with me. But when I opened the phone locating app to check the cloud data, the last GPS location showed the phone far away, pinned near the village where my brother had been. It was like the phone had been in 2 places at once. And the part I still can't shake is this. My brother said the phone vanished up north at exactly the same time the phone in my room died. Around 3 in the morning. A couple of weeks later, the second thing happened. At that time, I was preparing for my 12th grade final exams. In our school system, that year is extremely important because it affects university acceptance, so I was under a huge amount of pressure. I was exhausted, stressed, and barely sleeping properly. Also, at that time, I was an atheist. My family is Chaldean Catholic, but personally, I didn't really believe. One hot summer night, I was lying in bed under a blanket with a fan blowing toward me. I was trying to sleep when I suddenly heard footsteps in my room. Not outside the room. Inside. It sounded like someone was walking around my bed in a U-shaped path. The steps were not rushed, but they were not slow either. Just steady, controlled, real. I froze completely. I was holding the blanket so tightly, and I was too scared to move or look. I just stayed there, trapped under it, listening. And then, out of pure fear, I started praying. It wasn't even one proper prayer. It was chaotic, desperate. I prayed to Jesus, Mary, Muhammad, Ali, Moses, anyone I could think of. I was basically begging anything good, anything holy, to protect me. And the moment I finished that desperate prayer, the footsteps stopped. Immediately. I stayed under the blanket for a long time after that. Maybe an hour. I was too scared to move. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up in daylight. The room looked completely normal. Empty. Quiet. And because it was daytime, I tried to be brave. I sat up in bed and looked around, almost trying to prove to myself that I had imagined it. Next to my bed, there was a desk, and on that desk was my old Nokia 3100. It was not near the edge. It was sitting safely in the middle of the table. I looked toward it, and in my mind I challenged whatever might be there. I thought, if something is here, do something. In the exact moment I thought that, the Nokia flew off the table. Not slid, not tipped over. It was thrown. It went violently to the floor, like someone had shoved it hard and deliberately. There was no delay, no wobble, no normal explanation I could attach to it. It happened instantly, like a direct answer. I completely lost it. I screamed, ran out of the room, and started banging on my sister-in-law's door. When she saw me, she could tell I wasn't just scared. I was shaken in a way I couldn't fake. She came into the room with incense, praying and blessing the space, trying to calm everything down. To this day, I can maybe explain the footsteps as stress, lack of sleep, or fear from exams. Maybe. But the Nokia flying off the desk in broad daylight? right after I challenged the room in my mind? I can't explain that. Nothing like that has ever happened to me again, and sometimes I still wonder whether the strange incident with my brother's phone opened something in that house, or whether both events were connected in a way I'll never fully understand. I'll tell you this exactly how I remember it, because even now, I still don't really know what to make of it. When my family moved into this house, we found out it had belonged to a very old woman named Mrs. Marlowe. She was somewhere in her 90s, and apparently she'd been married years before. But whenever we asked the neighbors what had happened to her husband, they would get this strange, uncomfortable look on their faces. They'd sort of smile awkwardly, change the subject, or suddenly remember something they had to do. After a while, we stopped asking. There's also an elderly care home right behind our back garden. We see ambulances there all the time. It's not unusual to hear sirens, see curtains closed, or notice that someone who used to sit by a window just isn't there anymore. It has always made the back of the garden feel heavy somehow, like the air there has too many memories sitting in it. The house itself is old, really old, and from the moment we moved in, strange things started happening. At first it was small things, voices when nobody was talking, odd scraping sounds outside my bedroom door, little knocks in the night that I tried to explain away as pipes or floorboards or the house settling. I told myself I was just tired, maybe stressed, maybe imagining things. But it went on for months, and for some reason, I have always hated the far end of the garden. I can't explain it properly. I just never liked standing there. It felt watched. Then we got a shed, and we had to lay a concrete base for it. While digging, we found bits of broken glass, old pottery, and this horrible little doll buried in the dirt. It had one eye, one arm, one leg, patches of hair missing, and a filthy dress stuck to it like it had been underground for years. I know it sounds childish to say a doll scared me, but that thing was awful. Nobody in my family liked looking at it. It left this nasty little picture in my head that I've never quite shaken off. For a while after that, things quieted down. Then, a little over a year ago, it started again. I began hearing footsteps upstairs while I was downstairs at night. Slow, clear footsteps. Not creaks, not the heating, actual walking. Sometimes it happened when I was completely alone. Other times it was just me and my sister, and her bedroom is downstairs, so I knew it wasn't her. Every time I'd force myself to go upstairs and check. Nothing. No one. Just the room sitting there, dark and normal, as if they hadn't just been moving above me. During winter, especially around December and January, the windows would steam up in the mornings. That part wasn't strange, but sometimes I'd see a handprint in the condensation. A full hand, pressed against the glass. Then I'd blink and it would be gone. That stopped after February, but the footsteps got worse. More frequent. More confident almost. Like whoever it was had stopped caring whether I heard them. And then there was the man in the care home. There used to be an elderly man who sat at his window almost every day, looking out toward the back of our garden. I didn't know him personally, but I saw him so often that he became part of the background of the place. Then we found out he had died from cancer. A few days ago, I looked up and saw him at the window again. He was standing there, staring directly into our garden. Directly at me. But he looked different. His head seemed balder than before, and his skin looked pale and strange, almost drained, even though he had been dark-skinned when he was alive. He stared at me for a moment, then turned away and walked from the window. The thing is, he's dead. I know he's dead. Then last night, before I wrote all this down, I was heading to bed when I heard the footsteps again. That same walking sound upstairs. I went into my room, and for just a second, I thought I saw a man standing in there. I blinked. He was gone. You can call me crazy. Honestly, I've called myself that enough times already. I keep trying to convince myself it's nothing, that I'm imagining it, that old houses make old noises and tired minds fill in the gaps. But my sister has heard things too, and she hates the back of the garden just as much as I do. So I don't know what's going on in this house. I only know it doesn't feel empty. I've never really shared these stories with people outside my culture before. Not because I don't want to, but because I know some of it can sound strange if you didn't grow up around it. Still, I feel like I need to say it somewhere. In the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, there are ancient monasteries called Gedamat, and there are holy water places called Tsibel. People go there for prayer, healing, baptism, and deliverance. The spiritual world doesn't feel far away in places like that. It feels very close, almost like the air itself is thinner. And in our culture, people also talk about Buddha, the evil eye, and Yeseujib, which means human hyena. Some people believe certain people can curse you, harm you spiritually, or even shapeshift. When I was little, I had something happen to me that my family believed was connected to Buddha. My hair was affected. It had been long, but after that experience, it became short, full of bugs, and the texture changed in a way that never fully went back to normal. But what I saw later at monasteries was something else entirely. The first thing happened when I was going up a steep, muddy mountain path to a monastery for a baptism. In our church, there are rules before entering holy places. You dress modestly, you don't wear makeup, and your nails are supposed to be cut short. I was young then, and honestly, I liked having long nails, so I hadn't cut them. The path was slippery, and I kept losing my footing. I was falling behind the group, and there were many people between me and a woman walking farther ahead. She had her back to me the whole time. She never turned around. I had never spoken to her in my life. Then, suddenly, she called out loud enough for everyone to hear. "She keeps slipping because her nails are weighing her down." I froze inside. There was no normal way she could have known that. Later, when we reached the holy water, that same woman completely changed. She broke down and began screaming. She was possessed. When she entered the water, she couldn't leave. It was almost like something unseen was holding her there until the deliverance was finished. I still think about that moment. Whatever was inside her had noticed me before I even understood what was happening. Another time, years later, I went to a different monastery. I had been there before, but that day felt different from the moment I arrived. The whole place had this heavy, charged feeling. A few of us girls were standing in a natural pool of holy water. Then a woman who was clearly under spiritual torment walked straight through the water toward me. She looked directly into my eyes and said, "So, I see you. You're the quiet one." In deliverance, people sometimes talk about a mute spirit, meaning something that tries to hide and stay silent so it won't be cast out. The second she said that, something strange happened to me. I was still conscious. I still knew who I was, but I lost control of my body in a way I can't properly explain. Then everything around us became chaos. People were crying, screaming, and begging to be released. The woman who had spoken to me tried to climb out of the pool, but right in front of my eyes, something invisible threw her backward into the water. No one touched her. She tried again, and again she was pushed back with force. She was screaming the whole time. I know how this sounds, but I saw it happen. At another monastery, I met a young woman who kept shouting terrible things. They were vulgar, cruel, and very sexual. The kind of things that felt shocking to hear in a holy place. Her mother came over and explained what had happened. She said there had been a man who wanted to marry her daughter, but the daughter kept refusing him. After that, he went to a tenquay, a sorcerer or witch doctor, to put a curse on her. According to her mother, the spirit affected the girl's speech. It made her say things that were completely against who she really was, almost like it was trying to destroy her reputation and her life through her own mouth. That one really stayed with me because she looked exhausted underneath it all, like a person trapped behind words that weren't hers. Now, I'll end with one that is honestly funny when I look back on it. In Ethiopia, we have a 13th month called Pagume. It only lasts 5 or 6 days, and for Orthodox Christians, it's considered a very holy time. If it rains during Pagume, many of us don't run for shelter. We let the rain fall on us because we believe it is blessed, like holy water from the sky. One day during Pagume, I was at my local church. The church grounds were full of huge trees, and the whole place was crowded. There were some possessed people crying and shouting around the compound, which, in that setting, people almost treated like normal. Then I looked up. There was a woman, probably in her late 50s, sitting way up on a huge tree branch. She was a bigger woman and didn't look athletic at all, so even now, I don't understand how she managed to climb that high. She was up there yelling curses at everybody. Then, for some reason, she locked eyes with me. Out of all the people there, she chose me as her target. She started throwing pine cones at me from the tree, and one hit me right in the side of the neck. I was standing pretty far away too, so I have to admit her aim was impressive. The whole scary feeling disappeared instantly. My friend started laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Some of the younger people nearby were laughing too, and everyone else just went back to ignoring the possessed woman in the tree, like this was simply another churchyard inconvenience. Meanwhile, she stayed up there, still staring at me like she had won some kind of spiritual pinecone championship. This is something I've carried with me since around 2023, and honestly, it started on one of those nights where everything just felt too heavy. It was about 2 in the morning. Me and my girlfriend Kyla had gotten into an argument, and I just needed to get out of the house before I said something I didn't mean. So I grabbed a few things and walked to this little park nearby. I ended up sitting under a gazebo, and I'll be real with you, I'd had a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy, just enough to try and calm myself down because I was angry, hurt, all of it. I brought my power station, my Bluetooth speaker, my phone, and my chargers because, in my mind, I might have been staying out there until sunrise. That's how deep in my feelings I was. I had music playing low. I was just sitting there, trying to cool off. Then out of nowhere, the sky started turning this deep, strange purple. Not like a normal storm sky. It felt different. Then the rain came down hard. After that, the thunder and lightning started. Now, I've always been scared of lightning. Always. So I froze under that gazebo, just hoping the storm would pass. But it didn't. It kept going, and I started feeling really exposed because the gazebo didn't have walls or anything. Just a roof over me, with my stuff sitting on the tables. I was scared for a long time. But then something shifted. I don't know how else to explain it. That fear started turning into something else. I suddenly didn't feel afraid of the lightning anymore. I felt powerful, almost like the whole world had turned its attention toward me, like everything around me was connected to me in some strange way. Then the storm started calming down. That's when I realized I didn't feel alone anymore. I started hearing this faint, static-like vibration around me. It sounded almost like a generator far away, except somehow it also felt close. I tried to ignore it. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but that feeling kept growing stronger. Something was there. Someone was there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. The storm stopped, and then I looked out from under the gazebo. In the distance, I saw what I first thought was a plane. It had bright lights, and it looked like it was coming in my direction. But then I thought, wait, it's too quiet to be a plane. Maybe it's a helicopter. But no, it was too quiet for that too. As it got closer, it looked lower and lower. So then I thought maybe it was a drone. But who's flying a drone at that hour, right after a storm? At that point, I stepped out from under the gazebo to get a better look. And when I did, the light got brighter. I mean, really bright. Almost blinding. That's when I got scared again. Not regular scared either. I was frozen. I couldn't move my fingers. I couldn't yell. I couldn't do anything. It kept coming closer, and my heart was pounding because I knew this wasn't normal. It didn't feel natural. Then all at once, I turned around with my head down and walked back under the gazebo. I felt ridiculous, honestly, like a scared animal running for cover. I sat there praying it was just a plane, or that my mind was playing tricks on me. When I finally looked back up, there was no sound, no light, nothing. I got up and looked around again from inside the gazebo. Nothing. It had only been maybe 15 seconds. That light was gone. And here's the part that probably sounds crazy. I wanted to go back. I wasn't scared anymore. I told my girlfriend about it, and she thought I had lost my mind. I told my best friend too, and he basically thought the same thing. But I knew what I felt. I knew what I saw. So I went back another night. I brought the same things again. My power station, my charger, my speaker, my phone. This time my friend came with me, and he brought his girlfriend too. I told them, just act normal, have a good time. But deep down, I had this feeling. I felt like they knew we were coming. I felt like they knew I was expecting them. We were sitting there, just hanging out, when something inside me told me to step out from under the gazebo and look up. So I did. And when I looked up, I saw it. The black triangle. It was completely silent. 3 faint lights, one on each corner, and this large, dark center in the middle. It was right above us, right over the gazebo. I'd say no more than 50 feet up. I panicked. I basically dove back under the gazebo and yelled at my friend, "Go, go, look, hurry!" My girlfriend froze, because I think seeing me react like that scared her more than anything. My friend and his girlfriend rushed out and looked up. I yelled, "Do y'all see it?" They said, "Yes." But something didn't feel right. They were standing there in awe, just staring, and I could tell by their reaction that they weren't seeing what I had seen. So I ran back out and looked up with them. And I said, "No, no, is that what y'all saw?" They said yes. I asked, "Is that all y'all saw?" And they said yes again. When I looked where they were looking, they were staring at what looked like a group of shooting stars farther off in the distance, maybe a mile or so beyond where I had seen the triangle. But I know what I saw above that gazebo. After watching Disclosure Day, I feel more comfortable talking about it now. I don't feel as trapped by the fear of sounding crazy. I think more people have experiences like this than we realize, and I hope more people start sharing them too. So that's my story. Thank you for listening. I was reminded of this recently, and I felt like sharing it. I'll be honest, most of it isn't something I personally remember seeing or hearing. I was very young when a lot of it happened, barely old enough to understand the world around me. Most of what I know came from my mom and dad, and the way they told it always stayed with me. A couple of years before I was born, my mom lost her first child. He was 5 years old, and his name was Christopher. Everyone called him Kit. From what I've been told, he He was the center of her whole world. Losing him broke something in her that I don't think ever fully healed. Sometime after that, my parents moved into a house in a quiet little town. It was my mom, my dad, and my older brother. Then, later on, I came along, and they set up a room for me upstairs. When I was still tiny, too little to climb out of my crib, my parents said strange things started happening at night. They would wake up in the middle of the night and hear toys being played with in my room. Little rattles, little bumps, the kind of soft clattering sounds kids' toys make. At first, you'd think it was my older brother sneaking around. That would make sense. But my mom said it happened even on nights when he wasn't home. She and my dad would lie there in bed, listening. After a while, one of them would call upstairs and say something like, "That's enough now. Time for bed." And every time, the sounds would stop. My mom truly believed it was Kit. She believed he was there with me, maybe watching over me, maybe just being near the baby brother he never got to meet in life. She told me other stories like that too, though I wish I remembered more of them clearly. A lot of them have faded over the years, the way family stories sometimes do, leaving only the feeling behind. But there is one other story I do remember. When I was 7, we moved into another house. This one had a big front window that my mom absolutely loved. She spent so much time around that window, looking outside, letting the light in. Not long after we moved in, she saw a shadow outside the house. At first, she thought it might be my older brother. Then she remembered he wasn't there that day. He was at his mom's house, so she figured maybe it was me. She told my dad to go check on me, but then they both realized something odd. They hadn't heard the front door open or close. And then they heard me from my room, which was on the far side of the house. There were no outside doors over there. I hadn't gone anywhere. Right as that sank in, my mom saw the shadow turn and sort of walk away. She believed, with her whole heart, that it was Kit saying one final goodbye. After that, nothing like that ever seemed to happen again. The next part isn't about Kit, it's about my mom. When I was 15, my mom died of cancer. We knew it was coming, but knowing didn't make it hurt any less. That kind of grief still arrives like a door being knocked off its hinges. That morning, we woke up around 5 to get ready to go to the hospital. Not long after, we got the call that she had passed. At first, we didn't think much about the timing. We were too numb, too tired, too deep in it. Later, I was the first one to notice the clock in the kitchen had stopped. That kitchen had meant so much to my mom. She had poured herself into it. It was one of those places in the house that felt like her, even after she was gone. My dad was the one who noticed the time on the clock. 5:10. It had been working the night before. I knew that because I had looked at it before going to bed, just like I always did. We realized the phone call had come sometime between 5:10 and 5:15. It's been a long time, so I can't remember the exact minute anymore. I was never told her official time of death either. But as far as I could tell, that clock stopped when my mom did. My dad told me other little stories later on, things he felt were signs from her. Sometimes he would talk out loud, almost like he was speaking to her, and then notice something small, like the smoke detector light blinking strangely. Tiny things, quiet things. I don't know what to believe about all of it. I really don't. Some of it was told to me. Some of it I saw. Some of it could have explanations, I suppose. But there are parts of it that still sit with me, all these years later. I wish I could know for sure. But maybe some things don't ever become certain. Maybe they just stay with us, soft and unfinished, like a hand resting gently on the edge of memory. Hey, I want to share something pretty wild that happened to me a couple of years ago. something that really made me believe in the paranormal in a whole new way. So, I was working with this woman named Carla, who told me right from the start that she was psychic. Now, I'm someone who's always been open to the paranormal, psychics, energy, that whole realm. So I didn't immediately doubt her. But after what happened, I can honestly say I believe she's the real deal. It all started with something small. I had this little Arctic fox plushie that I kept on my bed. One day, I came home and found it lying dead center on my bed, not where I usually kept it. At first, I just thought my dog might have moved it. She'd never messed with my plushies before, but I figured maybe she was curious. For days, I'd come home and find that same fox in the middle of the bed. I'd move it back to its usual spot, go about my day, and then find it moved again. It was weird, but I told myself it was probably the dog and tried not to think much of it. But then things got stranger. I started having these really vivid dreams, or maybe not dreams, I'm still not sure, where I'd be lying in bed in total darkness and suddenly feel spiders crawling on my skin. Not just my skin, but the blanket too, like they were running all over it. I'd jump out of bed, fully awake, and flip on the lights to check, but I never found a single spider or bug anywhere. It was creepy as hell, and I remember my heart pounding every time. Then came the moment I couldn't explain away anymore. I was lying in bed one night, listening to a horror storyteller on YouTube, something I'd been doing to relax. My bed was this crazy setup, a tall headboard that's actually part of a dresser with cabinets and drawers all around the mattress. Above my bed, there was this little alcove with mirrors and 2 built-in lights. I had one of those lights on, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, eyes half shut. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and saw a small black shadow dart behind the ridge at the top of the headboard. I blinked a few times, trying to see it again, but it was gone. I told myself it was just my tired mind playing tricks and went back to sleep. But the last thing, that was the tipping point for me. One night, as I was doing my usual routine, plugging in my phone by the bed, I noticed something move just inches from my face. It was one of my chunky rubber bracelets, the kind from those alternative stores I like. The bracelet slid across the wooden surface, not rolling, but sliding like someone nudged it. I sat up straight, completely stunned. I knew exactly what I saw, and there was no way to explain it away. I just sat there in this kind of shocked silence for a few moments before I finally plugged my phone in and tried to calm down. Now here's the important part. I never told a single soul about any of this. Not my family, not my boyfriend, not even my coworkers. It was like I was too scared or maybe too embarrassed to say anything. But then, the very next day at work, I sat down in the break room, and the only other person there was Carla, my psychic coworker. The moment I sat down, she looked at me and said, "So, what's going on in your room?" I was stunned. I took a deep breath, then told her, "I thought there was something, but I wasn't sure." She just nodded knowingly and said, "Oh yeah, you have a trickster in your room. It probably got in through your mirrors." I was floored. She had never even been in my room, and as far as I could remember, I'd never shown her pictures of it. Maybe I shared a Halloween photo once, but I honestly can't recall. Either way, her words hit me like a lightning bolt. I asked her what I should do, and she told me to sage my room, especially the mirrors, and firmly tell the trickster to leave. That night, I did just that. I actually grow sage in my backyard, so I made some bundles and went to work smudging my entire room. The closet, the mirrors, the whole space, ending at the window I always keep open on the far side of the room. And just as I finished smudging the window, the entire smudge stick burst into flames. I had to quickly put it out because the flame was suddenly huge and wild, like the sage was burning with a purpose. I immediately texted Carla and told her what happened. She explained that the sudden fire was the trickster's final trick as it left my space. After that, I closed the window, put the sage away, And honestly, the weird activity just stopped. Nothing like what I had experienced before ever happened again. But here's the kicker. After everything was over, I got curious and looked up tricksters online. Some were spider tricksters, others were foxes. Considering my little fox plushie kept moving, maybe it was a fox trickster all along. I don't know for sure, but either way, the whole thing changed the way I see the world. So yeah, that's my story about the trickster in my room, and how a psychic coworker confirmed it was real. It was scary, confusing, and honestly, a little fascinating. Thanks for listening. Hey, so I want to share this really strange experience I had about 6 or 7 months ago. It all started with something that seemed to have a weird obsession, messing around with phones. Now, before I get into it, a bit of background. I have this phone that's kind of particular. It requires a password to be completely powered off, and it definitely doesn't have any fingerprints saved on it. Not mine, not anyone else's. So shutting it down isn't something that just happens on a whim. Alright, so the first odd thing that happened was one morning I woke up and noticed my phone was unplugged. Not only was it unplugged from the charger, but the charger itself was unplugged from the wall. And get this, it wasn't even where I'd left it the night before. I had put it on this little shelf by my bed, and now it was on a completely different shelf close by. It didn't scream paranormal to me at first. Maybe I'd moved it in my sleep or something, even though I never do that. Still, it was weird enough to stick in my mind. Then, things got even stranger. You see, my phone shutting off isn't simple. You can't just turn it off without unlocking it first. So one night, I was following my usual routine, plugging in my phone, turning on some scary stories on YouTube to help me fall asleep. I do this every single night. But this one time, I woke up to find the phone completely shut down. I reached over thinking, oh, maybe it just died because it wasn't charging. But when I tried to turn it back on, it powered up with a full battery, like 100%. No warning, no low battery sign. It was super weird. I joked with my family and said, well, maybe a ghost turned my phone off last night. I didn't really believe it, but after my previous experiences with some trickster-type stuff, I thought maybe I should be cautious. So that night, before going to bed, I did something a little different. I sat down in my room and just spoke out loud. Hey, if there's anything here, please don't mess with me or my dog. And please don't touch my phone. I need it to wake up for work, so it's really important. You can stay as long as you want. Just don't press with me, my dog, or my stuff. I didn't expect anything to happen, but after that, the phone didn't turn off by itself, didn't get unplugged, and didn't move again. I thought, okay, maybe that fixed it. But then, one night, something else happened that I just can't explain. I woke up in the middle of the night, not from any noise, just suddenly awake, and rolled over, opening my eyes just for a second. And there it was. This little thing. I can't even describe it exactly, but it just felt cute. Like not human, not scary or threatening at all. It felt small, like a child's size, and it gave off this really sweet vibe. The moment I blinked, it was gone. And you know what I said out loud? If that was you, you are so cute. Then I just went back to sleep. It was honestly the weirdest yet the most endearing moment. A week or so later, my grandpa's work phone went missing, like right before he had to leave for work. He was tearing the house apart looking for it. I helped check everywhere, the couch cushions, under the couch, closets, his bedroom, even under his bed. No phone. It was stressful because he really needed that phone. While we were all searching, I had this idea. I went into my room and talked to that little thing I thought was hanging around. I told it, hey, if you took his phone, you need to bring it back right now, It's really important, and you can't mess with anyone's electronics in this house." Then I went back to the living room and decided to check the couch one more time. And there it was. The phone, sitting right under the middle of the couch, plain as day. I swear it wasn't there before. I'd looked exactly in that spot multiple times. It was like it had just appeared out of thin air. A few days later, I decided to sage the house. Not because I wanted to get rid of the little entity, it didn't feel bad at all, but just as a routine I do every couple of months to keep unwanted things away. I didn't expect the little one to leave, but I guess it decided it had stayed long enough. Since then, I haven't seen it again, and none of our electronics or belongings have been mysteriously moved or messed with. So yeah, that's my story about the little phone trickster. It was weird, a little spooky, but honestly, kind of sweet in its own strange way. Thanks for listening. Hey, I want to share a story with you that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. It happened when I was around 16, and back then, I was absolutely fascinated by ghosts, spirits, and everything paranormal. My mom, she's not exactly a medium, but she's definitely sensitive to things most people can't see. She can sense energies around people, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and she's even been able to describe deceased loved ones standing right beside her clients. If you want, I have loads more stories about her abilities, but for now, let me tell you what happened to me. So, my curiosity about the supernatural was partly fueled by my mom's sensitivity. One day, I decided I wanted to try communicating with spirits myself. I found a method online, basically, something like a homemade Ouija board. I wasn't going to do it alone. That felt too dangerous. I invited my sister, her name's Lila, and 2 of our neighbors, kids around our age, to come over and watch. It was important to me that someone else was there, just in case things got weird. My mom, by the way, was very clear that we were never to try talking to the other side, so we waited until she left the house. We cut out letters, numbers, and the words yes and no from paper and arranged them in a circle on my bedroom floor. We lowered the window shutters to make the room darker, lit candles, and scattered them around in different spots to create a spooky atmosphere. The room smelled faintly of wax and something earthy from the melted candle drippings. Lila and I placed our hands gently on an upside-down drinking glass in the middle of the circle, while the neighbor kids lay back on my bed watching, giggling nervously. At first, we tried to get the spirit's attention, asking things like, "Is anyone here who wants to talk with us?" And, "If you want to communicate, please do so." The kids laughed, thinking it was all a game, but I was starting to feel a little uneasy. After a few minutes, some of the candles flickered, something I didn't pay too much attention to because, well, candles flicker all the time. But then, the flickering got more intense, almost like someone was trying to blow them out, but not quite getting it right. The flames bent and danced in strange ways, casting long, jittery shadows on the walls. Then, the glass beneath our hands started to move. I looked at Lila, and she looked right back at me. Our eyes silently asked the same question. Was one of us pushing? But no, we were both holding still. Suddenly, the glass slid across the paper circle all on its own, spelling out words we couldn't understand at first. My heart pounded so loud I was sure everyone else could hear it. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Panic hit me like a wave. I yanked my hands off the glass, but it kept moving by itself, sliding faster and faster until it stopped abruptly. We all screamed. The neighbor kids jumped up from the bed, and we rushed to the door to get out. But here's the worst part. The door wouldn't budge. We had closed it before starting, thinking it was safer that way, but now it felt like a trap. I grabbed the handle and pushed down with all my might, but it stayed firmly shut. Lila and the kids joined me, pressing their weight against the door, but nothing moved. The candles started going out, one by one, their flames flickering wildly before vanishing into smoke. The room grew darker and colder, and the silence was broken only by our panicked breathing and muffled screams. I felt a presence in the room, something unseen but heavy and suffocating. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the door suddenly swung open with a loud creak. We spilled out into the hallway and ran straight to the kitchen, huddling into a corner and crying from pure terror. From that night on, I couldn't sleep in my room without feeling like I was being watched. My writing desk chair, an old wooden one, started moving on its own. I'd leave it tucked under the desk at night, but every morning it would be a good meter away, like something had dragged it across the floor. My mom noticed the change too. She told me the room didn't feel right, like something was lurking inside. When she asked if I'd done anything foolish, I finally confessed. She was furious, not just because I disobeyed her, but because she knew I might have invited something much darker than a playful spirit. She said it wasn't just a mischievous ghost messing with us. It could have been far worse. To fix it, she performed a ritual in my room. She spoke softly but firmly, weaving protective words into a circle of salt, and smudged the whole space with sage smoke that smelled sharp and cleansing. The atmosphere shifted immediately. The oppressive feeling lifted. After that, I never felt disturbed in my room again. And honestly, I've never, ever tried to communicate with spirits since. That night taught me that some doors aren't meant to be opened, and some forces are better left alone. Hey, I want to share something that happened recently. Something that still gives me chills just thinking about it. I promise you, after this experience, I'm never doing anything like this again. So, this isn't the very first time I've had something strange happen to me, but this was the first time it happened with my girlfriend, Emma. It was about 2:37 in the morning when I got home after dropping her off at her place. Let me set the scene for you. Since around noon the previous day, I'd been feeling like someone was watching me. It was an unsettling feeling, like a shadow lingering just outside my vision. Nothing obvious, just that prickling sensation on the back of my neck that makes your skin crawl. Later that evening, around 9:45, I went to pick Emma up to head to Walmart. She lives in this really lovely mobile home park, quiet, cozy, safe, or so I thought. I was sitting in my car outside her home with the windows down, waiting for her. The night air was cool but still, filled with the soft rustle of leaves and distant city sounds. I was scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. Someone walking past my car. They were dressed in dark clothes, blending into the shadows. I didn't look up right away. I was trying to convince myself it was nothing. But after a few seconds, I finally looked up, only to find no one in my rearview mirrors or anywhere nearby. Yet, I could still hear footsteps, soft, deliberate steps on the pavement. I even turned around completely, expecting to see someone, but there was absolutely no one there. The lots across the street were empty, so the person couldn't have gone into a nearby house. It felt eerie, like the air itself had thickened around me. I started feeling genuinely creeped out. After a few minutes, Emma came outside to let her dogs out into the backyard before we were supposed to leave. I got out of the car and lit a cigarette, standing next to her. The dogs were sniffing around, the quiet night punctuated by their soft panting and the occasional rustle of grass beneath their paws. We were chatting quietly, just waiting for them to finish their business, when suddenly, this loud noise crashed from next door, like bricks tumbling down. I might have let out a little scream, not gonna lie. Turns out, the neighbor had a stack of bricks next to his flower bed, and they had all fallen over. Worse, his Virgin Mary statue had toppled, and her head was broken off. Emma and I exchanged worried looks and walked over to check it out. We were both startled. I thought maybe the neighbor had fallen inside his mobile home, causing the bricks to shift. Emma edged closer to the house, and I stayed on the driveway, feeling the weight of the night pressing in. Then, out of nowhere, the neighbor peeked out his window, staring right at Emma. He seemed confused, probably wondering what the noise was. When he saw her, he seemed to think she had caused it and came outside, asking, "What's going on?" We explained about the bricks and the broken statue, and he said he'd look into it in the morning. That's when I told Emma about the person I'd seen walking by my car just before she came out. The look on her face shifted. There was a flicker of fear, the kind that settles deep in your chest. We went inside to get the dogs, but something was off. Squirt, the tiny chihuahua, practically leapt into my arms and was shaking uncontrollably. Blue, the big Catahoula, usually the friendliest, just wanted back in the house. He didn't even come over to me like he normally would. They were terrified, and honestly, so were we. I had no clue what was going on. We managed to settle the dogs, then headed to Walmart. On the drive, Emma kept glancing nervously into the back seat, her fingers tracing her neck as if trying to erase an invisible touch. She never let go of my hand. When I asked her what was wrong, she whispered that something had touched her neck several times. And then she admitted she'd been feeling watched ever since she got home from work at 8:30 that evening. The only thing I could think of that might be connected was the tarot cards I keep in my back seat. I'd just cleansed them a week ago and hadn't touched them since. Maybe it was nothing, but the whole night felt heavy, like we were being watched by something unseen. Tonight, when Emma gets home from work, we're going to burn some sage in her house. I want to clear the air, get rid of whatever shadow might be lingering. I'll keep you posted, but for now, just know this. Sometimes, the night is darker than we expect, and some feelings are better left unexplored. I'm never doing this again. Hey there. I want to share a story that's been on my mind lately, and it's a bit of a mix between something real and something, well, a little otherworldly. So, buckle up, because this one's got a little mystery and a lot of heart. Alright, so my girlfriend, let's call her Emma instead of Emily, lives in this really quiet trailer park just a short 5-minute drive from my place. We're in a sleepy suburb near St. Pete, Florida. The place is mostly filled with older folks, retirees who come down for the winter, you know, snowbirds. A few trailers sit empty most of the year because of that, which makes the park feel a bit deserted sometimes, especially at night. Emma and I had been together for about 6 months. Things were going pretty well, but then we got some tough news. Her mom, who lives out of state, was told she might only have about 6 months left to live. It hit Emma hard. You could see it in her eyes. So one night, around 1:30 a.m. on a Friday, she asked me to come over just to be with her. I didn't think twice. When I got there, the park was quiet except for the distant hum of crickets and the occasional rustle of palm fronds in the gentle breeze. We had a late dinner, nothing fancy, just some leftovers, and we talked for hours. I rubbed her back, trying to offer some comfort. There's something about those quiet, small moments that feel so important when you're hurting. Eventually, Emma was ready to call it a night. I was about to leave, and as we hugged goodbye, she gave me this really sweet kiss, whispered, "Thank you for being there," and I felt this warmth despite the heaviness in the air. Then, as she stepped back, I noticed something that made the hair on my neck stand up. 2 trailers down, in a yard where no one lived anymore, there was this old man standing there. His gaze was sharp, almost like he was scolding us for something, and it hit me that maybe he didn't like seeing us being affectionate, especially at this crazy hour. It was around 5:30 in the morning, and here we were, sharing a moment. I nudged Emma and said, "Hey babe, I think we're being watched." She turned to look, but right then, the man just turned on his heel and walked around the side of the empty house. She looked puzzled and said, "Are you sure?" "That trailer's been empty for months. The old guy who lived there passed away, and his wife moved back to Maine. There's even a for sale sign now." She pointed to the faded sign, and I swear I could still see his figure retreating into the shadows. I described the man to her: khaki overalls, a light blue plaid short-sleeved shirt, and a brown ball cap. She nodded slowly. "That's exactly what he looked like," she said softly. It wasn't the first time I'd seen things she couldn't, but she never made fun of me or dismissed it. Since that night, I've had 2 dreams where he appeared again, just standing there, watching silently like before. It's eerie, but oddly comforting. Now, let me tell you about another recurring dream I've been having, which is kind of connected in a strange way. For about 4 years now, I keep dreaming about this man, someone I've never met or seen in real life. He's always the same, and these dreams always hit me deep in a way nothing else does. I'm a pretty introverted person, not really into romance or dating, but this mysterious man in my dreams, well, the feelings between us are intense. There's this unspoken understanding, this love that doesn't need words. It's like our souls recognize each other, even though I know this is just a dream. He's quite striking, tall, with jet black hair and the biggest, brightest green eyes you can imagine. Sometimes he wears these black glasses, and usually he's got on a big, cozy green sweater that makes him look like a giant teddy bear. Warm, kind, and impossibly gentle. In every dream, he's always facing me, his gaze locked onto mine with this look of pure love. He never turns away or ignores me. He's always there, close but silent, just smiling and being present. It fills the dream with this peaceful, comforting energy. One dream stands out vividly. We were in a lush garden, surrounded by flowers and soft light. I noticed 2 blue monarch butterflies fluttering around each other, which, as it turns out, don't exist in real life. One landed right on my finger, and I showed him, excitedly saying, "Look, 2 of them." He smiled back and gestured toward a door just behind him, wide open and inviting. I let the butterfly fly back to its companion, took his hand, and together we stepped through that door. And then, the dream ended. It's been months since that dream, but it lingers with me, like a secret message I haven't quite figured out yet. Sometimes I wonder, is this man real? Is he someone I've yet to meet? Or is he a spirit, a ghost who visits me in the quiet moments between sleep and wakefulness? I don't have the answers, but I do know this. Whether he's here or not, these dreams have changed me. They've shown me a kind of love I didn't know I could feel. And maybe, just maybe, they're a reminder that there's more to this life, and the next, than meets the eye. Thanks for listening. Sometimes, sharing these things makes the mystery a little less scary and a lot more beautiful. Honestly, I used to avoid thinking about death completely. It made me uneasy in a way I couldn't really explain. I think what scared me most wasn't death itself, but the unknown. That question of what happens after this life. Over time, though, something shifted in me. I started feeling like there's this bigger awakening happening around us. Like more and more people are becoming aware that life is not just what we can see, touch, and explain. And I believe when you truly start searching for answers, life starts leaving little clues for you. You just have to learn how to notice them. For me, a lot of those clues came through podcasts, stories, spiritual conversations, and learning more about the paranormal. I've realized there is so much we don't understand, And maybe we're not meant to have every answer right away. I don't really connect with organized religion. To me, it often feels like it closes people off instead of opening them up. I believe something sacred exists, but I find it more in the earth, in nature, in community, in love, and in connection. I think we've been pulled away from that in so many ways. I believe we are energy. I believe we are consciousness living inside a body for a while, almost like this body is the vehicle, not the whole self. And I don't think this is the first lifetime for everyone. Some souls have been here before. Some of us may even come back with the same people again and again, learning different lessons together. I also believe that before we come here, we're shown possible paths. We choose certain lessons, certain families, certain challenges. Not because everything is supposed to be easy, but because we are here to grow, to experience, to learn, and sometimes to help change things. But I don't think that means our actions don't matter. They absolutely do. I don't believe in heaven and hell in the traditional sense. I think those ideas were created by people and often used to control people. What I believe is that when we leave this body, we go through some kind of review. We see our life clearly. We feel the love we gave, and we also feel the pain we caused. Not just from our own perspective, but from the perspective of the people we affected. And I do think there are consequences after this life. People who caused deep harm may have to face that energy in a very real way. Maybe they relive what they created. Maybe they sit with it until they truly understand it. Maybe some souls get stuck because they can't let go of their pain, guilt, anger, or suffering. But I don't believe religion is some golden ticket to a perfect afterlife. I don't think it works like that. I think what matters is who you are, how you love, how you treat people, and what kind of energy you leave behind. And when I look at the world, I can't help but question things. Why would some people get to live in comfort, power, and luxury here on Earth, while others are told to suffer quietly and wait for heaven after they die? That never felt right to me. It feels unfair. It feels oppressive. Some people create suffering here while living in their own version of heaven. When you listen to stories about children remembering past lives, near-death experiences, deep meditation, telepathy, or people having spiritual experiences with plant medicine in safe and intentional settings, it becomes hard to believe that this life is all there is. There is so much more happening than most of us realize. I think if we keep an open heart and an open mind, and if we try to live with love, certain doors begin to open. Not all at once, and not always in a dramatic way. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it's just a feeling, a knowing. And I'm actually proud of myself for getting to this place. Death used to terrify me. I couldn't sit with it. I couldn't talk about it. But now, I don't feel that same fear. In a strange way, I feel peaceful about it, maybe even curious. I don't see death as the end anymore. I see it as a doorway. And while we're here, I really think the most important thing is simple. Be kind. Be loving. Be good to people. That's what matters. Honestly, I've got two stories. One happened when I was completely alone, and the other happened when there were enough of us there that I still can't brush it off. The first one happened during my first year of college. I was home one evening, sitting at the dining room table, trying to get through some calculus homework. My parents' place had this open layout, so the dining room looked straight into the living room. And if you sat at the end of the table, like I was doing, your back was toward the living room and this huge window that went almost from the floor to the ceiling. So I'm sitting there, pencil in hand, staring at numbers, and then, suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, I felt this wave of fear hit me. Not nervousness, not a little chill. Fear. It was the kind of fear that feels like your whole body knows something before your brain does. I had this immediate thought that if I stayed in that chair for even one more second, something terrible was going to happen. And at the exact same time, I saw something in my mind so clearly it felt less like imagination and more like a warning. I pictured this tall, twisted thing standing behind me, somewhere between me and the window. It looked partly human, partly goat, with this awful stillness to it, just staring at the back of my head. I didn't turn around. I didn't check. I just got up and rushed straight into the kitchen where my mom was making dinner. And the second I stepped out of that dining room, the fear disappeared. Completely. Like someone had snapped a cord. I've never been especially religious. I don't really believe in heaven or hell, and I've always been pretty skeptical about ghosts and paranormal stories. But that moment shook me badly enough that I can't fully close the door on the idea that there may be things around us we don't understand. And the strange thing is, that house had a history of odd things happening. My mom and my stepdad Ron experienced things too. And Ron is not the type to believe in anything supernatural. He's the kind of person who wants a logical explanation for everything, but even he couldn't explain some of it. One morning, we found the attic door open. That might not sound like much, but this door was heavy. Really heavy. It was hard to pull open even when you meant to. The night before, my mom had woken up to the sound of a man's voice coming from the corner of the bedroom, speaking in a language she didn't recognize. The attic door was just outside that room, right above the hallway. There were other things too. When I was home alone, I heard my name being called from the bedroom more than once. Sometimes it sounded like a man, sometimes like a woman. It happened enough times that I stopped trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. One night, I woke up and saw a dark figure standing beside my bed. It looked about 6 feet tall, wearing something long, almost like an old coat, and what looked like a hunter-style cap. I was so scared I pulled the blanket over my head and stayed frozen there until I fell back asleep. About an hour later, I woke up again and peeked out. It was still there. By morning, it was gone. We used to hear footsteps in the hallway outside the bedrooms when everyone was already in bed. Things would disappear for weeks, sometimes months, and then show up in places nobody would have put them. A couple of times, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of books sliding in and out on my bookshelf. It was such a specific sound, and I could never recreate it any other way. Part of me still wonders if some of it could have been sleep confusion or hallucinations. I'm open to that. But when everyone in the house has their own version of something strange happening, it gets harder to laugh it all away. The second story happened when I was about 15. We were out at my parents' lake property one night having a bonfire. It was my mom, Ron, my stepbrother, his girlfriend, my best friend, 2 family friends, and me. We were all sitting around the fire in a circle, and from where most of us were sitting, we could see the driveway about 50 feet away. At some point, my mom looked past the fire toward the driveway and said, "Who is that standing over there?" So the rest of us looked, and there, beside my mom's car, was the shadow of a man. Not a vague shape, not a trick of smoke, a man. And the thing is, it looked exactly like my granddad, who had passed away only a few weeks earlier. Nobody jumped up, nobody screamed. We just kind of sat there, staring, trying to understand what we were seeing. I still don't know what to call any of it. Maybe there are explanations. Maybe there aren't. But those moments have stayed with me. And even now, when I think back on that house, or that figure by the driveway, I get the same feeling I had that night at the dining room table. Like something was there. And it knew we could sense it. I work in this old former church that was built sometime in the early 1930s, with a newer section added on in the late 1960s. These days, it's a thrift shop, but you can still feel what the building used to be. It has that quiet, heavy kind of air old churches have, especially in the basement. Years ago, they held funerals there, and the organization I work for was started back in the 1950s by a woman who really poured her heart into it. She's passed on now, of course, but people still talk about how proud she was of what she built. I think that matters. At first, it was little things. My music would randomly cut out. The speaker system would shut off right in the middle of a song, just like someone had pulled the plug. It wasn't terrifying, exactly. More annoying than anything, but it happened enough that I started noticing. Then, last summer, something happened that I still think about. I'm 42, and up until that day, I had never seen anything in my life that I would call paranormal. I was downstairs in the basement by myself, grabbing donations to bring up to the sales floor. My coworker was upstairs helping customers, so I knew nobody else was down there with me. And then, out of the corner of my eye, this dark gray shape moved right past me. Fast. It was almost like a shadow, but thicker, more solid somehow. It passed close enough that I immediately froze. I didn't feel evil from it. I didn't feel threatened. I was just shocked. My brain kept trying to make it into a person, but there was no person there. I told my coworker what happened, and she believed me. But I didn't tell many other people because my manager doesn't believe in that kind of thing, and I didn't want to get labeled as the weird one at work. About 4 months passed before anything else big happened. One evening, around 7, I closed the store. I locked everything, checked the doors, checked the windows, did the whole routine. It was November, cold outside, and the building doesn't have proper heat, so there was absolutely no reason for any window to be open. The next morning, and asked why I had left a window open. I told her I didn't. I said I knew I had checked everything before I left. But then she said the security camera had sent her a notification at 7:20, saying a window had been opened. That really bothered me, because I had left only a minute or so before that. For a second, I even started questioning myself. You know how your mind does that? Like, maybe I missed it. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I'm losing it. But no, I remembered walking around and checking those windows. A little while later, my manager texted me again and said something like, "Well, then I think it's a ghost." Because the camera had actually caught the window opening. The motion light went off at the same time too. She sent me the clip and there it was. That was the moment when it stopped feeling like random little odd things and started feeling real. There's honestly a lot more I could tell, but the strangest part was what happened after that. The very next day, I felt like something had followed me home. Right before my shift, I had this sudden, awful panic come over me. It didn't feel normal. I felt dizzy, terrified, and completely unlike myself. I couldn't make myself leave the house. It was like my body knew something was wrong before my mind could explain it. Then things started happening at home too, and I wasn't the only one noticing them. Other people saw or felt things. And one night, my partner had something happen on the drive home that shook him so badly he had to pull over. He was trembling when he called, and he even reported what he saw to the police. Whatever it was, it didn't last forever. After maybe a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, everything slowly faded. The panic lifted. The strange things stopped. I started feeling like myself again. I still don't know exactly what happened. I just know that old building has a history, and I don't think everything inside it is as empty as it looks. So this happened a few years back, right before an old abandoned house near the edge of town was scheduled to be torn down. People had called it haunted for as long as I could remember. I'd heard all the stories. I'd even had a few strange experiences there before. Little things, like footsteps when nobody was around, that feeling of being watched from another room. But I've always tried to stay grounded. I'm not the kind of person who jumps straight to ghosts. I explore places like that because I'm curious. I want to understand what's there, whether it's history, atmosphere, or something else entirely. That day, I went with two friends. One of them, Luca, was with me most of the time. The other one, Maddie, had wandered off by himself, which honestly wasn't unusual for him. He always did that. He'd drift into another room, take his own photos, poke around, then show back up like nothing happened. Luca and I were in the living room for a while. The place was like a time capsule. Old floral furniture, heavy curtains, dusty lamps, little decorative things still sitting exactly where someone had left them years ago. It felt sad more than scary at first, like the house was holding its breath. We made our way upstairs, taking pictures and talking quietly. After a while, Luca called out for Maddie. Nothing. We waited a second, then called again. Still nothing. At first, I figured maybe he'd stepped outside for air. The house smelled damp and stale, and the dust was awful. So I pulled out my phone and sent him a text. "Where are you?" The second I hit send, we heard his phone chime. Not outside. Below us. The house didn't have power, and it was way out in a quiet area, so that sound cut right through everything. Luca and I looked at each other, and then we headed downstairs, calling Maddie's name as we went. We followed the sound down into the basement, and there he was. He was standing in front of this old brick wall, just staring at it. Not looking around, not taking pictures, just staring. And he was rocking slowly, back and forth, like he wasn't really there. I said his name. Luca said it too. No reaction. Then Luca stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. Maddie snapped out of it so suddenly that it made both of us jump. He looked confused, almost embarrassed, like he'd just woken up in a place he didn't recognize. The basement felt awful. Heavy, cold, and wrong in a way I can't really explain. So we told him we were done and that we should get out for a bit. On the walk back to my place, Maddie didn't say a word, and that was not like him. He was usually loud, always joking, always talking with his hands, always digging around in his pockets for cigarettes or a lighter or loose change. But this time, nothing. He just walked beside us, completely blank. I asked him if he was okay. He nodded, but he still didn't speak. When we got back to my house, Luca and I went inside. Maddie stayed out front, smoking in the quiet. In the kitchen, Luca looked at me and said, "Maddie's acting really weird, right?" I said, "Yeah, I hope he's okay." Then Luca, who always believed in that kind of stuff more than I did, half joked, "I hope he didn't bring something back with him." And from directly behind us, we heard Maddie say, "What are you two talking about?" I cannot explain how badly that scared us. He had come through the front door and walked all the way into the kitchen without making a sound. That should have been impossible. My front door was metal and loud, and the floorboards creaked everywhere. And Maddie was not a quiet person. He usually moved like every object in a room had personally challenged him. But he was just there, standing behind us, and his eyes looked wrong. Dark. Too dark. I know how that sounds, but I remember it clearly. His face had this strange little smile on it too, not friendly, not funny. Like he knew something we didn't. I don't know what happened to him that day. I didn't see much of him after that. But I still think about him standing in that basement, rocking in front of that brick wall. And I still think about how he got into my kitchen without making a single sound. When I was younger, my brother Callan and I used to experience strange things in our house all the time. And I know people say that kind of thing casually, but this was regular enough that we actually had a routine around it. Every night, when it started getting close to 3 a.m., one of us would usually warn the other. Not in a joking way either, more like, "Hey, it's almost 3. Be careful." Because almost every single night, right around that exact time, something would happen. There were odd little things during the day too. Sounds, movements, that feeling of someone being nearby when nobody was there. But 3 a.m. was different. That was when the house seemed to wake up. There were a bunch of nights where Callan would be out in the living room playing Xbox while I was already in bed. Then, suddenly I'd hear him tearing down the hallway, and he'd dive into my bed and pull the covers over himself. He'd be shaking, telling me he heard footsteps coming toward him from the other end of the house. One night, that happened again. He ran in, completely terrified, and climbed into my bed. A few seconds later, we heard this huge crash from his bedroom. He started crying right away, and I remember trying to shush him, probably more harshly than I should have. I wasn't mad at him. I was scared too. I just had this awful thought that if he made too much noise, whatever was out there might notice exactly where we were. Eventually, we got enough courage to check his room. He had this old bass guitar hanging on the wall. It had been there for years, and he barely touched it. When we opened the door, the bass was on the floor, and papers were scattered absolutely everywhere. Across his desk, his bed, the carpet, the dresser, even partly inside the closet. The weirdest part was that our mom had cleaned his room earlier that day. It had not looked like that. Something strange used to happen to me during the day, too. At least once a week, I'd be sitting at my computer with my back facing my bedroom door, playing a game, and I'd hear footsteps on the carpet behind me. Then I'd hear my mattress creak, like someone had walked in and sat down on the corner of my bed. My mom used to do that sometimes, just sit and watch me play. So without turning around, I'd say, "Hi, Mom." But there would be no answer. Then I'd turn around, and nobody would be there. The bed would be empty. The room would feel completely still. Another time, Callan told me he kept hearing scratching inside the wall. I thought maybe it was mice or something, so I went to listen. But the strange thing was, you could see both sides of that wall. There wasn't really anywhere for an animal to be hiding. I put my ear against it anyway. And then, there was this massive bang from inside the wall, like somebody had punched it from the other side. We just stared at each other for half a second, both of us trying to understand what had just happened. And then, we ran out of the room. There was also one night when I was in my bedroom and I heard my dad call my name. Clear as day. Loud enough that I got up and went to find him. But when I got to his room, he was asleep. Fully asleep. Snoring. The thing that still bothers me the most, though, is what happened later in my dad's old childhood room. It was the only time in my life I ever had sleep paralysis. I was lying on my back, and it felt like I was awake, but my eyes were shut and I couldn't really move. Then suddenly, it was like there was a flashing light right in front of my face, blinking faster and faster. The light got stronger, and then it turned red. I couldn't move my head, but somehow I managed to jerk my body onto my side. And that's when I saw her. There was an old woman sitting in a rocking chair, just watching me. She was knitting with red yarn. She didn't speak. She didn't move toward me. She just sat there, rocking gently, like she had been waiting. When I got home, I told my parents what happened. My dad got quiet. Then he told me that when he was a kid, he had experienced the exact same thing in that exact same room. At first, I thought he was messing with me, but then he started describing her. What she was wearing, the rocking chair, the red yarn, everything. And honestly, I still don't know what to make of any of it. I just know that house had something in it, and whatever it was, it seemed to know when we were listening. For a little over a year, I've been feeling something curl up beside me when I'm in bed, either when I'm trying to sleep or when I'm lying there watching a show. The first time it happened, I honestly thought it might have been my cat's spirit visiting me. I've always believed animals can come back to comfort us, and at first, that's exactly what it felt like. Gentle, familiar, almost loving. But over time, that feeling changed. Now it doesn't feel comforting anymore. It feels pushy, angry, and almost possessive. When I ignore it, or when I refuse to let it touch me, or when I tell it firmly to leave, it seems to react badly. It stays close to my side, almost constantly. I even had a priest come to bless my home. Since then, I've been praying more, reading scripture, and trying to keep myself grounded. But this presence still feels like it's there. Sometimes it sends this strange surge through me, almost like a jolt of energy. It affects my heartbeat and makes me feel like I'm having a massive adrenaline rush. Other times, it feels like it's underneath me somehow, making it uncomfortable to lie flat. The first time that happened, I shouted at it. I told it to stop. I was scared, but I was also furious, and I demanded that it leave me alone. But it didn't leave. If anything, it feels like it became angry with me. Since then, I've had strange heart sensations, waves of heat, and feelings that are very close to severe anxiety. Looking back, I remember that I started having panic attacks out of nowhere last spring. The odd thing was, whenever I got in the car and went for a drive, the feelings would ease up. At the time, I didn't understand why. Now, I feel like I may know what was behind it. I've had paranormal experiences throughout my life. I've seen things I couldn't explain, including ghosts, but I won't go into all of that right now. What matters is that I'm frightened. I can't seem to make this thing go away. One night, it felt like it attacked me. It was like it had attached itself to my back, sending those same surges through me and causing intense hot flashes. I barely slept for 2 nights after that. I went to the Catholic Church for help, and they have been helping me. I'm grateful for that. But even with their support, I still feel like this thing is lingering. A few nights ago, I stayed in a hotel so my house could be blessed again, and so I could try to rest somewhere else. At first, it didn't seem to be with me there, though I still noticed a few strange things. The next night, I went back home. It was still there, but it didn't feel quite as strong. Then I returned to the hotel again, hoping I could finally sleep. But this time, it felt like it had followed me. That crushed me. I realized I couldn't just run from it. Now I feel like I have to face it, and honestly, that terrifies me. I keep asking myself how this happened. Why me? Why now? It feels like the kind of thing people only expect to see in movies. So I'll say this to anyone who ever feels something unseen cuddling up beside them, even if it feels loving at first. Please be careful. If it really is the spirit of a beloved pet or someone who loved you, I believe they would respect your boundaries. They would understand if you asked them to move on. Some of my other experiences involved being touched in ways that felt deeply wrong, and I'm starting to wonder if all of it may be connected to the same presence. I still remember that December so clearly. I had gone to stay at my aunt's house for winter break, and at first, it felt like any ordinary visit. Cold nights, late studying, cousins around the house, that quiet holiday feeling. My uncle had passed away about a year before all of this happened, so the house already carried a kind of heaviness. Not sadness exactly, but something still and watchful. I used to sleep in one room with my cousin Nira. My younger cousin Sam slept in the other room with my aunt. Nira had this habit of falling asleep with earphones in every night, music still playing softly. I always thought it was strange, but I never asked much about it. One night, around 11, I was still awake studying. Nira was lying nearby with her earphones in, and my aunt had already gone to bed. Maybe 30 minutes later, I heard my aunt call me. Clear as anything. I got up and went to her room. The lights were off and the whole room was completely dark. I called back, asking if she had called me, but no one answered. So I stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. I told myself I must have imagined it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my ears were playing tricks on me. I went back to bed and tried not to think about it. But the next night, I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. I knew what I had heard. It wasn't a random sound. It was my aunt's voice calling me. At that time, I didn't really believe in ghosts or anything like that. But the thought still came into my mind. What if something in that house was copying her voice? I told Nira about it. She looked at me carefully and asked, "Are you sure you heard someone call you?" I said, "Yes, I'm sure." Then she told me, very seriously, "If you ever hear something like that again, don't leave the room. Just wake me up. Stay inside." I asked her why. She only said, "Just do what I'm telling you." After that, she turned over and went to sleep. A few nights later, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. I heard the door near the hallway opening. At first, I thought it was their dog wandering around, but then I remembered the dog was sleeping right beside me. So I sat up to see who was there, and that's when I saw the door opening by itself, slowly. At first, I thought maybe it was the wind, but all the windows were closed. The doors were shut. There was no breeze. No explanation. A cold feeling went through my whole body. That was the first time I truly felt like I was seeing something paranormal happen right in front of me. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just pulled the blanket over myself and held it as tightly as I could. Like that thin piece of cloth could protect me from whatever was outside. The next day, I told Nira. She just stared at me. She didn't say a word. After that, almost every night, I started hearing strange thumping sounds from the floor above us. Heavy footsteps. Sometimes slow, sometimes sharp. Like someone walking around when everyone was asleep. Then, after some time, nothing much happened again. My winter break ended, and I went back home. Later, I told my grandmother everything. She had lived with my aunt for a while after my uncle died, so I thought maybe she would laugh it off. She didn't. She told me she had heard things too, and she had seen things. One night, she said she was lying in bed in that same house. The lights were off, and the room was dark. Sam was also there, using his phone. My grandmother woke up and noticed the door wasn't fully closed. Through the thin gap, she saw someone standing there. Someone with white hair, just staring into the room. She asked Sam, "What was that?" He said he had seen a shadow too, but when she looked again, it was gone. Another time, everyone was watching TV before bed. Sam suddenly told my grandmother that his sister was hitting herself against the wall. My grandmother turned to him and asked, "Who? Where?" He pointed across the room, but his sister was sleeping right beside him on the bed. Something similar happened again. One night, my grandmother woke up and saw Sam curled tightly inside a blanket. That was unusual for him because he never slept like that. He usually spread out across the whole bed. She pulled the blanket back and saw that he was sweating, terrified, and shaking. She asked him, "What happened? Why are you scared?" He said, "Nothing." But the next morning, he finally told her. He said that before she woke up, he had seen his sister standing in the middle of the room. Her hair was neatly styled. She was dressed nicely, almost too perfectly, and she was just staring at him with a blank expression. Then he looked beside him. His sister was still asleep there. Another time, Sam saw an old woman standing in the middle of the living room, dressed completely in white. He ran to tell his mother, but when they came back, she was gone. Even my aunt had experiences. She told me that sometimes she heard voices under the staircase. Not one voice, but several. She said once, long ago, when all the kids were at school and she was alone in the house, she heard two men and a woman talking to each other. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but the voices were clear. Then one winter night, Nira was sleeping alone with the lights on. She suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe, like something was pressing down on her throat. She said it felt as if someone was trying to choke her. Half asleep, terrified, she started praying. When she opened her eyes, she saw a dark, cloud-like shape fading away inside the room. But the scariest thing happened later. One night, Nira saw 5 cats sitting on top of the closet. They didn't own any cats. That same night, my aunt woke up to go to the bathroom. As she turned, half asleep, she saw an arm holding her hand. The skin was pale, almost completely white, like an old person's arm. The nails were long and red. She was too sleepy and confused to react properly, so she just went to the bathroom and came back to bed. 2 days later, she told Sam about it. He went quiet. Then he said that on that very same morning, he had woken up with strange bite marks on his arm. Looking back, I think I always felt something strange in that house, even before any of this happened. Since childhood, whenever I visited, there was this heavy silence there. Not normal silence, more like the house was listening. I used to tell myself it was just my imagination, but later, my own sister told me she felt the same thing whenever she visited, like someone else was living there with them. The last thing I remember hearing happened when Nira came to stay with us for a few days. One night, around 11, her brother called her. He said he was sleeping in her room back at their house, and he could hear noises from the floor above. At first, it sounded like someone stamping their foot. Then, as the night went on, it became louder, almost like someone was dancing upstairs. And the worst part was, it didn't sound random. It sounded like whoever was up there wanted to be heard. So this happened around this time last year, and I still think about it more than I probably should. I live way out in rural Appalachia, but I want to say right away, this isn't one of those usual mountain ghost stories. My place is set up a little oddly. My house sits closest to the road, then there's a small apartment behind it, and past that are a few neighbors, and then it's just woods. I've been told by more than one person that the woods behind our homes used to be some kind of old sacred gathering spot. From what anybody knows, no tribe actually lived there permanently, and nobody is supposed to be buried there. But still, it has that feeling to it. I'm Native Alaskan myself, and honestly, between respecting the land and being nervous about coyotes, I've never gone wandering back there. I just leave those woods alone. That night, my fiance and I had just gotten off work. We stopped at a fast food place about an hour from home, near where we both work, just to grab something quick. When we were walking back to the car, we saw this tiny kitten trying to get inside the restaurant. It was late, traffic was loud, cars were everywhere, and I just couldn't leave it there. So we scooped that baby up and brought it home. At the time, we were renting the little apartment behind our house to some friends. I'll call them Marin and Denny. They lived there with their 3-month-old baby and their cat. As soon as we got home, I wrapped the kitten in a blanket because I had to show them what we found. When I walked up toward the apartment, I saw their cat sitting in the window, staring down at us. He started meowing, and of course I said, "Hi, kitty kitty. Hi, mister." And I swear to you, clear as anything, a little girl's voice said, "Hi," right back. I froze. It was about 10 o'clock at night. No little girls lived near me. None. I stood there trying to listen, trying to figure out where it came from. I couldn't hear a TV inside the apartment. I couldn't hear anyone talking. Nothing. Then I looked at my fiancé, and he looked just as scared as I felt. I kept whispering, "What was that? Did you hear that?" And he was so freaked out that he just told me to stop talking and come on. Then practically pulled me up the stairs to the apartment. We knocked, and when Marin and Denny answered, I knew instantly it hadn't been them. Denny was in the kitchen cooking, no phone playing, no TV on. Marin was in the bedroom trying to get the baby to sleep, and it was completely quiet in there. I asked my fiancé to explain what happened, and he said he heard the voice from underneath the stairs, but I heard it from around the side of our house. That's the part that still gets me. We both heard it, but from different places. I've told people this story, and most of them just say, "That's creepy," or "That's weird," but I haven't been able to let it go. I can still hear her voice in my head. It wasn't angry. It didn't sound mean. It honestly sounded like a little girl excited to say hello. But knowing she was there is what scares me. I never felt like my house was haunted. Nothing moves on its own. My animals don't act strange inside. There aren't footsteps or knocks or anything like that. Inside feels normal. Outside is different. I used to love natural light, but now I don't even like having the blinds open during the day, and definitely not at night. When I take the dogs out after dark, I stay right on the porch. Sometimes, when I get brave enough to walk around the yard at night, I feel like someone is watching me. Sometimes it scares me, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it feels like nobody is there at all. Part of me wonders if she really was just a little ghost girl who heard me talking to the cats and thought I was talking to her. And another part of me feels guilty for running away. I've tried researching the property, but I haven't found much. I don't know who she is, or why she's there, or if there's more than just her out there. I don't know if I should try to reach out somehow, or if leaving it alone is the smarter thing to do. All I know is, I don't want to be scared of my own yard forever. I've been sitting with this story for a while, and honestly, I still don't know exactly what to make of it. I've told a few close friends, but I wanted to share it properly because maybe someone listening has a theory, or has dealt with something even remotely similar. Before I get into the house itself, I should probably say that this wasn't my first brush with something I couldn't explain. When I was a kid, not long after my mom passed away, I felt someone place a hand on my shoulder. It was gentle, almost comforting. Years later, while I was working near a fenced ledge, I felt this sudden hard tug, like someone had grabbed me and tried to pull me backward. Both times I looked around and nobody was there. So when my roommates first started talking about noises in the new house, I tried not to jump straight to ghosts. I actually moved in a little later than everyone else because I had injured my hand pretty badly and couldn't help carry anything. By the time I got there, my roommates had already been hearing footsteps at night, especially above us in the attic. The attic was technically off limits, not really safe to live in, and we were only shown where the key was in case of an emergency. At first, I shrugged it off. Old house, creaky boards, pipes settling, all that. And when I finally moved in, nothing felt strange to me. No weird energy, no noises, no cold spots. It was just a house. Then a couple weeks later, my roommate Len and I were skating around the neighborhood when we saw this old painting leaning against a trash can. It looked gloomy and dramatic in that perfect, "Why would anyone bring this home?" kind of way. Naturally, because we were film students and apparently had no survival instinct, we took it. We joked about it being cursed. Haunted painting, student horror film, all the obvious lines. Then we thought it would be funny to put it in our roommate Kira's room while she was gone. She didn't laugh, didn't yell, didn't even really comment. She just quietly carried it downstairs later, which somehow made it feel creepier. Not long after that, I moved into the basement because I was tired of sharing a room. I've always liked basements. They're cool, dark, quiet. For the first week or so, I actually slept better down there than I had in ages. Then I started feeling sick. Nothing dramatic at first, just run down, foggy, kind of heavy. One night, our friend Colin came over. We smoked a little, watched TV, and he joked that he was going to sneak downstairs later and scare me. So, of course, when I went to bed, I was already a little on edge. I finally fell asleep, but I jolted awake almost immediately. I looked across the basement and saw Colin standing right in the middle of the room. I thought, okay, very funny. So I grabbed a pillow and threw it at him as hard as I could. I watched him duck and dart behind this huge beanbag chair we had down there. I got up to call him out, but when I checked behind it, nobody was there. I went upstairs, and there he was on the couch, completely asleep and snoring. I woke him up and asked if he'd been downstairs. He swore he hadn't. I made him promise. Then I called Len, thinking maybe he had come home somehow, but he was across the state visiting family. That scared me, but I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was the weed. Maybe I had dreamed part of it. Maybe I was half awake and my brain filled in the blanks. But then, it happened again. A few days later, I went to sleep in the basement feeling even sicker than before. That same uneasy feeling came over me, like the room had gone still in a way rooms shouldn't. I opened my eyes, and there was Colin again, standing in the center of the basement. I called his name, and he ran off in the same direction as before. This time I went upstairs immediately. Colin wasn't there. Len wasn't there. I checked my phone and saw Colin's location had updated at his house 1 minute earlier. He lived about 15 minutes away and didn't have a car. I called him, panicking, and he basically told me I was being a baby and needed to deal with it. So I talked to Len. I asked if he had seen anything. He said no, but he asked if I was feeling all right. Since I'd been sick, we wondered about carbon monoxide. I'd read that it can make people hallucinate, so we checked the detectors, replaced batteries, made sure everything worked. Nothing. No alarms, no explanation. That night, something changed. For the first time, I didn't see Colin. I saw Len. I thought he'd come home early and walk downstairs to talk, because he was the kind of person who would do that even if I was half asleep. I called out to him, but he ran off in another direction. Right as I grabbed my phone to turn on the flashlight, my phone started ringing. It was Len, calling from outside, asking me to let him in because he was locked out. I hadn't locked any doors. That was the moment I stopped trying to be calm about it. I was sick, exhausted, and starting to feel like the house was messing with my head on purpose. I went to the ER. They ran several tests and couldn't find anything wrong. I needed a break, so the next night I stayed at my friend Mira's place. Around 2 a.m, while I was asleep on her floor, Mira got a call from Len. He asked if I had left her house. She sent him a picture of me passed out on the floor, and he freaked out. Because back at our house, he had heard me outside the front door, banging and asking him to let me in. When they told me in the morning, I felt 2 things at once. I was terrified, obviously, but part of me was relieved because now someone else had experienced it. It wasn't just me anymore. We had a friend from film school who was into occult history and old ritual texts. His girlfriend practiced witchcraft, and we trusted them enough to ask him to come over and check the house. The second he stepped into the basement, he walked straight to the spot where I kept seeing the figure. He stopped and said it felt freezing there and heavy, like the air itself had weight. He gave us sage and, very questionably, an Ouija board. He said if we wanted to communicate, we could try. We also asked him about the painting, but he said it didn't feel like anything special. Just old, weird, and creepy looking. We decided to use the board. I know, terrible idea. But at that point, I wanted answers. I wanted to know what this thing was. Maybe it wasn't trying to hurt us. Maybe it was lonely. Maybe, in some strange way, we could live with it. We sat in the basement, right where it had appeared. We lit a candle, went over the rules, and started asking questions. At first, it felt fake. The planchette went to 666, and we all thought someone was messing around. But then Len got really quiet. He thought whatever was coming through might be an old friend of his who had passed away. He started asking questions only she would know, and the answers were surprisingly accurate. Strangely enough, that board session was probably the calmest supernatural experience we ever had in that house. Afterward, we saged the place thoroughly and left to spend Thanksgiving with our families. When I came back, my girlfriend had given me a sleep mask because I'd been having so much trouble resting. Kira and her sister were supposed to be home, and I had work later, so I lay down for a nap. Then, I heard them talking. Kira's sister said, "Right there?" And Kira answered, "Yes, stand there." I opened my eyes, pulled off the sleep mask, and nobody was in the room. I called Kira. She was across the state, driving her sister home. I was alone in the house. That night, after work, I came home still shaken. My coworkers had told me that if it was a ghost, I shouldn't provoke it. Don't acknowledge it too much, and if I had to, be kind. But I didn't even make it to sleep. I looked toward the stairs and saw a hand curl slowly around the banister. The basement stairs had a landing where one set went toward the back door and the other turned down into the basement. The hand came from that landing first, then fingers wrapped around the rail. Then, a face leaned into view. It was greenish, veiny, and wrong. Not like a person. Not like the shapes I'd seen before pretending to be people I knew. That was it for me. I ran toward the stairs and yelled at it to leave. I put salt on the stairs and around my bed. I was scared, but I was also furious. There's a point where fear turns into, absolutely not. After that, I called Colin. He had recently told me his mother practiced witchcraft, and she gave us a spell to recite to clear the house. We opened every window and door. Colin walked through with Sage, repeating the words. When we opened the attic door and he stepped inside, the sage went out instantly. There was no draft. He came down, relit it, and I went up with him to see what was going on. That's when we noticed two mirrors facing each other. I know people argue about this kind of thing, but some believe facing mirrors can act like a doorway. We turned them away from each other and kept going. Then we heard a loud bang from the basement, followed by smaller bangs. Like one of the basement windows had flown open, slammed into the ceiling, dropped back down, and bounced. We ran downstairs. The window was closed. Then we went near the painting, which was still downstairs, and the sage smoke started pushing away from it in thick waves, like something was forcing it back. I grabbed the painting, carried it outside, and left it there. After that, I moved back upstairs. Not long after, Len moved out too. We tried reaching out to several paranormal investigators, but nobody wanted to come check the house. Our landlord once made this strange, offhand comment about someone maybe dying there, or being taken from the house to the hospital and dying later. He never really explained it. I still don't know what we dealt with. Maybe it was tied to the house. Maybe the painting stirred something up. Maybe it was already there and just got stronger once I moved into the basement. But whatever it was, it learned voices. It learned faces. It knew how to imitate the people around us. And that, honestly, is the part that still bothers me most. When I was 18, my family packed up and moved about 2.5 hours away to this small Texas town, all because my aunt had married a man who ran a dairy farm. And when I say my family moved, I mean everybody came along. My grandparents, my dad, his sisters, their husbands, all the cousins. Me and my cousin had just finished high school, and instead of stepping into adulthood in the place we'd always known, we followed the whole family into a town where people didn't just know your name, they knew what truck you drove. My dad had always been a farmer, so he settled in pretty quickly. It didn't take long before he met a man named Rocco. Rocco was older than my dad by maybe 20 years, but somehow that never mattered. They just clicked. He was one of those men who looked like he had been shaped by the land itself. Faded overalls, worn-out cap, heavy boots, sun-browned hands. He helped around the dairy, and later, when the dairy didn't make it, he and my dad went into business together. They bought some land, raised cattle, and opened a small wild game processing shop. For years, they worked beside each other almost every single day. If you saw my dad, Rocco was usually somewhere nearby. That was just the rhythm of things. Then, in 2021, Rocco passed away. He'd been sick, but we honestly thought he was improving. My stepmom worked as an EMT, and she would go over to his house every week to set up his medicine for him. One day, while she was there, she heard him fall in the bathroom. She ran in, called for help on her radio, and started CPR right away. But he'd had a heart attack. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. Just like that. My dad was crushed. Rocco wasn't just his friend. He wasn't just his business partner. He was family in every way that mattered. Because it was 2021, we didn't even know at first what kind of funeral there would be. But Rocco had lived in that little Texas town all his life. He'd been a hometown football hero when he was young, and he was the kind of man everybody had a story about. So the church was full, and I remember seeing my dad cry. That's one of the memories that still stays sharp for me. My dad crying for Rocco. After that, things became hard in another way. My dad was grieving, but he also had to deal with Rocco's relatives over the land, the cattle, and everything they had built together. It was messy and painful, and there was no way to separate the business side from the heartbreak. Then, maybe 6 or 8 weeks after Rocco died, I had a dream. But it didn't feel like a normal dream. It didn't feel scrambled or strange. It felt different. I saw Rocco, and I knew it was him right away. But he didn't look the way I remembered him. He looked young, maybe 30 or 40 years younger. His hair was blonde, and he wasn't wearing his old cap. He had on a clean blue button-up shirt, actually buttoned all the way, and a pair of jeans without a single rip in them. He was standing in wheat that came up around his knees, and the wind was moving through it. He was leaning against a wooden fence post, beside a wire fence, and somehow I knew he had been fixing it. Nothing looked broken. Nobody told me. I just knew. I couldn't see myself in the dream. It was more like I was being allowed to watch for a moment. Then Rocco looked right at me. He never said a word, but I understood him completely. He was okay. He had made it. He was home. I woke up crying, but not because I was afraid. I cried because I wasn't ready for it to be over. I wanted to close my eyes and go right back there, just to see him one more time. And somehow, I also knew I shouldn't tell my dad yet. He wasn't ready. His grief was still too fresh, and everything with Rocco's family was still happening. So I kept it to myself. About a year later, I was out at my dad's place, and somehow Rocco came up in conversation. I don't remember exactly what led us there. I just remember feeling, very clearly, that it was time. So I told him. I told him about the wheat, about the fence post, about how young and peaceful Rocco looked. I told him how certain I felt that Rocco was letting me know he was all right. Then I asked my dad if he'd ever had a dream like that about him. He said no. And I told him what I had believed from the beginning. Maybe Rocco came to me because my dad wasn't ready to receive it yet. Maybe he knew I would carry that message quietly until the moment my dad could actually hear it. I'm not someone who goes looking for things like that. I don't chase paranormal stories, and honestly, I don't need more experiences like it. But I believe, with my whole heart, that what happened was real. I believe God let me see Rocco one time, just long enough to bring that peace back to my dad. Hey, I want to share something a bit personal and really unusual that's been happening to me for quite some time now. Actually, for about 4 years. I keep having these recurring dreams about this mysterious man. He always looks the same, and there's this consistent feeling every time I see him in my dream. But here's the thing. I've never met this person in real life. Not once. And it's not just any dream, you know? These dreams feel deeper, more vivid than any other dreams I've had before. So, a little about me. I'm a young adult, kind of introverted, and honestly, I've never really been involved romantically with anyone. Never had a relationship, never really been interested in that stuff much. But these dreams, they're different. They bring something else entirely. The dream I had recently was set in this enchanted forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees. The kind where the sunlight filters through the leaves in golden shafts, and everything feels alive but peaceful. We were completely away from the hustle of everyday life, somewhere no one could find us. The colors in this dream were unbelievably crisp, clear, and vivid, like someone had painted the world with the brightest, most enchanting palette. I found myself inside this modest medieval cottage, and it was so cozy and warm. Imagine warm amber tones everywhere, a bright fireplace crackling with cheerful flames, a comfy old couch that seems like it's hugged by time itself, and a wooden table piled high with books. The walls were made of stone and wood, and torches flickered softly, casting dancing shadows that made the room feel alive and safe. It wasn't fancy, but it was perfect, a sanctuary. I was standing right there in the middle of the room, wearing a simple medieval dress, just taking it all in. The warmth, the peacefulness, the feeling of home. Then, through a white-painted wooden door, he walked in. I recognized him immediately, as always, the mysterious man. He closed the door gently behind him. It felt so natural, like this was a place we shared. The funny part was, the moment I saw him, I just knew we were together. Like we were a couple living here, sharing this quiet life. I imagined he'd been outside, tending to the garden, working under the summer sun, getting his hands dirty in the soil. It was a routine for him, I could tell. He caught my gaze, and the way he looked at me was just breathtaking. Every time I see him in my dreams, he looks directly into my eyes, like he's seeing straight into my soul. And it's not just a glance. It's the way someone in love looks at the person they love. His smile lit up his whole face, the kind where his eyes crinkle at the edges because he's genuinely happy to be there. He was tall and steady, standing with ease but strength. His long, jet-black hair fell just past his shoulders, a little tousled from working outside. He wore black gardening gloves, practical but somehow elegant, and those classic Victorian black Wellington boots to keep the mud out. When he came closer, I got a better look at his eyes. Those stunning, deep green eyes that always catch me off guard. Sometimes his hair is shorter in other dreams, but the eyes, they never change. They're mesmerizing. Usually he doesn't speak in these dreams. He just stays close, smiling softly, sitting or standing nearby. There's this peaceful, loving energy that surrounds him, And honestly, it's one of the most comforting feelings I've ever had. Like being wrapped in warmth and calm all at once. But this time, he did communicate with me, though not with words. It was like he spoke directly into my mind, telepathically. And for about a minute, he kept repeating, "I am a vampire," over and over. Now, you might think that would be scary, right? But I wasn't afraid at all. Because in that moment, he wasn't a monster to me. He was someone I loved deeply and who loved me back. It was a connection so strong that words weren't necessary. We just knew each other's hearts. I've never experienced anything like that in real life. Then, something strange happened. His eyes changed. They shifted from that familiar green to this incredible mix of colors. Bright orange at the center, glowing warmly, surrounded by a yellow rim on the outside, and then a thin line of red tracing the inner edge. It was mesmerizing and a little otherworldly. I found myself whispering, "I've never seen eyes like yours before." Just staring, utterly captivated. He smiled that same warm smile, and I wrapped my arms around him in a big hug, pressing a quick, tender kiss to his cheek. And then, I woke up. So, yeah, that's the story. Basically, I was in this beautiful, happy, committed relationship with a vampire, at least in my dreams. I'm not sure what it all means, but I thought it was pretty cool, and I wanted to share it with someone. Thanks for listening. Hey, I want to share something really personal and kind of unsettling that's been happening since my partner and I moved back into my old family home. You know, the place where I grew up. My parents had to move into long-term care recently, so we decided to come back and take care of the house. It should have been a comforting thing, but it's been, well, strange, to say the least. Growing up, I never really experienced anything weird here, but my mom always told me about this dark shadow figure she saw hovering over her bed at night. For years, she said it was there, just lingering silently. It terrified her so much that she started drinking every night just to fall asleep. She was in her late 60s then, and it went on for almost a decade until she had to move out this year. I always thought maybe it was dementia or something else messing with her mind. She was diagnosed around that time. But now, after all we've experienced, I'm not so sure. Back when my parents separated, about 8 years ago, my partner and I stayed in the house with my mom for a few weeks while she went to visit family. That's when the first weird stuff happened. I was alone in the basement one day, and I swear the doorknob started resisting me, like something invisible was holding it shut. It's odd because the basement door doesn't even lock. It was like someone or something didn't want me to leave. At the same time, my partner was watering the garden. He was standing right next to the hose faucet in our fenced yard, and suddenly, the water just shut off on its own. No one else was around. He checked the tap, but it was fine, except for that moment when it just stopped while he was holding the hose. We looked at each other, both shaken but not quite ready to admit what was happening. Fast forward to July 2022. My partner and I moved back into the house. The place is a fixer-upper. We've barely touched the inside. Most of our time is outside in the backyard, which is lovely but has one annoying problem: no electrical outlets. So we string up extension cords and use flashlights when it gets dark. That's when things got really weird. Almost every day, one or more flashlights would turn on by themselves. And I mean completely turned on, bright as day in the middle of the afternoon, with no one touching them. We went through batteries like crazy. At first, we argued a lot because neither of us would admit leaving them on, but we're both pretty careful. My parents left behind tons of flashlights, every size and style imaginable. so I figured it wasn't just a faulty batch or something. Then I started testing it. I'd leave different flashlights in my line of sight when my partner was out. No visitors, no one else in the house. And sure enough, some would flicker on 4 or 5 times in one afternoon. Sometimes the same flashlight, sometimes different ones. It even happened with the safety flashlight in our car while it was parked in the driveway. Until recently, it was just happening to me during the day. But now that I'm back at work and my partner is home alone more, he's noticed it too. Flashlights turning on in the garage, untouched on shelves. It's like the house itself is alive, or something else is trying to get our attention. There are other things too. Sometimes we'll walk into a room and the water taps are running full blast, cold or hot, or sometimes both, loud enough that you can't miss it, and definitely not accidental. It's eerie because neither of us would leave the water on like that. And then there's the shadow. I keep seeing this dark figure out of the corner of my eye, just standing in the corner of a room. But whenever I turn to look directly, nothing's there. It's like a presence, always lurking just beyond my vision. Strangely, the shadow never shows itself when my cat or dog is nearby, so they might sense it too. This whole experience has been unsettling, but it's not the first time something like this touched my life, and I want to share another moment, one that changed me deeply. 3 days after my mom passed away, she had been battling sepsis, pneumonia, and brain cancer. I was exhausted and struggling to sleep. You know that fuzzy, in-between state when you're almost asleep but not quite? I felt myself slipping into that, but this time it was different. I felt completely present, as if time had stopped, and I was caught in this quiet moment between wakefulness and sleep. Then I sensed her, my mom's presence. It was so clear and familiar, like she was right there with me, even though she'd just passed. The feeling I remember most was urgency. She didn't have much time to talk, but she knew I needed her, and I could only ask yes or no questions. We communicated like this. Are you mad at me for how things turned out? No. Could I have done anything differently to help save you? No. Is everything going to be okay? Yes. Then I realized I was running out of time, but I wanted to ask something more. About my older sister. I felt rushed, like I had just seconds to say goodbye. I think I broke some unspoken rule about that state because suddenly, I woke up. After that, I felt a little more at peace. I ate for the first time since Mom passed and slept better that night. Since then, I've tried to reconnect with that space, to reach her again, but it's been almost 2 years with no luck. Now, let me take you back even further, to when I was about 7 years old. We had guests over, so my 2 brothers and I were all sharing one big bedroom. There were 2 beds and a fold-out cot packed in there. One night, in the middle of sleep, my brother woke me up, his voice trembling. He whispered, "Something's not right," and told me to look around. The room was bathed in moonlight, and as my eyes adjusted, I realized all the furniture had been moved around, including my bed. And this wasn't a light bed. It was heavy, old, and I'm a light sleeper. I was amazed and confused, trying to figure out how my brothers, only 8 and 10, could have moved everything without waking me up. I looked over and saw my other brother sleeping peacefully in his bed, which was now on the opposite side of the room. Dressers were pulled from the walls and scattered around the center of the room. Nothing was where it had been before. It made no sense. We debated waking up our other brother, but my brother said he'd freak out, so we stayed quiet. Then I thought, let's turn on the light. But the switch was gone, completely vanished. The walls where the switches should have been were just blank. The only light was the moon and a street lamp outside, casting eerie shadows. Panic grew because when we looked for the door to leave, it too had disappeared. No door, no closets, just walls where they should have been. We were trapped, and fear settled deep inside us. I remember feeling that moment stretch out, the silence broken only by our quick breaths and the faint rustle of the night outside. I can't explain what happened, but it was like the room itself had shifted, or maybe something else was controlling it. Looking back, it's hard to believe, but it left an imprint on me. That feeling of being trapped, unseen forces moving the world around us. All these experiences, the shadow figures, the flashlights turning on, the water taps, the dream visit from my mom, and the childhood night in the rearranged room. They weave together into this tapestry of mystery and fear and love. It's like the house holds memories and energies we don't understand yet. I don't have all the answers, but sharing these stories feels like a step toward making sense of it all. Maybe it's a call for attention, a reminder of what's past, or just the house trying to tell us something. Either way, it's made me realize that sometimes the places we think are safe and familiar hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. You know, sometimes life throws moments at us that are so strange, so terrifying. They stay with us forever. I want to tell you about one such experience, something that happened to a young mother named Melina. It was a quiet afternoon when Melina noticed something unusual about her infant daughter, Lily. Suddenly, Lily started behaving oddly. She refused to feed and kept crying out in this piercing, high-pitched wail that cut through the silence of their home. The sound was so intense, it made Melina's heart race with worry. What was even more unsettling was the way Lily stared. Her wide eyes were fixed on an empty corner of the room, and her little face twisted in sheer terror, as if she was seeing something no one else could. Melina tried everything, rocking her, singing softly, offering a bottle. But nothing soothed Lily's cries. They went on relentlessly until Melina finally stepped outside, carrying her baby, hoping the fresh air might calm her down. Confused and deeply concerned, Melina called her doctor, desperate for answers. The doctor suggested she bring Lily to the hospital for a thorough checkup, to find out if there was a physical reason behind the incessant crying and fear. So, Melina did just that. She bundled Lily up and headed to the hospital. But even there, the situation didn't improve. Lily cried throughout the day, her screams echoing down the sterile hospital halls. It was exhausting and heart-wrenching. Then, as night fell and they returned home, a strange calm finally settled. Lily, exhausted from the day's ordeal, fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Melina sat alone in the dimly lit room, the quiet almost heavy around her. The atmosphere shifted subtly, the shadows lengthening, wrapping around the corners of the room like a creeping fog. She felt it, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. Heart pounding, she scanned the room, but it was just her and Lily, peacefully sleeping in her arms. As Melina got up to settle back into bed, she passed by the closet. Then she heard it, a sharp, deliberate knock on the closet door. It was a single tap at first, but then it repeated, growing louder and more insistent. Her breath caught in her throat. She froze, every muscle tense. Summoning every ounce of courage, she reached out and slowly opened the closet door, closing her eyes tightly as she peered inside. But there was nothing, just empty shelves and a few forgotten boxes. She laughed softly to herself, the nervous tension dissolving into relief. Maybe she was just imagining things, her mind playing tricks on her in the quiet of the night. But then, the knocking started again. Louder this time, more aggressive, pounding against the door with a desperate urgency. Melina tried to ignore it, desperate for sleep, but the sound grew unbearable. Suddenly, with a violent crash, the closet door burst open. In the pale moonlight filtering through the window, Melina saw a shadow emerge, a vague, dark shape of a woman in a flowing gown. The figure glided slowly out of the closet, its presence chilling the room. Then, as mysteriously as it appeared, the closet door slammed shut behind it, and the shadow vanished into thin air. Terrified, Melina bolted from her bed, desperate to get help from her parents. But the bedroom door wouldn't budge no matter how hard she pushed or pulled. Panic welled up inside her as tears streamed down her face. She flicked on the light and grabbed a rosary from her nightstand, clutching it tightly like a lifeline. Sitting back down with Lily cradled close, she stared at the closet, her heart hammering in her chest. The clock struck 1 a.m., each tick echoing like a drumbeat in the silence. Then, from somewhere behind her bed, she heard the knocking again, this time at the window. Whirling around, she saw nothing but the empty darkness outside. Slowly turning back, her breath caught in her throat. Standing right beside her was the shadow, its face featureless, its gaze fixed on Lily. Melina lifted the rosary, pointing it at the figure, but it didn't move, didn't flinch. Then, a whisper brushed past her ear, cold and soft. "Thanks for bringing your baby to me." The shadow's hands hovered over Lily's tiny neck. Suddenly, the baby began to cry again, her wails piercing and frantic. Then, horrifyingly, the cries faded, Lily's mouth frothing as the color drained from her face. Melina scrambled for her phone, tailing the doctor frantically, but the call wouldn't connect. She held her baby, tears streaming down her cheeks, watching helplessly as Lily's heartbeat slowed, fading away into silence. That night, Melina faced a nightmare no mother should ever know: the loss of her child, right there in the darkened room. And after taking Lily's life, the shadow disappeared, never to be seen again. Melina's story is a chilling reminder that sometimes there are things beyond our understanding lurking just out of sight, waiting for their moment. And for her, that moment came in the form of a shadow from the closet, forever changing her life. Hey there, let me tell you about a chilling story that unfolded in a quiet house during the mid-'80s. A story about two sisters, Annie and Jessie Andrews, and the strange, terrifying events that followed after they tried to reach out to their late mother. It's a tale that mixes grief, fear, and the unknown in such a way that it'll send a shiver down your spine. So, picture this. It's 1986, and Annie and Jessie had just lost their mother to cancer. It was sudden, and the grief hit them hard. Their dad, Brian, suddenly had to work longer hours to keep the household running, which meant the girls were often left alone in the house, the silence almost deafening without their mom's presence. The house felt emptier, colder somehow, and they missed her terribly. One quiet night, with the weight of loneliness pressing down on them, the sisters decided to try something unusual. They'd heard about Ouija boards, those mysterious boards said to help you talk to spirits. With a mix of hope and a little bit of nervous excitement, they went down to the basement, their footsteps echoing softly against the cold concrete walls, to see if they could connect with their mother's spirit. Now, they didn't really know how to use the board properly, just bits and pieces from what they'd heard or read. As they placed their fingers lightly on the planchette, the air around them seemed to grow heavier, the basement lights flickering faintly. Although the board didn't exactly spell out messages from their mother, they felt a strange closeness, a comforting presence that made their aching hearts feel a bit lighter. After their attempt, they put the board away and went back upstairs to their rooms, hoping for a peaceful night's sleep. But as the night deepened, with shadows dancing in the corners and the wind whispering outside, Jessie noticed a soft tapping sound coming from the walls of her room. At first, she thought maybe it was her imagination, but the tapping persisted, soft yet unmistakable. Curious and a bit unsettled, she crossed the hall to Annie's room to see if she could hear it too. To their surprise, Annie heard it as well. The tapping was rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat echoing through the hollow walls. In their fragile state, grieving and scared, the girls clung to the hope that this was their mother's spirit trying to reach out to them. They whispered questions into the darkness, hoping for answers, but the tapping never changed in response. Instead, it just lingered, a haunting lullaby in the stillness. When their dad, Brian, finally came home, the tapping had stopped. The girls told him about the strange noises with a mix of fear and relief, hoping he'd understand. But Brian's reaction was different. He was skeptical, torn between worrying about his daughter's fragile mental state and wanting to believe them. He thought maybe they were imagining things, caught up in their grief, and suggested therapy to help them cope. He reassured them that their mother's spirit was watching over them and urged them to get some sleep. But the tapping didn't stop. In fact, it grew louder and more persistent over the following days. Their nights became restless. Sleep became a stranger. And then came the unsettling discovery. Every time they left the house, locking the doors behind them, they'd return to find things moved around. Small objects shifted, drawers left open, furniture slightly out of place. Brian blamed the girls, accusing them of making trouble, but they insisted they hadn't done a thing. He warned them to stop causing trouble, or he'd have to involve a grief counselor. The mistrust was painful. The girls felt isolated, scared, and misunderstood. As days passed, the disturbances escalated. They began to feel the presence of something dark, something not their mother. It wasn't just a ghostly visitor, it was something malevolent, an evil entity that had latched onto them after their Ouija board session. Then came a cold January evening in 1987. The sisters were sitting quietly in the front room when the tapping started again. But this time, it seemed to come from the basement. Their hearts pounding, they knew they had to face it. Armed with a kitchen knife, they descended the creaky stairs, shadows stretching long and eerie under the dim light. The air was thick, each breath heavy and tense. But the basement was empty, except for a chilling note scrawled in red ink. "Come find me. I'm on your closet." Fear gripped them like ice. They fled the house and ran to their neighbors, breathless and trembling, explaining what had happened. Their dad's reaction when he came home was anything but comforting. Exhausted from work, he was angry and dismissive, accusing them of fabricating stories to stir up trouble. It was a breaking point, and he finally agreed to send them to a grief counselor. For a while, the strange events stopped. But peace was fleeting. One night, alone again, the tapping returned, this time from Annie's bedroom. With dread tightening their chests, they entered to find another message written on the wall. "I am back. Find me if you can." Terrified, the girls ran once more to their neighbor's house, staying there until Brian came back. When he arrived, his anger boiled over, but something in the disarray inside the house made him pause. Rooms were tossed, belongings scattered as if a storm had passed through. Then, on the wall, another message. "Marry me." And then, the unimaginable. Brian saw a young boy standing inside the closet, dressed in his late wife's clothes and holding a hatchet. The boy's eyes met his, and in an instant, he vanished, like a ghost slipping through the cracks of reality. Shaken and terrified, Brian fled to his neighbors and called the police. The officers searched every inch of the house, but found no clues. The family was told to stay elsewhere while the investigation continued. For 2 weeks, they stayed with relatives, haunted by the question, how could that boy disappear so suddenly? And the guilt gnawed at Brian for doubting his daughters. Eventually, the crowded relatives' house pushed them back home. As they approached, Brian saw a light flicker in the second-floor balcony window, and there, standing silently, was the boy, watching them. Brian called the police again in a panic. This time, the officers found pennies glued all over the walls and floors, a strange, obsessive detail. Then, behind the dryer in the basement, they discovered a hidden crawl space, a narrow maze weaving through the walls of the entire house. Inside, they found the boy, Daniel LaPlante, a disturbed teenager who'd been stalking Annie. Daniel had been living in the walls for 2 months after breaking up with Annie, spying on the family through tiny peepholes he'd cut. He used the Ouija board session to craft a spooky narrative, terrifying the girls and manipulating their grief for his twisted purposes. It's a story that reminds us how fear can sometimes be born not from the supernatural, but from the dark corners of human obsession. Annie and Jesse's ordeal was real, terrifying, and heartbreaking, but it also showed the strength of a family facing the unknown together. Hey, I want to share with you a story that's been on my mind. A real chilling tale about a young girl named Skylar Neese and the mystery surrounding her disappearance. It's one of those stories where every detail just seems to weigh heavier the more you think about it. It all began on a summer night, July 5th, 2012. Skylar was just 16 years old. She had just finished a night shift working at a local fast food spot, Wendy's. Imagine her coming home, tired, the kind of tired that makes you want to collapse and just stay still. She walked into her family's apartment, exhausted, but still took a moment to hug her parents and tell them she loved them. Such a small gesture, but it was so full of warmth. They watched her walk down the hallway on the first floor, enter her room, and close the door, just like she always did. The next morning, her parents, Mary and Dave, woke up early to get ready for work. They noticed her door was still shut. They thought, she must be sleeping, and decided not to disturb her. So they went about their day, quietly leaving without saying goodbye or checking in, hoping she was getting some much-needed rest. But as the morning turned to noon, Dave came back home early from work. The house was quiet, except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. He noticed the door to Skylar's room was still closed. He knocked, gently at first, calling her name, but there was no answer. His heart started to pound. Something felt off. When he didn't get a response, he broke into her room, and the sight that met his eyes was empty. Her bed was untouched, no sign she had been there recently. Dave's mind raced. Skylar was the kind of daughter who always shared her plans, so he tried to remember if she'd told him about leaving or going somewhere. Nothing came to mind. He tried calling her cell phone, but there was no answer. Panic rising, he called Mary, who suggested checking with Skylar's friends, thinking she might be with them. In a frenzy, Dave called Sheila, one of Skylar's closest friends. Sheila told him Skylar wasn't with her and that they had talked the previous night. Everything seemed normal then. Dave begged Sheila to reach out if she heard anything, hanging up with a knot tightening in his stomach. Then, something strange caught Dave's eye in Skylar's room. The mesh screen on the window was missing, and the window itself was not fully closed. There was a gap just big enough for a finger to slip through. He found the missing mesh hidden inside Skylar's closet. Nearby, a bench was positioned just right beneath the window. It hit him. Skylar might have been sneaking out. But here's the thing. If she had snuck out and come back, she would surely have put the mesh screen back and moved the bench to avoid suspicion. The fact that these were out of place told Dave one brutal truth. Skylar hadn't returned that night. Mary arrived home soon after, and together they waited, hoping she might come back in the next few hours. But when a call came from Wendy's asking why Skylar hadn't shown up for her shift, all hope turned to fear. Dave dialed 911, reporting his daughter missing. Later that evening, Sheila called Mary, checking if Skylar had returned. Mary told her no, and that the police were involved now. Sheila's tone changed. She admitted she had seen Skylar the night before. She revealed something the parents didn't know. The trio of Skylar, Sheila, and another girl named Rachel had been sneaking out at night to smoke weed together. They'd park a couple of blocks away from their homes to avoid waking their parents. That night, Sheila had dropped Skylar off 2 blocks from her apartment. This terrified Mary and Dave. They feared their daughter might have been abducted. Together with Sheila's parents, they scoured the neighborhood, knocking on doors, searching every corner in desperation. But there was nothing. Then Mary remembered. A security camera faced the street near their apartment. They rushed back and begged to see the footage. Sheila claimed she dropped Skylar off at midnight, but the video told a different story. It showed Skylar running down the street at 12:30 a.m., heading toward a car and getting into the back seat willingly. The car was too far away to make out details, but this meant she wasn't kidnapped. She got in on her own. The police told the parents that teens running away was sadly common, reassuring them Skylar would probably come back when she felt ready. But months passed. 6 long months. In December, Rachel, the other friend, had a severe mental breakdown. She became violent, breaking things, lashing out at her family. Her mom called the police and Rachel was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. As soon as she was discharged, the police took her in for questioning. And then, the chilling confession came. Rachel told the police what happened that night. Skylar had come home from work, tired but awake, scrolling through her phone. Messages from Sheila and Rachel popped up, asking her to sneak out and join them to smoke. Skylar had initially refused. Her other friends said Sheila and Rachel were drifting away from Skylar, and the trio was breaking into a duo. It hurt Skylar deeply, and she started avoiding them. But that night, she gave in. Sheila picked her up in her car right outside her apartment, the same car from the security footage. They drove about 45 minutes out of town to a deserted spot they had visited before. The girls got out and sat down, Skylar closest to the car. As Sheila tried to light the joint, she realized she'd left the lighter inside the car. She asked Skylar to grab it. As Skylar walked toward the car, she suddenly heard Sheila and Rachel counting down. 1, 2, 3. Before she could react, 2 knives plunged into her back. Skylar tried to run, but Sheila tackled her, and Rachel helped pin her down. They stabbed her repeatedly in the chest and neck, all while she pleaded, "Why are you doing this to me?" Rachel stopped after some wounds, but Sheila kept stabbing until Skylar's neck stopped making those gurgling sounds. Then, the girls grabbed shovels and bleach from the car. They cleaned the knives and themselves, trying to dig a grave. The ground was too hard, so they abandoned the effort, threw Skylar's body on a nearby log, and covered it with rocks and sticks, leaving no trace behind. Investigations later revealed Sheila and Rachel had planned this for a month, executing their plan with a terrifying coldness. And the reason? They didn't like Skylar anymore. It's horrifying to think that such a senseless act could happen for such a shallow reason. When the police found Skylar's remains, Sheila had the audacity to tweet, "We really did go on 3. It's a haunting story, one that reminds us how fragile life can be, how dark the shadows of friendship can turn, and how vital it is to keep our loved ones close. I hope Skylar's story stays with you, a somber echo of a life stolen too soon." I must have been about 13, maybe 14, when my dad, my younger brother, and my grandparents all piled into the car for a long trip from Texas out toward Kentucky to visit some relatives. We ended up staying in this little bed and breakfast outside town. This was long before everyone was booking cute old houses online, so it felt like we had stumbled onto some secret. The place was an old, pale blue Victorian sitting up on a hill with a creek curling around the back of the property. It had this soft, old-fashioned feeling to it. Flowered wallpaper, wooden floors that complained under every step, and a big clawfoot tub in the bathroom that I thought was the fanciest thing I had ever seen. The owners lived in a small house nearby, and every morning they cooked breakfast for the guests. I remember thinking the whole place felt safe, quiet. Almost too quiet, but in a peaceful way. When we weren't visiting family, my brother and I ran around outside, throwing stones into the creek and poking around the trees like we were on some grand expedition. It was one of those trips where nothing big is supposed to happen. Just family, food, fresh air, and a strange old house with too much history in its walls. That night, after a full day of walking, visiting, and being dragged from one relative's house to another, everyone went to bed pretty early. My brother slept on a makeshift bed on the floor in my grandparents' room. I slept in my dad's room on a little folding cot near the foot of his bed. I remember being completely exhausted, the kind of tired where your body feels poured into the mattress. I barely got the blanket over me before I was gone. I don't even remember the lights going out. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. There wasn't a sound that woke me. No door creaking, no footsteps, no wind at the window. I was just suddenly awake, staring into the dim room. At first, everything looked normal. I could see my dad asleep in bed. His belt and wallet were sitting on the dresser. My hoodie was hanging near the door over my shoes. The curtains were glowing faintly from the moonlight outside. Nothing was out of place. I thought maybe I had woken up because I needed water, or maybe because I had to use the bathroom. But when I tried to move, I couldn't. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my fingers. I tried again, harder this time, and this awful, cold feeling started spreading through my chest. I was awake. I knew I was awake. I could see the room too clearly for it to be a dream. Every shadow, every corner, every little object was exactly where it should have been. Except then, I saw them. There were two figures standing beside my dad's bed. They were short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, and they absolutely had not been there a moment before. I would have seen them. I know I would have. They weren't human. Their bodies were dark green, but not flat green. They sort of shimmered, almost like their skin had tiny flecks of light caught inside it. Their heads were long and narrow, stretched back in a way that made my stomach turn. Years later, when I saw creatures in those alien movies with the long skulls, I froze because that was the closest thing I had ever seen to what stood in that room. I couldn't make out normal faces, no eyes the way we have eyes, no mouth. Nothing familiar. They were holding these objects in their hands. I don't know whether they were tools or weapons. They looked almost like guns, but smoother, made from that same dark green, glittering material. They didn't speak out loud, but I heard them anyway. It was like their words were being pressed directly into my mind. One of them, the one closest to my dad, said, "All right, we still need this one." The other one answered, "The two in the other room are already done." And I remember the fear hitting me so hard. My grandparents, my little brother. Then the second one turned its head toward me and said, "What about her?" The first one sounded annoyed, almost bored. "We don't need her. You know that. Only the males." It said it so casually, like I was a chair in the corner, like I didn't matter at all. But the other one kept looking at me. Then it said, "She can see us." The first one paused, then said, "It doesn't matter, but hurry up if you're going to do it." And that's when the second one started walking toward me. I was screaming inside my own head. I was trying with everything in me to move, to shout, to kick, to do anything at all. But my body wouldn't listen. I was trapped there, staring at this thing as it came closer. And I swear, just before it reached me, it smiled. Not a big smile, not even really with a mouth. But somehow I felt it. I felt that it knew I was terrified. and it liked that. I fought harder to move than I have ever fought for anything. Then, everything went black. The next thing I remember, sunlight was coming through the curtains. I was soaked in sweat. My body felt heavy and sore, like I had been tense all night. I sat up and looked around the room, and everything was normal again. My dad was fine. My brother was fine. My grandparents were fine. I tried to tell them I'd had the strangest dream, but even saying the word dream felt wrong. No one else remembered anything. No one had seen anything. Everyone just brushed it off. We stayed in that house for a few more days, but I barely slept after that. Every night, I watched the room until my eyes burned. I kept expecting those figures to come back. They never did. But I was so relieved when we finally packed the car and drove away. It's been close to 25 years, and I can still see that room in my mind. The wallpaper, the dresser, my dad's belt buckle catching the faint light, my hoodie by the door, and those two figures, their voices in my head. I've had nightmares since then, sure, plenty of them. But nothing has ever felt like that night, because deep down, I still don't believe it was a dream. You know, my daughter used to really scare me. It's strange to say, especially since I'm the kind of person who leans heavily on science and logic. I never believed in anything paranormal, or at least I tried not to. But some things she told me, well, they made me pause and rethink. I've never really talked about these experiences before, mostly because I'm surrounded by folks who would just brush it off, like I used to. But finding this community finally gave me the courage to share. It all began when we were in our old apartment. My daughter, who we'll call Lila, was about 4 years old then. I'm a single mom, and it was just the two of us since I separated from her dad. We had our little world, and honestly, those were some of the best days, even though they got a bit unsettling. One afternoon, we were playing with her Playmobil toys in her room. The sunlight was soft, filtering through the curtains, and the quiet hum of the city outside made the room feel cozy. Lila was deeply focused, arranging the tiny figures with such concentration. Then, out of nowhere, she looked at me and said, "Mom, he wants you to say hi." I blinked, a bit confused. "What? Who? The Playmobil guy?" "No, Mom," she said, a serious little frown on her face. "The monster. He's sitting right next to you. Can't you see him?" I shifted uncomfortably, glancing around the room. "No, baby, I don't see him. Are you sure he's there?" Her eyes widened. "Yes, you really can't see him? He's waving at you." Then she started waving at the empty space beside me, like she was greeting an invisible friend. I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "Oh, that's your imagination, sweetie," I said, changing the subject and diving back into our game. But I have to admit, a tiny shiver ran down my spine, even though I told myself it was nothing. Then there was another time. We were again playing with her Playmobil, this time set up between us on the floor. She sat opposite me, her little face bright and full of life. Suddenly, she spun around, her back to me, and made this frantic, "Go away" gesture with her hands. "Stop," she said sharply. Just a few seconds later, she turned again, repeated the motion, and said, "Stop it." Concerned, I asked her what was wrong. She walked over and climbed onto my lap, still making the same waving movement. "Go away," she whispered. "Go away? Who, Lila?" I asked, my heart starting to race a little. "The monster. He keeps touching me and I don't like it." I don't think I can fully describe the chill that ran through me at that moment. I told the monster to leave her alone, hoping it would make her feel safer. I tried to distract her with our toys, but a knot of unease settled deep inside me. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just child's play. Something about my apartment felt off. But the worst night? Oh, that one stays with me. It was a weekend and we decided to share my bed. The room was dimly lit by the street lamp outside, shadows dancing on the walls. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up and saw Lila sitting up, wide-eyed, staring at the wall across from us. I abducted my tired eyes and whispered, "Lila, why aren't you sleeping?" She didn't look at me. Instead, her voice was small but steady. "I can't sleep. That man is standing next to our bed." Now, I want you to understand, I am not the type to get freaked out easily. I'm the rational one, always explaining things away. But that night, my heart was pounding. It took every ounce of courage I had not to jump out of bed and bolt. Instead, I told her softly, "It's okay, sweetheart." I pulled her close and held her until her breathing evened out and sleep claimed her. I kept telling myself it was just her imagination running wild. Kids have vivid fantasies, right? But here's the strangest part. After we moved out of that apartment, all of it stopped. She never mentioned the monster again. No weird men, no invisible friends waving at me. It was as if the whole thing had been tied to that place. Compared to some of the stories I've read, maybe mine sounds mild or even silly. But every time I think back to those nights, those quiet moments when the air felt thick and the shadows seemed alive, I get goosebumps all over again. I guess what I'm trying to say is, sometimes the things we don't believe in find a way to touch us in the most unexpected ways. And maybe that's okay. Thanks for listening to my story. Hey, I want to share a story with you about my nights working the graveyard shift at this old mental hospital built back in the 1920s. It's a place heavy with history, and not the kind you'd find in textbooks. Over the decades, it's seen so much: tragic deaths from hangings, a haunting murder-suicide, brutal beatings, accidental overdoses, and those dreadful electroshock therapy sessions. The building itself has 4 floors, each with its own stories. But the 4th floor, well, that's where things get intense. It's known far and wide as the hotspot for paranormal activity. So, I'm a security guard there, and part of my job is to patrol the entire hospital during my shift. Sometimes I have to check out the 4th floor, even though it gives me the creeps. See, the 4th floor is basically this insanely long hallway. Imagine pacing it out, about 1,800 steps from one end to the other. On both sides of this hallway, there are these heavy 5-inch thick steel doors, each leading to what used to be patient rooms. But since the county took over before I started working here, no one's been housed there for years. By the time the 3rd shift rolls around, the whole floor is completely empty, silent, and cold. What's really eerie is that this 4th floor is the only one in the complex that's completely above ground. The hospital is built into a hill, so the other floors are partially underground, but this one sticks out. And it's where they used to do electroshock therapy back in the day. That alone sends shivers down my spine. Now, let me tell you about what happened just last week, on a Wednesday night during my 3rd shift. Around 3 a.m., I was feeling a bit daring, maybe foolishly brave, and decided to take a walk down that long hallway. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead, flickering occasionally, casting long shadows that danced along the steel doors. As I walked, the heavy silence was almost deafening, broken only by the soft thud of my boots on the worn linoleum floor. I made my way all the way down to the window at the far end of the hall. Now, this window desperately needed cleaning. It was streaked with grime and dust, making the outside world look blurry and distorted. As I got closer, about 5 feet away, something caught my eye. Suddenly, There was a handprint on the glass, fresh, unmistakable, and large enough to be seen clearly from 15 feet away. It looked like someone's palm had pressed hard against the window, leaving a perfect imprint. I stared at that handprint for a long moment, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it echoed down the hallway. Then, without overthinking it, I turned around, whispered to myself a shaky "nope," and started walking back down the hall. On my way back, I shone my flashlight into a small side office area just to check. The beam pierced the darkness, hitting empty desks and filing cabinets coated in dust. Nothing moved. I was about to keep going when suddenly I heard it, a soft, hurried sound behind me, like someone running. My skin prickled, and without even wanting to, I quickened my pace, every instinct screaming at me not to look back. As I passed one of the steel doors, I heard it, a sharp, heavy thud against the door, like a fist pounding solid metal. I told myself it was just my imagination, probably a loose panel or something. But then, just a few steps further, another loud thud echoed from another door. My breath hitched, and fear tightened its grip. I started speed walking, my footsteps quick and loud in the empty hallway. But then, I heard it. Footsteps. Not just mine echoing, but distinct footsteps matching my pace from behind. Panic flooded through me. I knew these rooms weren't connected. No one was supposed to be on the floor, and yet, the sound was undeniable. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but all I could think was, I'm not alone here. That night was intense, but it's not the only strange thing I've experienced. Lately, I've been having these vivid dreams about a ghostly woman. She's thin, almost skeletal, dressed in a tattered hospital gown, with long black hair that falls in sharp bangs over her face. At first, I thought she was just a recurring figure in my dreams, maybe my subconscious playing tricks on me because of my job. But then, I was talking to a CNA, someone who works in the kids unit during the night shift. We got to chatting about ghost stories, and I casually described the woman from my dreams. To my surprise, she went pale, her eyes wide, mouth slightly open in shock. She told me that many people had seen the exact same woman throughout the hospital. Apparently, this ghost is notorious around these halls. She's been spotted in mirrors, and there are stories of people getting locked in bathrooms with no explanation. She's even been seen wandering the halls, just as I felt her presence. But in my dreams, she's more terrifying. She appears suddenly, runs up to me, grabs me tightly, and screams in my face. I wake up drenched in sweat, heart racing, the echo of her scream lingering. So yeah, working the night shift here isn't just about watching empty hallways or checking locks. It's about feeling the weight of the past, the whispered stories in the dark, and sometimes the cold touch of something that shouldn't be there. And every time I walk that fourth floor, especially near that window or those steel doors, I can't help but wonder if I'm really alone, or if those shadows are watching me back. Hey, I want to share a story with you that's been on my mind for a long time now. It all started back in 2007 when I was just 9 years old. My childhood friend, let's call her Hannah, she was 8, used to spend every summer with me at this old campsite in northern Ontario, Canada. It was about 3 hours from our homes, tucked away in the Burwash district. If you ever Google Burwash Prison, you'll find some eerie history there, but I'll get to that later. So every summer for a few years, Hannah's parents would take us to this campsite, and we'd stay for a whole month. The place was kind of like a little village. There were a few cottages and trailers scattered around in a big park, right by the shore of this huge lake. The air smelled like pine and fresh water, and the sound of waves lapping against the shore was constant and soothing. Every year, we'd reconnect with the other kids we'd met the year before, and it felt like this big, happy reunion. But that summer in 2007 was different. We met a girl named Emily. She was about our age, maybe 9 or 10, but she was really shy. I remember she hardly ever ate with us, and she never stayed out late at night. We just figured her parents were strict, or maybe she was just shy. Emily quickly became part of our little trio. We called ourselves the Three Musketeers. We had sleepovers, took photos together, and it felt like she was a real friend. One day, we were swimming in the lake. There was this floating dock with a slide on it, something we always looked forward to. We decided to take turns sliding off into the water, trying to make the biggest splash. When it was my turn, I climbed the slide, took a deep breath, and whooshed down into the cool water. But then something strange happened. I felt myself being pulled underwater, caught beneath the dock. I was struggling, trying to find my way out, but I couldn't move freely. And then I realized Emily was holding me down. She wasn't letting me up. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I was terrified, gasping for air I couldn't quite reach. I struggled harder, panic rising in me like a tidal wave. Just when I thought I'd be trapped forever, Hannah grabbed my arm and yanked me up to the surface. We both scrambled out of the water, soaked and shaken. I remember looking back at Emily, confusion and fear mixing inside me. Why would a friend do that? Why would she try to drown me? The next day was our last at the camp. Emily came by acting like nothing had happened at all, as if the underwater incident was just a bad dream. She spent the entire day trying to convince us to follow a river to this huge building she said was a few hours away. She promised it would be a blast if we spent our last day there. But Hannah and I, something about it felt wrong. We just couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. So, we decided not to go. Nothing else happened after that, and when the next summer came, Emily wasn't there anymore. We didn't think much of it at the time, but years later, while celebrating my 18th birthday, Hannah and I were looking through old camp photos. We found the pictures from 2007 and noticed something chilling. Emily was missing. There were spaces in the photos where she should have been, right between Hannah and me, but she wasn't there. Curious and a little unsettled, we asked Hannah's mom about Emily. That's when she dropped the bombshell. She'd always thought Emily was our imaginary friend. She never actually saw her. Now that hit us hard, because in all those photos, Hannah and I had clearly left room for Emily, as if she was right there with us. Without talking to each other, Hannah and I wrote down everything we remembered about Emily. The way she looked, her personality, and guess what? We both wrote the exact same description. Bright green eyes, brown shoulder-length hair, very pale skin, and incredibly skinny. What still haunts me is that memory of being trapped under that dock, with Emily holding me down. If she wasn't real, then what was holding me underwater? How could both of us imagine the same girl with the same name, the same experiences, and the same description? It didn't add up. Then, as we thought more about that river she wanted us to follow, we realized it actually leads to the old Burwash prison, sometimes called Camp Bison. We started reading about the prison, and there were loads of strange encounters people had there, stories of eerie happenings and ghost sightings. I'm not really the type to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but this whole thing has me stumped. Who was Emily? Why did she try to drown me? And why did she want us to go to that prison? I don't have answers. Oh, and just so you know, Hannah and I did end up visiting the prison in the middle of the night one time. That's a whole other story, filled with its own chills and scares, which I might tell you someday. But for now, I just want to say this. Emily was real to us, whatever she was, and the mystery of that summer will stay with me forever. You know, there's a little place near my village that, honestly, I'm too scared to visit when the sun goes down. We call it Old Monastery Pool, and it's wrapped up in one of those ghost stories that have been whispered around campfires since forever, at least since the 1940s. I want to tell you the story, the one that really makes you think twice about stepping near that pool after dark. So picture this. It's just after World War II, and rationing is still a big part of daily life. People had to trade whatever they could grow or catch just to get by. Back then, there was this young lad in our tiny Nottinghamshire village. We called him Little Charlie. He was clever about these things, and you'd often find him at the Burrell Arms, which, fun fact, is where I live now. He'd be trading the trout and eels he'd caught from the streams around here, swapping them for ration stamps. One evening, while Charlie was striking a deal, a fellow patron leaned over to him and said, "Say, do you know about Old Monastery Pool?" Charlie, shaking his head, replied, "No, sir, I've never heard of it." "Well," the man went on, "there's plenty of big fish in that pool. Used to be the monks' carp pond, you see. It's tucked away up in Glover's Wood. After the monastery burned down, the trees grew thick, but the pond's still there." Charlie's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Really? Have you ever fished there?" he asked eagerly. The man took a long swig of his ale and shook his head. "Me? Nah. You'd need permission from Mr. Alsop, the landowner. Without it, it's poaching, and Mr. Alsop and I don't exactly see eye to eye." Charlie knew about Mr. Alsop, a stern man who owned a lot of land around the village, but he'd never had any trouble with him. "How do you know there's fish there if you haven't fished it?" Charlie pressed. "Must be," the man said with a grin. "Otherwise, why would Mr. Alsop keep refusing every single person who asks? He's holding those carp all to himself, that miserable old grouch." That Sunday morning, Charlie couldn't think of anything else. Church was the only time he ever saw Mr. Alsop, so that's where he decided to ask for permission. He imagined the thrill of catching one of those ancient, massive carp, a story that'd keep the whole pub buzzing for years. After the service, Charlie caught up with Mr. Alsop on the narrow church path. "Mr. Alsop," he said politely, "is it true there's an old carp pond up in your woods?" "True enough, young man," Mr. Alsop replied. "It belonged to the old monastery before it was burned down. Why do you ask?" "I was wondering if I might have your permission to fish there, sir. I'd return any fish I caught, of course, unless you wanted me to bring them down to the manor." Mr. Alsop's face tightened. "I don't think so. I've got a lot to do." And with that, he hurried away. Charlie felt crushed. Fishing was everything to him, but he'd never caught anything truly remarkable. Landing one of those monster carp would be his crowning achievement. The next Sunday, he asked again, and the Sunday after. Each time, Mr. Alsop said no. Charlie even offered to do odd jobs around the manor, then later offered all the trout and eels he caught for a month. Still, no. Not willing to give up, Charlie eventually started visiting Mr. Alsop at the manor. On his third visit in as many days, Mr. Alsop sighed heavily. "Lord, not you again." "I'm just desperate to fish Old Monastery Pool," Charlie pleaded before he could be dismissed. "Please, just say yes, and I promise I'll never trouble you again." Mr. Alsop snapped. "The answer is no. I've told—" "Why won't you let me?" Charlie exclaimed, frustration spilling out. "Why are you being such a grouch?" "Because of the abbot," Mr. Alsop said sharply. Back in the day, he refused to give starving villagers any of the carp after a failed harvest. They strangled him and burned the monastery down to cover it up. He still haunts that pool. Charlie frowned. "I don't care about some dead old abbot. I just want one chance to fish the pond. Please, Mr. Alsop." Mr. Alsop threw up his hands in defeat. "Fine, but don't come crying to me when—" Charlie was already running back before the sentence was finished. With his fishing tackle in hand, he raced across the fields toward Glover's Wood. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows, The air smelled of damp earth, and the woods whispered with the rustling of leaves. Finding the pond wasn't hard, but Charlie was disappointed. It was choked with pondweed and littered with dead branches. Only a few patches of water were clear, and he could see straight to the muddy bottom. It looked shallow, hardly the kind of place that would harbor monster fish. Still, he'd come all this way. He baited a small stick float with a worm and cast it gently into the water, hoping for minnows or maybe a sneaky eel. Almost immediately, his float jerked violently before being yanked under with the force of a giant pike. The line snapped instantly, but Charlie's heart raced with excitement. Something big was down there. Maybe there was deeper water beneath the weed after all. He reeled in the slack line and leaned against a tree, reaching into his basket for sturdier tackle. But when he looked back toward the pond, his breath caught in his throat. On the far bank, half hidden among the twisted trees, stood the shape of an old man. His robes were tattered and stained with soot, and his eyes, bloodshot and unforgiving, bore into Charlie like a fiery warning. The silence around the pond thickened, and the usual woodland sounds seemed to fade away. Fear rooted Charlie to the spot. Then, startled, he jumped up too quickly, banging his head hard against a low branch. Darkness swallowed him. When he came to, night had fallen completely. His head throbbed, but he remembered where he was. Heart pounding, he sat up and peered into the gloom. The old man was gone, but so was Charlie's fishing tackle, smashed to bits beside him. Without hesitation, Charlie stood and fled, not daring to look back or retrieve even a shattered float. That's the tale that's been passed down through generations here, a warning wrapped in mystery. Most of our local ponds are home to mirror carp, and the story goes that they all descend from those monk's carp from the old monastery pond. Legend says the monastery burned down after the cruel abbot's refusal to share fish with starving villagers. His death brought a terrible curse, and now his ghost patrols old monastery pool, guarding the fish night and day, ensuring no one steals what he once claimed. I've been to old monastery pool during the day. It's murky, filled with weeds, and surrounded by twisted trees and thorny undergrowth. The atmosphere is thick with unease. I didn't stay long. The place just feels off. And to be honest, I've never been brave enough to visit at night or cast a line like little Charlie did. I don't know anyone in the village who has. But sometimes, when the wind rustles through Glover's Wood just right, I wonder, what might really happen if I dared to fish that pool after dark? The thought sends a chill down my spine every time. Hey, so I want to share something that's been haunting me every night, and honestly, it's been a struggle to even face it. It all started earlier this year, back in February. I came home from class one cold afternoon and found this photograph lying on the floor of my room. Now, this wasn't just any photo. It was this strange, swirling, icy formation. It looked like some kind of cave or maybe a glacier, with these blues and whites twisting in a spiral that pulled my gaze right into the middle. But the weirdest part? I could never quite tell what was actually at the center. Sometimes I found myself staring at it for so long, almost unable to look away. None of my flatmates recognized the image either, and I swear I'd never seen it before. It was like it had just drifted in through an open window, carried by the biting winter wind, bringing some dark message just for me. Since that moment, every night has been the same nightmare playing out in my head. I've been too scared to sleep, but you can only fight sleep for so long. The dream always starts the same way. I'm already running, full sprint across this frozen, barren landscape. The air is sharp and cold, biting at my lungs as I gulp it in. I glance to the east and somehow, I just know where I am. The sun on this place, this planet called Protagoras U, is dipping fast beneath a jagged horizon of ice and rock. I know I have to keep moving. There's no stopping. Then I hear Henderson shouting behind me, "I see the cave! We're almost there!" So I push harder, my boots crunching against the ice, muscles burning until we burst into the cave just as the last light slips away. Henderson drags this scorched piece of ship fuselage, our makeshift door, across the cave opening, shutting out the freezing darkness. When night falls on Protagoras U, the temperature plunges into lethal cold almost immediately. We need every bit of shelter we can get. "We cut that close," Henderson pants, flicking on a lamp that casts flickering shadows on the cave walls. "What kept you in the wreckage so long?" I curl up against the cave's warm rock and reply, "I was looking for food. I found some more ration packs." He doesn't thank me, not that I expect it, then moves over to our water purifier, the lifeline keeping us alive. He pulls out the canister and fills a couple of mess tins, then hands me one. I drink greedily. The water's just warm enough, thanks to some geothermal heat behind the cave walls. "Something's wrong with the purifier," Henderson says, sitting down heavily. "Every time I run it, it gives less water." I don't answer immediately. The wind outside starts to howl, a fierce howl that's been relentless since the crash. On Earth, they'd call it a once-in-a-generation storm. Henderson scoffs, frustration clear in his voice. "And what kind of stupid name is Protagoras U anyway?" I shrug, glad to change the subject from the wreck. "It's more of a designation than a name. Probably something a colonist project scientist dreamed up. I don't know why I know that, but I just do." "Well, I'm a scientist," Henderson snaps, "and I say we should have landed anywhere else in the Pythagorean system but this frozen hell." After that, silence falls between us, heavy and suffocating, like the weight of our hopelessness is pressing down. Finally, Henderson breaks the quiet. "We need to talk about the crash." I shake my head quickly. "There's nothing to talk about." "Yes, there is," he insists quietly. 35 people dead. All the embryos gone. We need to face it. "We need to eat and rest," I say, my voice barely steady. He looks at me, searching. "What's the last thing you remember?" "What?" "Before the crash. The last thing you remember." I falter. "I don't know. Being in orbit, preparing to land. It's fuzzy." "Liar," he growls. Outside, the wind surges, rattling our fuselage door like something massive is pounding on it. "You can't remember because you don't want to." Hearing it out loud, the memories flood back uncontrollably. "I was at the controls," I say, voice trembling. "Entering the atmosphere, the ice storm hit, alarms blaring. Thruster 3 failed. I couldn't stabilize the ship." Henderson kneels beside me, gripping my hand tightly. "Why?" I swallow hard, not wanting to say it. "Don't make me." The wind screams outside, a furious, unrelenting roar. The door shakes violently, like something huge is trying to break in. "Let it out, Clarissa," Henderson says, voice steady despite the chaos. I break down. "When I woke from cryosleep and we entered the Pythagorean system, my cryosickness didn't go away like the others." "Who did you tell?" "No one," I whisper, tears streaming down my cheeks. "Not the captain. Not even you." "Why?" "I'm the pilot. Landing the ship was my only job. I was scared to admit I was sick, to let everyone down." "I'm so sorry, Charlie." Suddenly, the wind cuts out like a switch has been flipped. Henderson looks toward the cave entrance, then back at me. "Where are we?" I blink, confused. "What?" "The crash killed everyone but us. We breathe the air here without suits, and we're unharmed. It doesn't make sense. So, where are we?" "Protagoras U," I answer automatically. Don't hide behind names, Clarissa. Where are we? I've never been good at riddles, but deep inside, I know the truth. Purgatory. The fuselage door drops open, revealing not the frozen wasteland I expect, but a lush green field bathed in warm, golden sunlight. I see it clearly, the old tree swing I used to play on as a child. We all forgive you, Henderson says softly. Even without cryosickness, nothing could have saved us in that storm with a failed thruster. It's time you forgive yourself too. Stop punishing yourself. Then, looking me straight in the eye, he asks, "What are you going to do, Clarissa?" His words echo in my mind long after I wake, chilled to the bone no matter how many blankets I pile on. What are you going to do, Clarissa? And honestly, I don't know yet. But maybe someday, I'll find the answer. You know, insomnia's been my quiet companion for years now. Most nights, when sleep just won't come, I find solace in a simple ritual, taking a long walk. Just me, the quiet, and the soft rhythm of my footsteps. I've always felt safe on these night walks, especially during my college days. The campus was designed like this big, open loop with wide, well-lit paths and plenty of space around. It was comforting, really. But right in the heart of this loop, there was this dense patch of forest. At night, it was pitch dark, unlit, and a little intimidating. I'd never dared to walk through it after dusk until one particular night, when something inside me just nudged me to take that path. During the day, I knew the forest trails well. The paths were clear, marked with wooden bridges and metal tags nailed to trees, guiding your way. But that night, all I had was my cell phone's flashlight. Bright, sure, but it only stretched a little beyond my feet, barely lighting up 10 or 12 feet ahead. I stepped onto the first bridge, the wood creaking softly underfoot, the cool night air whispering through the leaves. Suddenly, there was this sharp snap behind me. I spun around, expecting maybe a raccoon or a fox rummaging in the underbrush, campus wildlife that I'd seen before. But what met my eyes was far stranger. There, between two trees just on the edge of my light, stood a figure. It was human-sized but completely formless, like a silhouette without clear edges. One of the trees had a small metal reflector, but the figure was too far and too shadowed for the light to catch any real detail. I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. My heart hammered, but I told myself to be brave. I took a single step forward, just one, and then everything inside me screamed to run. My blood went ice cold, and I froze, unable to move another inch toward that shadowy shape. So, I swallowed my fear and slowly turned around, telling myself to walk away calmly. I kept a steady pace, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots the only sound breaking the night's silence. I hadn't even reached the halfway point of the forest when I realized I hadn't heard a single thing. No rustling, no footsteps, nothing until I neared the path's end. Approaching the last bend, I caught sight of the street lamp waiting just beyond the trees. The ground grew boggy here, mud thick and treacherous beneath my feet. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it again. That same white, formless figure, now moving toward me. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself not to run. I kept walking, determined to hold on to calm. And then, just 20 feet from the forest's edge, my foot slipped in the mud, twisting my ankle and sending me face first down into the muck. The cold, sticky earth against my skin was shocking, but adrenaline pushed me up. Slowly, painfully, I stood and kept going. The moment I stepped out from under the trees onto the solid sidewalk, a wave of relief washed over me. I felt safe again. That night, sleep came quickly, but the dreams were terrible, dark, tangled nightmares that clung to me until morning. The next day, curiosity gnawed at me, so my girlfriend and I returned to the forest under the bright sun. I had all the markers memorized, the bridge, the trees, the metal reflector, but when I looked, there was nothing. No figure, no shadow, just empty space stretching out in both directions. The clearing where I had seen the second apparition was just that, a clearing with a fallen tree, but nothing else unusual. To this day, I never walk alone in that forest at night. I've gone back with friends, but never seen or heard that figure again. It's been years, and I still can't explain what I saw. But that night, it's etched into my memory, a chilling reminder that some things in the dark don't want to be found. Now, let me tell you about another story, one that sent a different kind of chill down my spine. This one comes from my time in the Army, years after I'd joined the National Guard. In January 2019, I reported to a new medical unit preparing to deploy overseas. Before that, we had to go through a brutal training rotation at the National Training Center, or NTC, out in the California desert. For those unfamiliar, NTC is a harsh, unforgiving place, a sort of army boot camp on steroids, where the desert heat and endless sand make you feel like you're in hell itself. After 30 grueling days at NTC, most of my unit packed up and headed home. But about 300 of us, including me, had to stay behind at Fort Irwin to handle equipment inventories, customs inspections, and packing for deployment. Finding housing for us was a challenge, since the post was busy with other units. Eventually, we were settled into what's called augmentee billeting, a cluster of 12 buildings in a square, with large communal bathrooms and open-air shelters behind them. My unit's building was the furthest from the assigned male bathroom, which was odd because there was another male bathroom right behind our building. But it was locked and off-limits. I asked the housing manager if we could use it since, well, I'm older and tend to make more trips to the restroom. He said it wasn't available, hinting at maintenance issues. Not ideal, but I accepted it. One late evening, after dinner in Barstow, I returned with my team to our building and noticed a military police car parked outside the building next door. Curious and a bit wary, I decided to check it out. As I approached the smoking area behind our building, I thought I heard a scream and the sound of running water coming from the locked bathroom. Simultaneously, I saw a senior female NCO speaking with the MP at the smoking pit. I was more interested in what was going on with the MP, but glanced toward the bathroom, puzzled. The female NCO caught my eye and asked, "You heard that, right?" "Yeah, I did," I replied. She explained that for the last half hour, it sounded like someone had broken into the bathroom and was vandalizing it. I sighed, thinking maybe one of my guys was drunk and causing trouble. I introduced myself to the MP and asked if they had checked the bathroom yet. She chuckled, saying both doors were still locked. They were waiting for the NCOIC with the key to arrive. Soon, 2 more MPs showed up, ready to investigate. One senior MP asked if my sergeant and I would wait at the other door for safety reasons. I agreed, stepping aside to watch the back entrance. As the MPs approached the door, the noise inside escalated, showers running, toilets flushing, stall doors banging. Then, the moment the door opened, all sounds abruptly stopped. We could only hear the steady hiss of water. The MPs called out clear as they swept through the building, turning off showers as they went. When they finished, they locked up and came back outside. I walked to the front door, eager to see who they'd found, but the senior MP told us, "We didn't find anyone inside." I was baffled. How could that be? The noise was so real. He explained that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Every few months, MPs get calls about disturbances in that bathroom. When they arrive, the building is searched thoroughly, but no one's ever found, just running water and messes like supplies scattered everywhere. He added there was a standing order that MPs never enter that bathroom alone, and at least one has to be male. When I asked why, he told me a female MP had once been injured searching the bathroom solo. No attacker seen, but she was punched from all directions. The incident led to the stricter policy. I was skeptical, thinking it was just the active duty messing with the guard. But my Master Sergeant Pryler, from Louisiana and a seasoned Army vet, believed it was something supernatural. We talked about it, but I couldn't shake my doubts. Over the next few weeks, there were more reports, screams, running water, strange noises from that bathroom. Each time, the MPs searched and found no one. Before we left, I asked the housing manager about the bathroom. He looked around, lit a cigarette, and shared the story. In 2009, a soldier on augmentation from Fort Hood took his own life in that very bathroom. Afterward, strange incidents began. Stalls falling off hinges, doors mysteriously off their frames, showers running unattended. Sometimes the bathroom would be locked up, but when opened, the chaos remained. Then came the reports of screams and assaults in the showers. It got so bad that in 2012, the building was locked permanently. But the calls didn't stop. One night, a female MP responded alone and was badly beaten. No attacker ever found. That's when the rule of always sending at least 3 MPs, including a male, was enforced. The housing manager confessed, "I don't believe in ghosts, but whatever's in there, it scares me." And honestly, after hearing all that, it scares me too. Hey, I'm Walter. I'm a big fan of all things supernatural. I've had a few weird experiences myself, and I hope to share those sometime soon. But right now, I want to tell you about something that just happened to my brother. Just a heads up, my English isn't perfect yet, even though I've been living here in Los Angeles since 2015. I'm originally from Brazil, and I'm still learning the language, so bear with me. Okay, let's get started. My brother is about 7 years older than me. He works for a huge paper and cellulose company, one of the biggest in the world, I think. When they started building the company's plantations, they bought up all these farms around the city and neighboring towns to plant eucalyptus trees. For those who don't know, paper is made from eucalyptus wood. My brother's job is pretty fascinating. He drives one of those huge tractors, the ones with claw-like arms that stack the eucalyptus trunks. He works rotating shifts, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night. He once told me that some of the farms are really old and even have cemeteries on them. The eucalyptus trees surround these cemeteries, and sometimes he ends up working at night near them. He doesn't like it much. It creeps him out. So, just last week, he was working a night shift on one of these farms that's known by his colleagues to be haunted. There were 4 people on the crew, 3 tractor drivers and a mechanic who was there to help if any of the machines broke down. My brother told me exactly what happened. He was driving his tractor, and the mechanic was nearby inside a truck. My brother noticed the mechanic acting kind of strange. The mechanic got out of the truck holding his cell phone and started walking straight behind one of the stacks of eucalyptus trunks. My brother thought maybe he had to go to the bathroom, so he got out of the tractor to check on him. When my brother asked what was up, the mechanic said he'd been sitting in the truck when he suddenly saw someone walking nearby. He focused his flashlight and saw a woman dressed in white. He snapped a picture. The woman kept walking, and as soon as my brother saw the mechanic moving after her, the mechanic told him he'd tried to record her with his phone, but then she vanished. I love this picture because it's so clear, and even better, my brother actually witnessed it. It's not just a story or a blurry image. It's real. Now, I want to share another experience, this one from when I was 18. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep in the quiet of my room. Suddenly, I started hearing a little girl humming. It was strange because I don't have any brothers or sisters, so hearing a child humming wasn't normal. The tune she hummed sounded like Greensleeves, or maybe, What Child Is This? It was broken, like she was struggling to remember the song, but she was trying her best. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the humming grew louder. My heart raced, and I panicked, blurting out, "No, no, no, this isn't happening, not tonight." I jumped out of bed, still saying nope, and quickly put in a DVD of the Three Stooges, something loud and silly to drown out the humming. I remember telling the little girl, "I feel sorry for you, but I can't help you. Please leave me alone." I cranked the volume as high as it would go and crawled back into bed, praying the humming would stop. Eventually, it did, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I told my mom everything. When she asked what song the girl tried to hum, I started humming Greensleeves for her. After I stopped, the humming started again, louder and clearer, just like the little girl had been trying to sing. My mom's eyes went wide, and I felt a chill run down my spine. After about 15 seconds, the humming stopped. I never heard the girl again, and it's been 7 years now. My family has had other ghostly experiences, but this one was terrifying because the ghost acknowledged me. I don't think the haunting had anything to do with the house itself, since it was fairly new. I've heard that in our area, there's a ghost of a little girl who travels from home to home. Then there's another story from my family's trip to a cabin in Helen, Georgia. The cabin was 3 stories tall and right in the center of town. We stayed for a week, and after about 3 days, strange things started happening. My aunt and grandma, who stayed on the second floor with my parents, began hearing a little girl crying at night. I didn't pay much attention at first, since my aunt and grandma are pretty jumpy in new places. I thought maybe it was a TV in one of the rooms. But then, on the 4th day, my aunt and mom were sitting on the couch when they heard a girl say, in a breathy, distressed voice, "Mama." My mom called for me. I was outside on the porch, and asked if I had shouted for her, which I hadn't. That scared my mom, grandma, and aunt, and they were afraid to be alone anywhere in the cabin. I tried to ignore it because it was vacation, and I wanted to enjoy myself and sleep well. But that night, my husband and I were in the top room. After turning off the TV, I fell into a deep sleep, but woke up suddenly to the sound of a little girl crying softly, small sobs and moans. I froze, holding my breath, wondering if it was my imagination or if the sound was really there. It wasn't coming from outside, it was inside the room. The fear reminded me of the humming girl from years ago, and panic hit me again. I grabbed the TV remote, turned on a cartoon, and blasted the volume. My husband grumbled about the noise, but I refused to turn it off. The sobbing stopped as the TV played loudly. The next day, I told my husband what happened. I warned him we had 2 nights left and that I would keep the TV loud to keep the crying away. I was so upset I even thought about going home early. The following night, the TV stayed on loud and nothing happened, except our ears hurt from the noise and we barely slept. But the last night was the worst. I was exhausted and fell asleep quickly, leaving my husband watching TV with the volume up. Suddenly, I woke up to an eerie silence. The TV was off, and I thought I could hear the little girl crying again. I looked at the TV and saw an error message about playback. I tried to turn it back on, but the remote buttons didn't work. I was freaking out, feeling like whatever was in the cabin was trying to stop the TV from playing. After struggling, I managed to restart the TV and turn the volume back up. I was so relieved this was our last night there. I'm certain I'll never stay in Helen, Georgia again. Okay, here's one more story about an antique mall in Chattanooga where my parents and I used to go almost every weekend. It was like a museum filled with antiques, but everything was for sale. Sadly, it's closed now. When I was 15, my mom went to the restroom, and while I waited, I looked into the mirror checking my eyeliner. Suddenly, I noticed a woman walk in behind me. I couldn't see her face clearly, but she wore something dark navy-colored. I was focused on my makeup and didn't pay much attention. Then, it got really quiet. I didn't hear the stall door open or close or footsteps, so I thought maybe she was just standing against the wall. I turned to look. No one there. I glanced at the last stall, and its door was halfway open. I went to check and found it empty. I freaked out and told my mom we needed to leave immediately. Later, I told my parents what happened. Thinking back, I never heard the door open or footsteps when the woman entered. I think I saw a ghost. We kept going to the antique mall but avoided the mirrors and went quickly to the restroom. They even had antiques displayed inside the women's restroom, like pictures and antique brushes, which was kind of weird. Finally, I want to share a story about my grandma's childhood home in a small part of Tennessee. Back in the 1950s, her family moved into an old farmhouse. My grandma couldn't say exactly how old it was, but insisted it was definitely old. At night, they would constantly hear a door opening and shutting all through the house, along with the screeching of a cat. My grandma's dad tried replacing the door hinges with leather ones to stop the noise, but it didn't help. The doors kept opening and shutting. Underneath the house, which was raised on stones with no skirting, there was enough space for the kids to play. There was an unfinished cellar beneath the house, and every day they'd find balls of long, grayish hair, like a woman's, on the ground, with coins underneath. They would toss the hair aside and keep the coins. Nobody could explain this. One day, my grandma's great-great-grandma came to help after my grandma's mom fell ill. Interestingly, she was Cherokee but never admitted it, always claiming to be Black Dutch, afraid of being sent to a reservation. She stayed only one night and left before dawn. When asked why, she said she saw a man and a woman pass through a dresser into the wall. The woman was missing her head. She refused to stay and never came back. Across the road from their farmhouse was a large, 3-story rancher house. Once it must have been beautiful, but by then it looked weathered and peeling. Every night, a candle flickered in one of the top-floor windows. My grandma's dad got curious and decided to investigate during the day. The inside was worse than the outside, and the stairs to the top floor were rotted away. Meanwhile, my grandma's half-sister opened the cellar door and saw an old man down there. He looked up and said, "Come on in." Terrified, she slammed the door and ran away. They never went back to the rancher house. My grandma lived in that farmhouse from when she was 8 until she was 11, when the family moved away. If I remember more details or hear new stories from her, I'll be sure to share them with you. Thanks for listening to these stories from haunted places and ghostly encounters. Sometimes the past whispers to us in strange ways, and I guess that's what makes these tales so fascinating and a little scary too. You know, it's funny how sometimes a place can hold on to you in ways you never expect. My family moved into this house back in 2001, and I was just a little kid, about 3 or 4, I think. At first, it seemed like a fresh start, but looking back, I can't shake the feeling that something dark lingered within those walls. It's like our lives started unraveling the moment we crossed the threshold. My mom, she told me once about the very first night she slept there. She said she dreamed of this thick, swirling fog and a black cat that seemed to watch her with glowing eyes. When she woke up, she felt this heavy weight of dread pressing down on her chest. She even went to my dad and said, "We made a mistake buying this house." That feeling, that unease, it didn't leave her. I remember stories from my grandma, my dad's mom. One evening, she and my mom were sitting in the living room, chatting, while I was right there on the floor, playing with some toys. I don't remember it, of course, I was so little. But they say we all heard this deep, strained groan coming from behind a closed door. My grandma told me my eyes went wide, and I whispered, "Uh-oh," like I knew something wasn't right. The house itself looked like something frozen in time, like it had been stuck in the 90s. There was this one room we used as a junk room for a while, just a place to toss odds and ends. On the walls, you could still see where old posters had been. The spots where the posters had hung were stark white, while the rest of the walls had this yellowish tint. I guess someone smoked a lot in there before us. And then there were these strange little details. Near the back door, the one leading to the utility room where the washer and dryer sat, there were tiny scratches at the bottom of the door, like a cat had been clawing at it. The same kind of scratches were on the bottom of a door in my parents' bedroom. It was subtle, but it gave you a shiver when you noticed. There were sounds, feelings, glimpses of things that just didn't belong. When I was about 6 or 7, I thought I caught something out of the corner of my eye in the back room. It looked like a white dress with a long train, gliding silently across the darkened room. I can't say for sure if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me, but it felt real enough at the time. I'd have these dreams where I was trapped in one of the rooms, trying desperately to run out, but my legs wouldn't move. I couldn't scream, and it felt like something was waiting just beyond the door, or worse, pulling me back. It was terrifying. Waking up from those nights was a relief, but the fear clung to me. My mom once woke up to see what she thought was my dad standing at the foot of their bed. It was early morning on a work day, and she thought he had come home early. But when she looked closer, the man had bright red hair, just like my dad, and was dressed in this blue workman's outfit, sort of like separate pants and a shirt, not a jumpsuit. Then, before she could say anything, he vanished. It was like he was never there. During that time, my grandma and grandpa stayed with us too. Grandpa was on hospice, in a wheelchair, and my mom helped care for him. One night, Grandma dreamed she saw that same red-haired man in the bathroom mirror, just standing there, staring back at her. Grandpa was scared to have the lights turned off. He said he felt something watching him in the dark. The tension in the house was thick. My parents argued constantly, and anyone who stayed there felt it. It was like the air was heavy, charged with something unpleasant. I was struggling too, feeling sad and alone a lot of the time. I always felt eyes on me, like something was silently watching from the shadows. I'd glance over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. Grandma told me once that she felt something climb into bed with her. She said it felt like a big dog, warm and heavy. She kept kicking at it half asleep, and each time it would settle back in beside her. Eventually, she said it just stopped trying. One night, my mom and I were watching an old movie, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, from the 1940s, in my parents' bedroom. Suddenly, there was this deafening bang, like a concrete block smashed hard against the bathroom floor, or maybe the closet. We jumped up, hearts pounding, and checked everywhere. Nothing had fallen or moved. That closet was huge, a deep walk-in, and it just felt wrong. Grandma was up early once, caring for Grandpa, when she started hearing the sound of wire hangers banging violently against the closet walls. She went to check on my parents, worried they were fighting and throwing clothes around, but they were still asleep. No one was in there. Mom told me about a time she was sitting on the couch and felt something furry rub against her leg, like a cat. But no cat was there. It happened again, and the second time, she felt it tug on her shirt. Creepy, right? Both Grandma and Mom heard scratching noises on the treadmill, like a cat sharpening its claws. Yet we didn't have a cat. But there were unmistakable claw marks on it. And then, there was Halloween. Mom had this step mat we'd had forever, purple with an orange pumpkin, and whenever you stepped on it, a man's voice would say, "Happy Halloween, ha 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 ha." One night, it went off all by itself, like someone invisible had stepped on it. Mom yanked out the voice box and the sensor and tossed them. There were other things too, but honestly, the memories get fuzzy, and some I'm not even sure I want to remember. What I do know is that by the time I was 8 or 9, we'd had enough. We packed up and left that house behind. Mom always believed there was a ghost cat living there. Not something evil, but something lonely. She said she felt sorry for it, like it was trapped and just wanted company. And maybe that's why the house felt so heavy. Maybe it wasn't just the walls holding memories, but a restless spirit too. It's strange, isn't it? How a place can hold on to your family's story in whispers and shadows long after you've left. I was about 14 when something happened that I still think about, even now. One night I had this dream where I woke up on the pull-out sofa downstairs in our apartment. That already felt strange because my sisters always warned me not to sleep there, and I was sure I had gone to bed upstairs that night. The sofa was facing 2 chairs, and the stairs going up to the second floor were on my right. When I looked toward the staircase, I saw an old woman sitting on the first few steps. She was just staring in my direction, and every so often, the front door would swing open like she was forcing it. On the left side, near the sink, I saw a small boy. He looked maybe 5 years old, pale, bald, and completely naked. He was sitting right there in the sink, the same sink we used for washing dishes, rinsing himself off. I don't remember his expression clearly. I just remember how still and wrong everything felt. Then I went toward the bathroom, and in the corner, there was a girl with long hair, crouched down low. The whole thing felt so real that when I suddenly woke up, I checked the time. It was around 2 in the morning. I was so shaken that I went downstairs right away. And when I got there, the lights were on, the faucet was running, and the front door was wide open. That was what really scared me. We lived in an apartment, and there was no reason for the door to be open like that in the middle of the night. Nothing was missing. We weren't robbed. It was just open. I turned everything off and woke my sister to ask if she had gone downstairs. She said she hadn't. At that time, it was only the 2 of us at home, because my other sisters were working night shifts. After that, I don't think I really slept properly in that apartment again. Years later, when I was 19, one of my sister's friends from work came over. She stopped outside and refused to come in. She said she saw an old woman and a little boy standing near the middle of the staircase, staring at her like they were guarding the place. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened there either. We would hear knocks when no one was there. Doors upstairs would open by themselves. Sometimes my closet would slowly swing open too. I tried to tell myself it was the wind, but the window nearby was small, so I was never fully convinced. One moment that really stayed with me happened because of something my sister used to do. Whenever she came home, she would knock on my bedroom door to wake me up. One day, I heard that same loud knock. Then my bedroom door opened slowly on its own. At first, I didn't panic. I thought it was just my sister teasing me again. But she didn't call my name, which was unusual. So I got up and went downstairs. The apartment was empty. That place always felt strange to me. It was in the city, in a convenient gated subdivision, with 3 bedrooms, and the rent was surprisingly low for what we were getting. I think we paid around 8,500 pesos a month, which felt almost too good to be true. And honestly, maybe it was. Even inside my sister's room, I sometimes felt like there was something near her closet. I would catch the feeling of a figure lingering there, just out of sight. My sister never wanted to admit anything was wrong, but one day she bought a rosary and a salt lamp for no clear reason, and placed them exactly where I always felt the heaviest energy. She never said why, but I think she felt it too. Okay, so this is kind of a long story, but I'll do my best to tell it the way it happened. I've been keeping it to myself for a while, mostly because even now, I don't really know what to make of it. But before I get into the house, I should say that I'd had a couple of strange experiences earlier in my life. The first was not long after my mom passed away, when I was still really young. I remember feeling a hand gently rest on my shoulder. It didn't scare me. It honestly felt comforting, almost like someone was checking on me. The second time was years later at work. I was standing near a railing, leaning a little too casually, when I suddenly felt this sharp tug, like someone had yanked me backward. I spun around right away, but there was nobody there. So strange things had happened before, but nothing like what happened in college. I moved into this old rental house later than everyone else because I'd injured my wrist pretty badly before move-in and couldn't help carry furniture. While I was still away, my roommates told me they kept hearing footsteps above them at night, up in the attic. The attic was basically off limits. It wasn't finished, wasn't safe to live in, and we were only supposed to go up there in an emergency. They also said the house creaked all the time. At first, I brushed it off. Old house, old bones, old noises. Nothing dramatic. When I finally moved in, everything seemed fine. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't feel watched. Nothing about the house felt wrong to me. Then, a few weeks later, my roommate Liam and I were skating around town when we spotted this old painting propped beside a dumpster. And because apparently we had learned nothing from every horror movie ever made, we brought it home. We were both film students, so of course we joked about it being cursed the entire way back. As a prank, we put it in our roommate Kira's room while she was out. She didn't make a big deal about it. She just moved it downstairs without saying much. Eventually, I got tired of sharing a room and moved into the basement. Honestly, I liked it down there. I'd slept in basements before, and it felt quiet and private. For a little while, it was great. I slept better than I had in months. Then I started feeling sick. Not violently sick, just drained, heavy, like my body was running on a battery that wouldn't charge. Around that time, our friend Colin was always over. One night, we smoked a little and watched TV, and he jokingly told me he was going to come downstairs later and scare me. That night, I fell asleep, and then I jolted awake for no clear reason. I had this horrible feeling, like something in the room had shifted. I looked up and saw Colin standing in the middle of the basement. I thought, okay, very funny. So I grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. He ducked behind this huge beanbag chair. I got up to chase him, and there was nobody there. I went upstairs, completely confused, and Colin was asleep on the couch, snoring. I woke him up and asked if he had been downstairs. He said no. I made him swear he wasn't lying. He swore. I even called Liam to see if he had come home early, but he was hours away visiting family. So I told myself it was probably the weed, or maybe I was half dreaming, and I went back to bed. For a few days, nothing happened. Then it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw Colin standing in the exact same spot. This time, I called his name. He ran off in the same direction as before. I grabbed my phone right away and saw Colin had just been active online from his own house, which was about 15 minutes away. I called him, completely rattled, and he basically told me I was being a coward and needed to handle it. That was when I started wondering if something was actually wrong with me. I told Liam everything, including how sick I'd been feeling. We checked the carbon monoxide detectors because I'd read stories about people hallucinating from carbon monoxide poisoning. Everything worked. Nothing was wrong. That night, Liam went out to visit a friend, and I stayed home. This time, when I woke up, it wasn't Colin standing there. It was Liam. I thought he'd come home early, so I said his name. He ran. I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight, and right then, my phone started ringing. It was Liam. He was outside, asking me to unlock the front door because he was locked out. I hadn't locked any doors. That was the moment I really started to fall apart. I was sick, exhausted, barely sleeping, and now I couldn't trust what I was seeing. I went to the ER. They ran tests, checked me over, and couldn't find anything wrong. The next night, I stayed at my friend Sarah's place just to get away from the house. Around 2 a.m, Sarah got a call from Liam. He sounded panicked. He asked if I had left her house. She sent him a picture of me asleep on the floor. That made him freak out even more. Apparently, someone had been banging on the front door at our house, calling Liam's name, asking to be let in. He thought it was me. I didn't sleep much after that, but I'll be honest, part of me felt relieved. Not because Liam was scared, obviously, but because it meant I wasn't the only one experiencing it anymore. We had a friend from film school who was really into occult books, and his girlfriend considered herself a witch. We trusted them enough to ask for help. The second our friend walked into the basement, he went straight to the exact spot where I kept seeing the figures. He stopped there and said, "This area feels freezing, heavy." He gave us sage and an Ouija board. First, we checked the painting. He said it looked creepy, sure, but he didn't feel anything especially strange from it. So we tried the board. We followed the rules, lit a candle, and sat right where the figures always appeared. The first thing the planchette spelled out was 666. We all laughed because it felt too ridiculous, like somebody was clearly messing around. But then the answers got weirdly specific. Liam started asking about a friend of his who had passed away. Private questions. Things only she would have known. The board answered correctly. And weirdly enough, the Ouija board was not the scariest part of that house. Not even close. After that, we saged the place and left for Thanksgiving break. When I came back, my girlfriend had bought me a sleep mask because my sleep had gotten so bad. One afternoon, I was trying to nap in the basement when I heard Kira talking upstairs with her sister. I clearly heard her sister ask, "Right there?" And Kira said, "Yeah, stand there." I pulled off the sleep mask. Nobody was there. I called Kira. She was across the state, driving her sister home. I was alone in the house. That night, after work, I came back to an empty place. My coworkers had told me that if something paranormal was happening, I should either ignore it or speak politely to it. I didn't get the chance to do either. I was wide awake when I saw a hand slowly curl around the corner of the basement staircase. The basement stairs had this little landing where one set of stairs went toward the back door and another turned down into the basement. The hand came from that landing. Its fingers wrapped slowly around the banister. Then I saw its face. I don't even know how to describe it properly. The closest thing I can compare it to is this thin, greenish, veiny, troll-looking face, stretched and wrong. And I was done. Completely done. I ran straight toward it and yelled for it to leave. I put salt around the stairs and around my bed, and somehow, I slept afterward. Soon after that, I reached out to Colin again. He told me his mother practiced witchcraft and offered to do a cleansing ritual. We opened every window and door in the house. Colin walked from room to room with sage, saying a spell meant to force out anything unwanted. For the first time, we opened the attic. The moment Colin stepped inside, the sage went out. We relit it and kept looking around. That's when we noticed 2 mirrors facing each other. We'd heard people say mirrors like that can act like spiritual doorways, so we turned them around. A few minutes later, we heard a huge bang from the basement. Then a few smaller bangs after it. It sounded exactly like the basement window had slammed open, hit the ceiling, and bounced shut. We ran downstairs. The window was closed. Then we noticed the painting. When Colin brought the sage near it, the smoke suddenly pushed away from the painting, against the direction it had been moving. I picked the painting up, carried it outside, and left it there. After that, I moved back upstairs. Not long after, Liam moved out completely. We tried contacting paranormal investigators, but nobody wanted to come look at the house. Later, our landlord casually mentioned that someone may have died there years before, or at least had been taken from the property to a hospital and died afterward. To this day, I don't know what we were dealing with. I don't know if it was the house, the painting, the mirrors, something attached to one of us, or something else entirely. But whatever it was, it learned our faces. And worse than that, it learned our voices. Back in November of 2019, my sister drove up from Oklahoma to stay with me for a few days. We were really close then, the kind of close where you fall right back into laughing before anyone even finishes a sentence. Since Thanksgiving was coming up, everything had that cozy, busy feeling to it. One evening, my mom, my sister, and I went out to a little Chinese restaurant in town. We ate way too much, laughed until our cheeks hurt, took pictures, and even joked around with one of the servers. Nothing about that night felt strange at first. It felt warm, normal, the kind of night you wish you could bottle up. After supper, we decided to stop by Pine Hill Cemetery to visit some family graves. My great-aunt and my great-grandmother are buried there side by side, and since my sister was in town, it felt right to go pay our respects together. It was still light outside, probably close to 5 in the afternoon. I parked near our family plot, and we walked over together, still talking and smiling. Once we got to the graves, the mood softened. We stood there quietly for a bit, remembering little things about them, stories they used to tell, the way they laughed, the things they cooked. Then I noticed the grave next to my great-grandmother's. It had been dug up. The dirt was fresh, darker than the ground around it, and the headstone was gone. There was just this raw, open space in the earth. I remember staring at it and feeling something inside me shift. It was not just sadness or surprise. It was dread. Heavy, sudden dread. My skin started crawling. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and goosebumps spread across my arms. Then I got dizzy, so dizzy I thought I might drop right there in the grass. I started sweating, even though the air was cool. And then, we heard it. This sound cut through the cemetery, sharp and awful. It was a high, crying wail, but not like any person I have ever heard. It sounded pained, angry, and completely wrong. My sister turned to me, her face drained of color. "Did you hear that?" I could barely answer her. "Yes," I whispered. "What was that?" We both knew it had not come from a person. There was no one else there. No cars, no visitors. Just the three of us standing near that open grave. I looked over at my mom, expecting her to react, but she was just standing there, staring straight ahead. Her eyes looked empty, almost unfocused, and she was mumbling softly to herself. We asked if she had heard the sound, but she did not answer. It was like she could not hear us at all. Then I got sick. Not nervous sick, not scared sick, but physically sick, deep in my stomach. My vision blurred, and everything around me seemed to dim. I remember feeling like a huge black shadow had moved across the sky, smothering the sunlight. A coldness sank into me that felt deeper than weather, I told my sister, "I need to leave. Right now. I can't stay here." I turned toward the car, but my legs would not cooperate. It felt like something had wrapped itself around me from the inside and was holding me there. I could see the car. It was not far away. We had walked from it in less than a minute. But suddenly, it felt impossible to reach. I grabbed my sister's arm and told her, "I can't move right. Please help me." She helped me step by step, but every movement felt like dragging myself through wet cement. My body was heavy, my chest was tight, and I could feel this pressure coming from the direction of the old stone mausoleum near our family plot. I cannot explain it any better than that. It felt like the place itself did not want me to leave. It took several minutes to get back to the car. By the time I made it into the passenger seat, I had nothing left in me. My sister had to drive us home because I was too weak and shaken to do it myself. The strangest part was that once we passed through the cemetery gates, the weight on my chest started to ease. Not all at once, but enough for me to breathe again. But the sickness stayed. That night, I became violently ill. I was freezing, even though the house was warm. I put on thick pajamas, a robe, 2 pairs of socks, and crawled under a pile of blankets, but I could not stop shivering. My head was pounding with a blinding migraine, and my stomach was so upset I could not eat. While I was curled up in bed, my sister called a local friend and told her what happened. That was when we learned more about Pine Hill. According to people in town, there is a husband and wife buried there who were known for practicing dark things while they were alive. They supposedly died at the exact same time, and the section where they are buried was in the same direction that horrible wail had come from. Later that evening, my mom finally seemed like herself again. She told us the empty grave had a normal explanation. The woman buried there had recently been exhumed by her family and moved to another state. And honestly, I wish that explanation had made me feel better. It did not. It took me 3 full days to recover from what happened in that cemetery. My body felt drained, like something had pulled every bit of strength out of me. But even after I recovered, I still felt it. For months afterward, I sensed that same dark heaviness around my house, especially near the woods at the edge of my property. It would feel like something was standing out there in the blackness, watching, waiting. I had dealt with spiritual things before, but nothing had ever affected me like that day. Nothing had ever made me feel trapped inside my own body. I went back to that cemetery the following summer, and it was completely different. Quiet, still, peaceful even. I did not feel the sickness. I did not feel the pressure. There was no shadow, no dread, no wail. And that somehow made it worse, because it told me whatever I encountered that November afternoon was not just the cemetery itself. It was something that had been there, in that open grave. And when I left, I do not think I left alone. I've spent years trying to make sense of a nightmare I had when I was about 5 years old. And honestly, I still don't know if it was just a dream, or if it was something stranger than that. I'm 17 now, and I'd say I'm a pretty logical person. I don't jump to paranormal explanations easily. But the house I lived in until I was almost 7 makes it hard for me to dismiss everything completely. There were things that happened there that my family still can't explain. After my grandfather passed away from a sudden heart attack, my older sister saw something that shook all of us. She was upstairs one night, waiting for my dad and me to come up because he used to read to us before bed. While she was sitting there, she looked toward my parents' walk-in closet. At the very back of it, near the shoe shelves, she saw our grandfather. She said he looked pale, almost see-through, and he was sitting there like he was just as startled to see her as she was to see him. She froze for a few seconds before running downstairs to tell her parents. My dad asked her one question. What shirt was he wearing? She said it was a plaid shirt. That was the shirt he died in. No one had told her that. There were no photos of it. She had no way of knowing. Another time, my mom started reading a book about hauntings. There was a warning in the beginning saying that reading it could make people more open to paranormal activity. My mom brushed it off. A few minutes later, all of us heard a loud crash in the hallway. We had this big glass chandelier with round crystal pieces hanging from it, and one of them had fallen. Except, we never found it. It left a mark on the floor. It was missing from the chandelier. We heard it hit, but the glass piece itself was just gone. It was too big to disappear, and there was nowhere for it to roll or hide. We lived there for years after that, and even when we moved out, we never found it. My mom never picked that book back up. Then there was the basement. We had a theater room down there with no windows, double doors, and 2 closets in the far corners. That room felt wrong. Not just uncomfortable, wrong. Anyone who slept in that room asked to move somewhere else by morning. It didn't matter whether they believed in ghosts or not. They all said the same thing, that the room felt off. Once, my sister was down there with the lights off and the doors shut, and she said she suddenly felt like she couldn't move. She screamed until my dad came down and opened the doors. And there were so many times when my sister and I would be playing in the basement and, without saying a word to each other, we would both suddenly run upstairs at the exact same time, not one of us starting and the other following. The exact same moment. Like something invisible had snapped a thread between us. So that's the kind of house this dream happened in. And I know it could have just been a nightmare. I know kids have strange dreams, but this one never left me. I can still see it clearly, and when I told one of my friends about it recently, I got chills all over my body. Not little chills, full body ones. In the dream, I was upstairs in my house, playing with a stuffed rabbit. I remember feeling calm. Nothing seemed scary at first. I just decided I wanted to go find my mom. So I walked into my parents' bedroom. But my parents weren't there. Instead, there was a woman sitting perfectly upright in their bed. She was centered against the headboard, legs under the covers, hands resting quietly at her sides. Her posture was too straight, too still, and her head was already turned toward the doorway, like she had been waiting for me. Her face was stretched upward in a way that made no sense. Her head looked impossibly long, maybe 2 or 3 feet taller than it should have been. It was distorted, like something had pulled her features out of shape. Her eyes were completely black. Her hair was light-colored, maybe tied back, but everything about her was so warped that I couldn't really tell. Then, she spoke. Not loudly, not with her mouth exactly. It felt like the words came from everywhere around me at once. "Hi, sweetheart." The second I heard it, my stomach dropped. I ran out of the room as fast as I could. Then the dream continued like nothing had happened. Somehow, I forgot about her completely. Later in the dream, I was with my mom. We were walking upstairs together. I still didn't remember what I had seen in the bedroom. We reached the doorway, and there she was again, the same woman, sitting in the same place, head turned toward us, smiling. My mom screamed, "What is that?" Then everything started shaking. My vision trembled like the whole world was breaking apart, and this harsh white static filled my ears. I dropped to the floor, curled up, covered my head with my arms, and tucked my legs underneath me. That was how the dream ended. At that age, I was going through a phase where I slept at the foot of my parents' bed in a sleeping bag because I was too scared to sleep alone. When I woke up from the dream, I was in that exact same curled up position, and I was in the exact same place in the room where I had been in the dream. I lifted my head, saw the dark bedroom around me, and realized I was awake. But even now, all these years later, I can't shake the feeling that something about that dream was deeply wrong. not just scary. Wrong in a way I still don't know how to explain.